Chapter 1, Breakup. Yu Zhiwan hadn't expected this. This morning, Xie Jingma had been her sister's fiancé. By afternoon, he was her husband. Following the man out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yu Zhiwan looked down at the newly issued red marriage certificate in her hand, still feeling a bit dazed. Suddenly, a bouquet of delicate, dewy red roses was thrust in front of her. Yu Zhiwan blinked in surprise, slowly lifting her gaze to meet the man's languid, flirtatious phoenix eyes. He raised an eyebrow, a lazy smile playing on his lips. "Happy wedding day," he said, extending the roses a little further. He lazily curled the corner of his mouth. Mrs. Xie. 4 hours earlier. Yu Zhiwan had received a call from Gu Chengfeng and had come to the billiards hall in the city center. This billiards hall was a high-end establishment. Gu Chengfeng was a VIP member with a private room where he often gathered with friends. When Yu Zhiwan reached the door of the private room, she pushed it open slightly, and the sounds of billiards being played and boisterous laughter drifted out. "Fengji, your girlfriends never last more than 7 days, but you've been with this Miss Yu from the Yu family for 3 weeks already. That's rare. You don't understand, do you?" Fengji chased after Yu Zhiwan for 3 months to get her. Of course, he's going to enjoy it for a bit. TSK, both the pursuit and the relationship are exceptions for him. Fengji must have truly fallen for Yu Zhiwan. Gu Chengfeng, the center of attention, chuckled, swinging his pool cue. "Are you trying to disgust me? Yu Zhiwan is just the true heiress the Yu family found halfway through. She's not as favored as the fake heiress. I'm just with her because she's pretty, just playing around." Yu Zhiwan's hand on the door handle tightened slightly. Just playing around. Of course, she knew. Gu Chengfeng was a notorious playboy, unrestrained and fickle. He changed girlfriends every few days. She didn't like Gu Chengfeng. Nor did she want to be with him. It was her own parents and brother who had forced her to accept Gu Chengfeng's pursuit, all to facilitate cooperation between the two families. Yu Zhiwan remembered last night, when she had overheard her biological mother say to Yu Shangxiang through the closed door. "Shangxiang, even though it's been discovered you're not the Yu family's biological daughter, you've grown up by mommy's side. In my heart, you're my dearest daughter." Her 2 biological brothers had also said to Yu Shangxiang, "That's right, Shangxiang. You're the most treasured and loved younger sister we have. How can Yu Zhiwan compare to you? Of course, your older brothers don't want our Princess Shangxiang to suffer even a little bit. They didn't want Yu Shangxiang to suffer even a little bit. Yet, they were willing to push her, their own sister, to a playboy like Gu Chengfeng." Yu Zhiwan's heart ached, her chest feeling like it was being stabbed with knives. She closed her eyes, suddenly feeling very tired. The boisterous laughter in the private room continued. "Tisk, Gu Xiao didn't fall for her, but it looks like Yu Zhiwan is truly in love. How many guys have chased her before, and she never gave them a second look. Now, she's completely surrendered to Gu Xiao's charm. Ha, our Fengji is just too charming." Gu Chengfeng, with a wavy-haired woman in his arms, laughed carelessly and smugly. "Of course, with just one call from me, she comes running like a well-trained dog, doesn't she? If I ask her to make a bracelet for me by hand, she has to obediently obey, right? This is the first time I've been with a woman for so long without, not kissing or hugging, dating for such a long time." Gu Chengfeng's words abruptly stopped as he saw Yu Zhiwan walking into the private room after pushing open the door. The others also saw Yu Zhiwan. The noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down. Yu Zhiwan ignored the scrutinizing gazes and walked straight up to Gu Chengfeng, her skin as smooth and white as snow, her gorgeous eyes tinged with coolness. Gu Chengfeng's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously pushed the woman in his arms away. Then, feeling he had overreacted, he grinned cockily. "Zhiwan, she's my adopted little sister. I'm just teaching her how to play billiards. You're such an understanding girl, you wouldn't be jealous, would you?" Yu Zhiwan didn't even look at the woman. Her expression was indifferent. "I won't be." Gu Chengfeng smiled contentedly. He liked his girlfriend so obedient and compliant. Seeing the red bean bracelet in Yu Zhiwan's hand, Gu Chengfeng's smile deepened. Truth be told, he had put in a lot of effort into pursuing Yu Zhiwan for the past 3 months, and spent a lot of time and energy. That's why he'd asked Yu Zhiwan to give him a bracelet to commemorate their 3 weeks of dating. Although the red bean bracelet was simple and not worth much money, he usually wore watches worth millions. He didn't know why, but he actually wanted to wear this bracelet right now. Gu Chengfeng raised his chin arrogantly and extended his hand. How shabby. Oh well, I guess I can wear it. Come on, put it on your boyfriend. Yu Zhiwan glanced at him coldly, her expression as cold as the moon. Then, she forcefully yanked the bracelet. With a snap, the bracelet shattered. Red bean beads scattered all over the floor. Gu Chengfeng was stunned. His brows furrowed, a flicker of panic passing through his heart. In that instant, he felt as though Yu Zhiwan's breaking of the red bean bracelet was her way of cutting ties with him, leaving no possibility of future connection. Gu Chengfeng's brows furrowed deeper as he stared at Yu Zhiwan's expressionless face. What do you mean by this? Did you hear what I just said in the private room? Yu Zhiwan's exquisite, bright face was now covered in ice. There was not a single trace of emotion left. Yes, I heard it. So, Gu Chengfeng, from this moment on, we're breaking up. After she spoke, she turned and walked away, her back proud and aloof, not pausing for even a second. The others in the private room were all stunned, watching the scene unfold. They were frozen until Yu Zhiwan's figure disappeared from sight. A young master named Li stared with disbelief, dumbfounded. Gu Xiao, you got dumped? Damn, that woman, Yu Zhiwan. Phone Ge, she heard what you said. She must be heartbroken. You should go and coax her. Someone nearby dismissed this with a wave of his hand. Is your brain broken? Yu Zhiwan, with her background, isn't worthy of being coaxed by our Gu Xiao. Exactly. Women are always like this, playing hard to get, waiting for you to chase after them. Gu Chengfeng clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the scattered red bean beads on the floor. What did Yu Zhiwan say just now? Break up? Heh, it seemed that he had been too good to her, and had spoiled her. Did she forget what her status was? She was a fallen heiress, unloved by her father and mother, despised by her brothers. Who else, besides Gu Chengfeng, would want her? Phone Ge, go after her. Someone nearby couldn't help but urge. Gu Chengfeng angrily cursed, chase after her? Get lost. Yu Zhiwan had always ignored others and only accepted his pursuit. She clearly had feelings for him. Her saying they were breaking up was just a fit of pique, a way to play hard to get. Just wait, in less than 3 days, Yu Zhiwan would take the initiative to come back to him. Yu Zhiwan left the private room and walked along the corridor. Breaking up with Gu Chengfeng made her feel much lighter, a faint smile gracing her face. She had finally gotten rid of a burden. She wouldn't need to deal with him anymore. As for the Yu family, Yu Zhiwan's lips tightened slowly. Finally, she made a decision. Lost in thought, she wasn't paying attention to her feet when she suddenly tripped over something and lurched forward. Careful. At the critical moment, a firm, powerful arm steadied her waist, pulling her into an embrace. Instantly, the man's distinct, crisp woodsy scent washed over her, surrounding her completely. The man was tall. When Yu Zhiwan collided against his chest, she opened her eyes to see the 2 casually unbuttoned buttons of his black shirt. Strong pectoral muscles were faintly visible, his collarbone was clear and sexy, and his skin was as pale as jade. His sensual, prominent Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. It was a temptation that could seemingly bewitch anyone. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. She hurriedly raised her head to meet the man's handsome face, which was strikingly impactful. He possessed beautiful bones and breathtaking features. Especially those unique phoenix eyes, lazy and indifferent. Yu Zhiwan's heart gave a slight jolt. Of course, she knew that face that could mesmerize countless souls. Xie Jingma, the head of the Xie family, the most powerful family in the capital. His family background was illustrious, his authority was absolute, his methods were ruthless. No one dared to offend him. He was known in the circles for being untouchable. However, Yu Zhiwan knew Xie Jingma for more than just his illustrious background. It was also because Xie Jingma was technically her sister's fiancé. Chapter 2, The White Moonlight in His Heart. Years ago, Old Master Yu had inadvertently saved Xie Jingma's grandfather. The two elderly men had gotten along famously and, feeling very compatible, decided to arrange a marriage between their grandchildren. That's how Xie Jingma became the fiancé of the Yu family's true heiress. However, fate had played a trick. Yu Zhiwan had been switched at birth. She only returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, and the fake heiress, Yu Shangxiang, had not been sent away. Yu's parents and her two brothers all favored Yu Shangxiang and wanted her to fulfill the marriage agreement. They had coaxed Yu Zhiwan into saying to the Xie family, "I don't like Xie Jingma. I don't want to fulfill the marriage agreement. I want my younger sister, Shangxiang, to marry Xie Jingma." However, the Yu family's status and background could not be compared to that of the Xie family. Yu Zhiwan could see that a prodigy like Xie Jingma had very high standards. He was very averse to the marriage with Yu Shangxiang and was equally disapproving of the Yu family. Thinking of Xie Jingma's dislike for the Yu family, Yu Zhiwan took a step back, avoiding the man's hand that was still on her waist. "Thank you for catching me just now." "You?" Xie Jingma glanced at her backward movement. "Do I look that kind or that old?" Yu Zhiwan. Of course not. He was only 1 year older than her. It seemed that he didn't like such fake pleasantries. Yu Zhiwan had no choice but to change her tone. "Thank you." The man rubbed his fingertips together, his voice somewhat unpredictable. "You broke up with Gu Chengfeng?" Yu Zhiwan paused. How did he know? That was right. When she'd broken up with Gu Chengfeng, she had forgotten to close the door to the private room, and the commotion had been quite loud. If Xie Jingma had happened to be passing by, he probably had overheard it accidentally. Yu Zhiwan nodded frankly. "Yes, I did." Hearing this, Xie Jingmo's eyebrows lifted imperceptibly. His lazy, flirtatious phoenix eyes looked at Yu Zhiwan, his lips curving into a meaningful smile. "Congratulations. Men who don't practice male virtue like Gu Chengfeng should be avoided." Men who don't practice male virtue. Yu Zhiwan was momentarily shocked. She couldn't believe she was hearing such words from him. Facing Yu Zhiwan's confusion, Xie Jingma sighed softly as if full of emotion. "Sometimes I also envy someone as carefree and wild as Gu Chengfeng. Today he's recognizing an adopted sister, tomorrow he's getting 2 adopted older sisters, flitting from flower to flower, and getting involved everywhere. I just can't do that. I'm unable to." Yu Zhiwan. Why did it sound weird? As if he was low-key teasing her? However, it had to be said that Xie Jingma was indeed a man of principle. He was also known for being indifferent to women. In the years after Old Master Yu's passing, the relationship between the Yu and Xie families had become increasingly distant. The marriage contract between the families had not been widely publicized, so few people knew about it. Apart from Xie Jingma's impressive family background, his outstanding appearance alone was enough to make countless wealthy heiresses and socialites fight to get close to him, even if it meant without a title, just hoping for a night with him. However, Xie Jingma, despite having flirtatious phoenix eyes, gave off an aura of ice-cold nobility. No rumors of any scandals had ever been heard. She recalled an incident at a banquet where an old real estate mogul named Zheng tried to give Xie Jingma a woman, secretly spiking his drink. After Xie Jingma returned to his hotel room, he lifted the quilt to find a beautiful woman wearing a nightgown lying in his bed. Faced with such a suggestive scene, Xie Jingma didn't even have a flicker of interest. He also discovered a hidden miniature camera in the room and immediately found out that it was the doing of the old Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang had planned to use the camera to secretly record a video, hoping to have something to blackmail Xie Jingma with. However, when the scheme was exposed, he was so scared he immediately begged for mercy. He grabbed a bottle of red wine and smashed it on his own head to show his remorse. Blood mingled with the wine, and glass shards were everywhere. It was an incredibly gruesome scene. Xie Jingma had just casually lifted his eyelids, glanced at the shards of glass on the ground, and played with the dismantled miniature camera in his hand. His tone was nonchalant as usual. "Since you're so unafraid to die, I'll give you 2 choices. Swallow these shards of glass, or your entire Zhang family will fall. Pick one." Mr. Zhang was so terrified that he fainted on the spot. After this incident, Xie Jingma's reputation for ruthless methods spread. No one dared to have any inappropriate desires for him again. Many people speculated that Xie Jingma, with his power and wealth, could have any woman he wanted. However, he was so self-disciplined that perhaps there was a white moonlight in his heart that he couldn't get, and he was preserving himself for that person? The Yu family and Yu Shangxiang were thrilled by this speculation. Xie Jingma was engaged to Shangxiang, his virtuous self-discipline was obviously for Shangxiang. Yu Zhiwan didn't think so. It was clear that Xie Jingma was very against the marriage with Yu Shangxiang, and his attitude towards Yu Shangxiang was cold as ice. How could it be for Yu Shangxiang? Perhaps he really did have a white moonlight that he loved but couldn't obtain. Or perhaps, he simply didn't have any interest in matters of romance. Yu Zhiwan had even secretly wondered if Xie Jingma was perhaps unable. At that moment, facing Xie Jingma's advice, men who don't practice male virtue like Gu Chengfeng should be avoided, Yu Zhiwan humbly accepted the lesson. Her watery eyes looked at him. Thank you, I understand. Yu Zhiwan wasn't very familiar with Xie Jingma. They were barely nodding acquaintances. After speaking, she was about to leave. Her phone suddenly vibrated. She had received a WeChat message from Gu Chengfeng. Yu Zhiwan, you probably don't know, do you? The first day you returned to the Yu family, you had an allergic reaction to pineapples. You broke out in red rashes all over your body and nearly went into shock. It was your two brothers who did it on purpose. They just wanted to give you a warning, so you wouldn't dare act like the true heiress in front of Yu Shangxiang. If you don't believe me, go ask them, and see if your two brothers dare deny it. The entire Yu family combined isn't as good to you as I am. Think it over carefully. Do you still want to break up with me? Yu Zhiwan's pupils constricted. The fingers holding her phone squeezed the device until her knuckles turned white. She remembered that on the day she returned to the Yu family, the drink she drank during dinner had been mixed with pineapple juice. She had an allergic reaction that broke out. In red rashes all over her body, her throat swelled, making it difficult to breathe, and her heart had gone into arrhythmia, and she had almost died. It had been her two brothers. Who had done it on purpose? For Yu Shangxiang, they had made their own sister allergic to the point where she had almost lost her life? Seeing that her expression was off, Xie Jingma asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yu Zhiwan wasn't close enough to Xie Jingma to talk about such private matters. She shook her head, her eyes slightly red, a trace of cold, fragile stubbornness showing. It's something private. I have to go. After speaking, she quickly walked away. Xie Jingma looked at the girl's slender back, his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, his expression inscrutable. "Xiezong, I'm back." Just then, Assistant Tang Yi ran back, panting. Actually, this billiard hall in the city center was a private property under Xiezong's name. Today, Xiezong had come to inspect, but while leaving, when they'd passed by the VIP room, he had overheard Gu Chengfeng on the phone with his girlfriend, asking her to give him a bracelet. Xiezong had paused. He had suddenly changed his mind and said that he was not in a hurry to go back and would leave half an hour later. He had also told everyone to leave him alone. Tang Yi had gone to wander around, and when he returned, he saw Xiezong leaning at a corner of the corridor. When Yu Zhiwan had walked by, Xiezong had gently stretched out his leg and tripped her. He had then taken the chance to hold her in his arms, held her in his arms. Tang Yi's mouth twitched. It was a real eye-opener. As Xiezong's special assistant and his thoughtful coat, he very astutely turned around, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Only after Yu Zhiwan had left did Tang Yi discreetly return and say with a smile, "Xiezong, I'm back. I didn't see anything at all." Xie Jingma glared at him. Tang Yi grinned and guaranteed, "Really, Xiezong, I didn't even look around. I didn't see anything I was supposed to see, or anything I wasn't supposed to." Xie Jingma's smile was ambiguous, his voice dangerous. "I think you're saying too much. Do you want to find a new job?" Tang Yi immediately stopped smiling. "No. Absolutely not. I am willing to give all my heart and soul for Xiezong, to contribute selflessly, and to follow you to the ends of the earth. I don't want to change my job at all." He was spewing rainbows. More importantly, Xiezong paid him a very high salary. This was his golden ticket for life. Of course, he wouldn't want a new job. Xie Jingma was too lazy to listen to his chatter. He raised his wrist to check the time. Without raising his eyelids, he said, "All right, go get the car ready." When it came to business, Tang Yi stopped joking and became serious. "Yes, Xiezong. Are we going back to the company now?" The man's eyes narrowed. To the Yu family. Chapter 3, Severing Ties with the Yu Family. Yu Zhiwan left the billiards hall, hailed a taxi, and sped back to the Yu family's house. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw her father, Yu Chanda, her mother, Tao Shuqin, her elder brother, Yu Xiuqi, her second brother, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang all present. Seeing Yu Zhiwan's return, Yu Chanda slammed his hand on the table in anger. "You unfilial thing, you still know how to come back. Chengfeng called just now and said you broke up with him. Who allowed you to break up with him? Now you will call Chengfeng in front of me, lower your head and apologize to him, do you hear?" Tao Shuqin pulled the furious Yu Chanda back and frowned at Yu Zhiwan. "Listen to your father. Quickly apologize to Chengfeng." The collaboration between the Yu and Gu families was just agreed upon. Both our family's adults have discussed it. You and Chengfeng will marry in the future. How can you just say break up, and then break up? Yu Zhiwan's expression turned cold. Marriage? Yu Shaozi sat on the sofa, his legs crossed and scoffed. What? Do you have any objections? Humph, don't think I can't see what you're doing. You broke up with Gu Chengfeng because you still have your eyes on the marriage with the Xie family. You want to marry Xie Jingma yourself. If you ask me, we should just marry you off quickly, so you don't obstruct Xiangxiang's marriage. Hearing this, the elder brother, Yu Xiuqi, nodded. His tone was calmer, but even more indifferent. Dad, Mom, Shaozi is right. Zhiwan is the true heiress of the Yu family. As long as she's around, Xiangxiang's marriage with Xie Jingma can easily change. It's best to marry her off as soon as possible. As Yu Xiuqi spoke, he looked at Yu Zhiwan, the disgust and disdain in his eyes undisguised. Zhiwan, there's a limit to how far you can go. There are many women who dream of marrying a wealthy young master like Gu Chengfeng. You should cherish the opportunity you have. Good opportunity? Cherish it? Ha, that was ridiculously laughable. Yu Zhiwan had thought that they had forced her to accept Gu Chengfeng's pursuit because of the collaboration between the two families. It turned out that they had always seen her as a stumbling block, hindering Yu Shangxiang's marriage with Xie Jingma. They couldn't wait to marry her off. Did they not care that they were marrying their own daughter to a licentious playboy? Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes trembled violently, a sharp pain in her chest that was so intense she felt like she was suffocating. Was it her fault that she was switched at birth? Her adoptive father gambled and was abusive. When he lost, he would take it out on her, calling her a money loser and beating her. Her adoptive mother favored boys over girls and only loved her younger brother. All the food and toys were only for her younger brother, and she had never cared for her. Until the day she was brought back to the Yu family at the age of 16, she had happily thought that she had found her real family, that her dark, endless days had finally had their light, and that she could be like the other students and have parents who loved her. Even though Yu Shangxiang had stayed with the Yu family, she had treated her like her own sister, and she had tried so hard to please her parents and brothers. She had been so accommodating, hoping that she could get some love from them, something that she had envied since she was small, even if it was just a little. But in the end, what had she gotten? Perhaps she shouldn't have returned to the Yu family. Yu Zhiwan's heart was numb with pain, her heart devoid of hope. Even the last bit of hope was gone. That was that. She didn't want to persevere anymore. She didn't want to hope for love from her parents and brothers anymore. She didn't want to stay in the Yu family. Not even a little bit. At this moment, Yu Shangxiang, who had been silent all this time, spoke in a soft and sweet voice. But, Dad, Mom, the marriage agreement with the Xie family should be sisters, she's the true heiress of the Yu family. Hearing Yu Shangxiang's voice, Yu Chanda's eyes instantly filled with affection. Good Shangxiang, even if you're not the true heiress, you'll always be the daughter of my Yu family. You're the one who will fulfill the marriage contract with the Xie family. Tao Shuqin kindly held Yu Shangxiang's hand. My precious daughter, you've grown up in comfort and luxury since you were small. You're knowledgeable and cultured. Only such a daughter of a wealthy family is worthy of marrying the head of the Xie family. Yu Shaozi was even more protective of her. Shangxiang, my silly sister, second brother knows that you don't compete for anything, but you have to remember that Yu Zhiwan had said herself that she didn't want to fulfill the marriage contract. She wanted you to marry Xie Jingma instead. Yu Zhiwan. Yu Shaozi turned his head towards Yu Zhiwan. The tenderness in his eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a sharp accusation. Tell me yourself, didn't you say you wanted Shangxiang to fulfill the marriage contract instead of you? Yu Zhiwan coldly watched the scene unfold. Only in front of Yu Shangxiang were they good fathers, good mothers, and good brothers. She would have been envious before. Now, she only felt ridicule. Back then, you told me that as long as I said I wanted Yu Shangxiang to fulfill the marriage contract with the Xie family, you would accept me and treat me as a real family member. But, how did you do that? The first day after I returned to the Yu family, pineapple juice was mixed in the drink I drank. I had an allergic reaction, nearly died. Didn't you and Yu Xiuqi do that? Yu Shaozi was shocked upon hearing this. Damn, how did Yu Zhiwan know? Yu Xiuqi frowned, scrutinizing Yu Zhiwan. He was, after all, a few years older, and he was more calm and perceptive than Yu Shaozi. He had noticed that there was something different about Yu Zhiwan. Her gaze, the way she looked at the Yu family, wasn't eager to please anymore. It had become indifferent. It was as if she was looking at a group of irrelevant strangers. Yu Xiuqi's brow suddenly twitched. He had a strange feeling that something was about to irreversibly leave them. Yu Shaozi never took Yu Zhiwan seriously. After being surprised for 2 seconds, he coldly scoffed in disdain. So what if it was me and eldest brother? It was just an allergy. What's all the fuss about? You didn't die anyway. Eldest brother and I just wanted to warn you. Even if you're the true heiress of the Yu family, after coming back to the family, as the older sister, you should be accommodating towards Shangxiang. You can't compete with her for anything. Yu Zhiwan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The subtle ridicule in her eyes suddenly became sharp. Be accommodating towards Yu Shangxiang? So, when Yu Shangxiang was sick, you didn't ask for my opinion at all and had me take a year off school to look after her and serve her. When I finally went back to school, just because I did better in the college entrance exam than her, you tore up my acceptance letter. You almost made it so I couldn't even get into university. Yu Changde frowned and slammed the table again. Oh, so you're really holding a grudge. Back then, Shangxiang was sick and didn't do well on the exam. She was already in a bad mood, but you still did so well. Aren't you just deliberately making Shangxiang sad? Is that how an older sister should act? Besides, so what if I tore up your acceptance letter? Aren't you still going to university now? What's your problem? Even though she had decided not to hope for even a trace of affection, Yu Zhiwan's heart was still stabbed when she heard these words. Look, these were her biological father and brothers. When her acceptance letter had been torn up, she had been shocked and sad to the point of despair. Back then, she had wanted to leave the Yu family, but Tao Shuqin had reassured her, saying that she would treat her well in the future and wouldn't let her be wronged again. Listening to her mother's words, she had believed her. She always felt that this was her mother, the person who gave birth to her, and that she should have a little bit of love for her. But now, just because they were worried that she would interfere with Yu Shangxiang's marriage with Xie Jingma, they wanted to marry her off to the promiscuous Gu Chengfeng. They didn't hesitate to push their own daughter into a fire pit. Tao Shuqin remembered her previous promises, her body stiffened, and she began to argue. Zhiwan, it's not that I want you to suffer, but you're not worthy of Xie Jingma. Shangxiang and Xie Jingma are a good match. I'm doing this for your own good. The Gu family is a good match for our Yu family. Although Chengfeng is a bit of a playboy, he will certainly settle down after marriage, and you two will be loving. Loving? Yu Zhiwan laughed coldly. If you say they'll be so loving, why not let your precious Shangxiang marry him? Hearing this, Yu Changde immediately criticized her in dissatisfaction. What kind of attitude is that? I'm telling you, Yu Zhiwan, this matter is decided. The Gu family's conditions are not bad. You'll be enjoying a life of luxury if you marry into their family. You won't be suffering. Yu Zhiwan looked at Yu Changda, a sneer spreading on her rose-red lips. If it's such a luxurious life, then you should marry Gu Chengfeng. Yu Changda was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened and his face contorted with fury. You unfilial child. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Not just Yu Changda. Tao Shuqin, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaozi, and Yu Shangxiang were all shocked by what Yu Zhiwan had just said. How could Yu Zhiwan tell her own father to marry Gu Chengfeng? Yu Changda was seething with anger. He raised his hand, wanting to give her a slap. Insolent! You insolent thing! How did I get a daughter like you? This is outrageous! You're really too much! Yu Zhiwan raised her hand and blocked Yu Changda's slap. Her eyes were clear, her gaze filled with icy coldness as she spoke each word clearly and decisively. It's ridiculous. You don't want a daughter like me, and I don't want a father and family like you even more. Starting from today, I am cutting ties with the Yu family. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Chapter 4, My Fiancé, It Has Always Been You. The words fell, and the living room was silent. Yu Shochi looked at Yu Zhiwan, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Yu Changda was so furious he couldn't even muster up anger. Even Yu Shangxiang covered her mouth in surprise. Yu Zhiwan turned and went back to her room to pack. Her room was the small, unfinished storeroom on the second floor. This was where the Yu family had placed her, and she had been living here for years. Yu Zhiwan didn't have much, and she quickly packed, pulling her suitcase downstairs. Yu Shangxiang rushed forward, grabbing her arm, tears streaming down her face. Sister, this is your home, how can you leave? If anyone should go, it should be me. It's all my fault that you had a fight with Mom, Dad, and brother. Sister, quickly apologize to Dad, tell him you were just being impulsive, and he'll forgive you. Yu Xiaozi, seeing Yu Shangxiang so humble, was instantly heartbroken and rushed over. Shangxiang, you don't need to lower yourself like this, she doesn't deserve it. But seeing Yu Zhiwan pulling her suitcase, Yu Xiaozi's feelings were mixed. No matter what, this was still his blood-related younger sister. Yu Zhiwan, are you really going to leave? Yu Xiaozi frowned. Yu Zhiwan was expressionless. Are you suddenly deaf, or do you just not understand human language? I made myself clear. Yu Xiaozi was taken aback. Yu Zhiwan had always been good-natured and tried to please him. When had she ever treated him like this? Yu Changda roared in a fit of rage, nobody stop her. Go! Let her go! I, Yu Changda, have no such daughter. And don't come crawling back with a shameless face. Come back? Yu Zhiwan thought she heard a joke. This family, and all of you so-called family members, you only make me want to vomit. The Yu family? I will never come back. With that, she pulled her suitcase and walked out without looking back. Her back was straight and proud, resolute in not turning back. Yu Xiaozi clenched his fists. He turned and saw the dazed look on Tao Shuqin's face and gritted his teeth to persuade her. Mom, don't worry, no matter what happened in the past, Yu Zhiwan would always be the first to apologize, she'll do the same this time for sure. Let her suffer a little outside, and she'll realize how great home is. She'll be back on her own, shamefaced, in less than a week. Big brother, am I right? Yu Shochi looked at Yu Zhiwan's receding figure, his expression complex, but he nodded. That's right, she'll come back on her own. Yu Shangxiang chased after her a few steps but was stopped by Yu Changda. She paused, looking at Yu Zhiwan's back. Sister, you look just like a stray dog that's been kicked out of the house. Whether you believe it or not, I don't want you to leave right now. So you're giving up just like that? What a pity. Your family, your fiancé, they're all mine now. Yu Zhiwan left the Yu family with her suitcase. The weather was bad today, always overcast as if it was about to rain. But Yu Zhiwan felt no melancholy or confusion in her heart. The thorn embedded in her heart had finally been pulled out, and she would no longer have to endure the harm and pain inflicted by her loved ones. Even if she left the Yu family, even if she was homeless, she wouldn't return to her adoptive parents' home. She had taken a year off to care for Yu Shangxiang, which made her start college later than her peers, so she was only a senior this year. Yu Zhiwan planned to go back to school and apply for on-campus housing. Just as she was about to head towards the intersection, a low-key luxury black car suddenly pulled up. The back window rolled down, revealing the handsome and captivating profile of a man. Yu Zhiwan was slightly stunned. Xie Jingma? Why did she keep running into him? Xie Jingma had just arrived and saw Yu Zhiwan with her suitcase, immediately telling Tang Yi to pull over. He pushed open the car door and got out, walking up to Yu Zhiwan. Why are you pulling a suitcase? Xie Jingma glanced in the direction of the Yu family's residence not far away, his gaze returning to Yu Zhiwan's face. His voice suddenly turned cold. Did they bully you again? Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her expression momentarily blank. When she had first returned to the Yu family, she had heard the servants gossiping secretly. Even though the real daughter has returned, it seems the elder and younger masters don't like her, they only like Miss Shangxiang. To me, it must be that this real daughter is not good enough, otherwise, why would the two masters be so disgusted with her? Her college acceptance letter had been torn up, and she went to ask the recruitment office. The first thing the senior asked her was, "Did you do something to upset your parents? Why else would they tear up your acceptance letter?" Even Gu Chengfeng, after they had only been dating for a few days, said to her, "The Yu family favors Yu Shangxiang and not you. It must be that you're not doing things well enough. Look for the reasons within yourself, and make sure to change in the future." But now, Xie Jingma saw her pulling a suitcase. Without any extra questions, the first thing he said wasn't blaming her. It wasn't putting the blame on her. Instead, he asked, "Did they bully you?" Yu Zhiwan's hand on the suitcase handle tightened, her heart clenching slightly. It was like being comforted suddenly after suffering injustice. She looked up at the man in front of her, her eyes inexplicably burning. "I have severed ties with the Yu family. From now on, I have nothing to do with them. So, I packed my things and moved out." Xie Jingma was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyebrows arched slightly, and he said sincerely, "Then congratulations." "Congratulations for making such a brave decision." Yu Zhiwan's heart softened. "Thank you." She never thought that someone she wasn't close to would be the first to congratulate her. Speaking of which, back when Yu Changde tore up her acceptance letter, she had received a message saying that someone could help her leave the Yu family. She had wanted to leave at that time, but with Tao Shuqin's soothing words, she softened and stayed, rejecting that message. She didn't know who had sent the message. Maybe it was a wrong number, or maybe a prank. Yu Zhiwan glanced at Xie Jingma and then at Tang Yi, who had gotten out of the driver's seat. She was a little curious why Xie Jingma was here. As if reading her mind, the man said lazily, "I came to discuss a marriage." Yu Zhiwan nodded. "I see. Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin are at home, and so is Yu Shangxiang. You can go over now." Xie Jingma looked at her indifferent, detached attitude, and clicked his tongue against his palate. His eyes narrowed slightly. After 3 seconds, he slowly corrected her. "Perhaps I didn't make myself clear enough, Miss Yu Zhiwan, I'm here to discuss my marriage to you." Yu Zhiwan was stunned and almost choked on her own saliva. "Me?" The man tilted his head slightly, his thin lips curving up, his voice slow and leisurely. "You did break up with Gu Chengfeng, so I wouldn't be a third wheel, right? Of course, even if I were, it wouldn't be a big deal." Tang Yi. "My God, is CEO Xie willing to be a third wheel?" Yu Zhiwan. "What third wheel or not?" Yu Zhiwan pursed her lips. But the Yu family said before that the person to fulfill the marriage contract with the Xie family was Yu Shangxiang. The man raised an eyebrow, his tone arrogant. "Do they have a say in who I marry?" As he spoke, Xie Jingma bent down slightly, moving closer to Yu Zhiwan. Those deep, dark eyes stared unblinkingly at her, possessing an indescribable allure, easily making one fall into its depths. "Yu Zhiwan. The marriage contract my grandfather made with Elder Yu always referred to the true daughter of the Yu family. In other words, my fiancé, from the beginning to the end, has always been you, and only you." Chapter 5, Note, Wife. The man's voice was low, rich, and magnetic. When speaking such touching words, Yu Zhiwan's heart instantly tightened, her eyelashes flickering uncontrollably like startled butterfly wings. How could he be so serious about this marriage? Seeing her silent, Xie Jingma slowly straightened up, lowering his gaze calmly and adjusted his cuff. His long, pale index finger gently tapped against his wrist bone, and when he spoke again, his voice had lost all its emotion. I know you once said you didn't like me and weren't willing to marry me. But my grandfather places great importance on promises, and even though Elder Yu has passed away, he is unwilling to break the contract and wants me to fulfill the marriage agreement with you. Xie Jingmao raised his eyelids, his dark and deep gaze meeting the girl's beautiful, lustrous eyes. His sexy Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, his voice low, soft and calm. Yu Zhiwan, if you don't mind, let's get married first. After a year, we can get a divorce. By then, Grandpa will see we're not compatible and won't insist on the marriage. In exchange, as compensation, you can receive half my assets after the divorce. Tang Yi, upon hearing this, opened his eyes wide in shock. Half of CEO Xie's assets. My God, that's a simply astronomical number. Tang Yi turned his head to look at Yu Zhiwan, his eyes shining brightly. Does Miss Yu not feel the slightest bit excited about this pie falling from the sky? Does she really dislike CEO Xie that much? He wishes he could transform into a woman and marry CEO Xie. It was impossible for Yu Zhiwan not to be astonished. She stood there in a daze, still holding onto the handle of her suitcase. Miss Yu, you can seriously consider this proposal. The man didn't urge or force her, giving her enough time to consider it. The air fell silent for a moment, the only sounds the occasional calls of birds in the distance. Tang Yi looked at Yu Zhiwan and then at Xie Jingma. He suddenly felt a little worried for CEO Xie. Looking at Miss Yu's hesitation, it seems she really doesn't want to fulfill the marriage agreement with CEO Xie. The second Tang Yi thought that, Yu Zhiwan, who had been quiet all along, suddenly spoke. The girl's eyebrows were clear and stunning like a painting. Her snow-white skin was so beautiful it was eye-catching. Her spring-like eyes looked at the man before her. Mr. Xie, I'm willing to fulfill the marriage agreement with you. I don't want half your assets after the divorce. I just want to ask you a favor. Help me move my household registration out of the Yu families. I want to completely cut ties with the Yu family and don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. The blood that flowed in her veins was something she could not change, but the kinship, she wanted to sever completely. But it wasn't that easy to move one's household registration. She had just left the Yu family. She didn't have her own property or a fixed address. Therefore, marriage was a very convenient way to move her household registration. Xie Jingma's breath caught for a moment upon hearing her answer, although he was surprised that this was the reason she agreed to marry him. But soon, the corners of the man's thin lips slowly curled up, and a low, husky chuckle escaped his throat, his eyes crinkling as he gave a lazy, alluring smile. Okay, then we'll go get our marriage certificate today. And move your household registration out of the Yu family as soon as possible. This was exactly what Yu Zhiwan wanted. She nodded. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow and took her hand in his, naturally. Let's go to the Yu family to get your household register. I'll go with you. His action of holding her hand was so natural that Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It was as if she would never have to face the ordeals of the Yu family alone again. The man's hand was big and warm, completely enveloping hers. Yu Zhiwan vaguely felt as if the skin that was touching the man sent a current, a numbing warmth, and her fingertips couldn't help but curl up. After a few seconds, she came back to her senses and quickly stopped him. There's no need to go. I secretly brought the household register with me. The Yu family was determined to marry her off to Gu Chengfeng. How could she leave the household register at the Yu families with ease? After all, the Yu family had some power, and even if she wasn't present, they could use her household register or her ID card to sign some things for her behind her back. So when she was packing her luggage just now, she had packed all her ID cards and other documents. She even went to the study and took the household register as well. Upon hearing that, Xie Jingma's eyes darkened with a subtle chill. How deeply had the Yu family hurt her to make her so cautious? Xie Jingma couldn't help reaching out and ruffling her hair. Wan is very thoughtful, well done. Yu Zhiwan was suddenly touched on the head and blinked her eyes blankly. Maybe because she had always been belittled, disliked, and suppressed in the Yu family, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable when she heard Xie Jingma praising her like a child. Also, the name Wan. How could he call her so easily and naturally, as if he'd called it many times before? Maybe that was just the professional skill of a top-tier big boss, so adept at everything. Yu Zhiwan silently made a note of it in her heart, that she needed to learn from him. Xia adept at everything. Jingma glanced at Yu Zhiwan's suitcase, his tone hinting at a hint of grievance. Now that Wan Wan has agreed to marry me, surely you don't hate me anymore and don't want to live with me, right? Of course, Wan Wan and I aren't that familiar yet, and you agreed to marry me with reluctance, so it's fine if you don't want to live with me. I won't make things difficult for Wan Wan, really. Yu Zhiwan was startled and quickly shook her head. She knew the taste of being disliked and hated. No, it's not reluctance. She had already agreed to fulfill the marriage contract. So it was normal to live together, no need to be sentimental. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmo's eyes crinkled with a lazy smile, his lips curling slightly as he said, "Alright, it's almost noon, let's go home first, put your luggage away, and get our marriage certificate in the afternoon." Home. Does she still have a home? Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes trembled. Her eyes, sparkling with fragmented light, looked at the man. For some reason, she wanted to see the home he was talking about, and gently nodded her head. Okay. Tang Yi, on the side, watched with his eyes and heart, pretending he hadn't heard or seen CEO Si's green tea speech earlier. When Yu Zhiwan finished saying, okay, Tang Yi immediately stepped forward with excellent timing and took the initiative to help carry her luggage. But CEO Xia was a step ahead of him, easily picking up Miss Yu's suitcase and putting it in the trunk of the car. Tang Yi instantly understood. CEO Xia wanted to do everything personally, even with Miss Yu's luggage. On the road to Blue Creek Manor, Tang Yi drove, acting as CEO Xia's carrying little coat and competent assistant. He took the initiative to raise the partition. Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma sat in the back seat. To make communication easier, Yu Zhiwan suggested they save each other's phone numbers and add each other on WeChat. Yu Zhiwan thought that someone of Xie Jingma's status would have a cold or business-like profile picture. But after adding each other as friends, when she saw his profile picture, it was actually a pink, cute, and lovable cartoon rabbit. Ah, this. It doesn't match his style at all. Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. She could see that it was the kind of rabbit drawn with a brush. Moreover, the style wasn't quite mature. Did Xie Jingma draw it himself when he was in school? Yu Zhiwan looked at the pink rabbit, blinking her eyes in surprise. Maybe, pink was the color that tough men should use. Yu Zhiwan turned her head to look at Xie Jingma next to her, wanting to ask if he drew the little rabbit himself. But as soon as she turned her head, she saw Xie Jingma pin her WeChat to the top, making her his first contact. He had also changed her note, wife. Yu Zhiwan. Chapter 6, Madam, my lock screen password is 161027. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the man raised his head, not feeling embarrassed in the slightest. Instead, he slowly handed his phone over to her. Wan Wan doesn't need to stare at my phone all the time. I'm always open to my wife's checks. Yu Zhiwan choked, her eyes widening in shock. How did he jump to the conclusion about a checkup? She quickly waved her hand. No, I didn't want to check. I just think your note is a bit. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, twirling the phone between his slender fingers. He said calmly, you don't want to check my phone, but want to manage the note in my phone? Yu Zhiwan. The man's Adam's apple bobbed gently as he chuckled softly. I didn't expect my wife to be so nosy. Well, my phone's lock screen password is 161027. Yu Zhiwan? She really didn't want to check up on him. She didn't even want to manage his notes anymore. Xie Jingma turned off his phone, then turned it back on. The screen was in lock mode. He leisurely took Yu Zhiwan's hand and, guiding her index finger, clicked the numbers one by one, 161027. Sure enough, it unlocked. Yu Zhiwan's fingertips couldn't help but tremble, her pale ears turning a blush of shy pink. Xie Jingma didn't immediately let go of her hand. His index finger lightly scratched against her soft palm, a gesture that felt strangely affectionate. He lowered his head and chuckled, the lines from his brow bone to his jawline, all exuding sensuality. My grandfather has always hoped that I fulfill the marriage agreement with you and that I get along well with you. My grandparents are getting old now. Since we are going to get divorced after a year, then for now, we can pretend to be a loving couple, just pretend, to comfort the elders, is that okay? Yu Zhiwan blinked her eyes, suddenly recalling something. Xia Jingma didn't have parents. To be precise, Xia Jingma's parents had passed away when he was young. This was a rumor known to the outside world. But the exact circumstances of Xia Jingma's parents' deaths were unknown. For the Xia family, it seemed to be a topic that couldn't be mentioned, and all the Xia family members remained silent about it. There were busybodies who speculated in private that it might involve some kind of high society secrets. There were even rumors that Xia Jingma accidentally killed his parents, but those rumors were too ridiculous to be believed. Therefore, Xia Jingma was basically raised by his grandparents. It was only natural that he was so filial to his grandparents. Yu Zhiwan nodded. I understand. I will try to cooperate with you. Pretending to be loving and harmonious to make her grandparents happy wasn't difficult. Then, thank you first, madam, the man said with a smile in his eyes, lazy and alluring, using the title so naturally, without any hesitation. But Yu Zhiwan, feeling uneasy, raised her hand and touched her burning ears. Madam. She looked up and saw that the man was looking down at her phone, also slightly lifting his chin as if suggesting something. Yu Zhiwan was stunned for 2 seconds before she realized what he meant. No, I don't need to use a pet name for you, right? I don't think Grandpa and Grandma would look at my phone? The man tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. If you don't use a pet name, then should you use another? Or is it that I don't even get a note? Yu Zhiwan silently glanced at him. She first pinned his WeChat to the top, also placing him at the top of her contacts list. As for the note, husband was too mushy, she couldn't bring herself to call him that. Yu Zhiwan thought about it. Her long, slender, white fingers tapped on the screen, adding 2 characters for his note. Amo. Not unfamiliar, not too mushy, and a somewhat unique, intimate title. Xia Jingmo's eyebrows arched slightly, his eyes lit up with a light, lazy smile, sparkling like stars, mesmerizingly beautiful. He seemed quite satisfied. Only then did Yu Zhiwan have time to ask, by the way, did you draw the pink rabbit for your profile picture yourself? The man looked down at her, his dark gaze falling on her face, containing a somewhat ambiguous meaning. After quite a while, he slowly opened his thin lips, and softly replied, no. Yu Zhiwan said oh. So he didn't draw it himself. Then someone else must have drawn it. And his lock screen password, 161027, probably also had a meaning. But Yu Zhiwan didn't ask any more questions. She wasn't very curious, nor did she care too much about his private matters. Not long after, the car arrived at Blue Creek Manor. It was a manor villa with a garden and a courtyard. Yu Zhiwan realized rather belatedly that Xie Jingma's residence was very close to her school. From the villa gates, it would take less than 15 minutes to walk to her university. But, as far as Yu Zhiwan knew, the Xie Group's headquarters building was on Huaihai Road, which was quite far from here, a 40 to 50-minute drive. So, living here didn't seem very convenient for him to go to work. Xie Jingma got out of the car first and then went around to open the door for Yu Zhiwan, placing one hand on the door frame above to prevent her from accidentally bumping her head. See if you like this place. If you don't, we can move to another residence. Yu Zhiwan bent down and got out of the car. No need, this place is great. It just seems to be quite far from your company. Do you always live here? The man's posture was casual, and his tone even more nonchalant. Yes, I like the environment here. Yu Zhiwan immediately expressed her agreement. The environment here is really good, my school is right nearby. Xie Jingma's lips curled up. That's a coincidence, it's convenient for you to go to school at any time. After a pause, he said, slowly, I occasionally go to your school too. A look of astonishment appeared on Yu Zhiwan's face. She couldn't help but remember that she and Xie Jingma had attended the same high school, but not the same university. In high school, Xie Jingma was 1 year her senior. Many people thought that, given Xie Jingma's background and family, he would go abroad to further his education after graduating from high school. They didn't expect that he would choose a university in the country. And the university that Xie Jingma attended was the school that she had always admired and wanted to apply for. Unfortunately, the Yu family forced her to change her major and apply to another university. Fortunately, her university and Xie Jingma's university weren't far apart, separated by just one street. She was 1 year younger than Xie Jingma. Also, because she had taken a year off to care for Yu Shangxiang, when she became a freshman, Xie Jingma was already a junior. But Xie Jingma's name was like thunder to the ears. Even at the neighboring school, she had heard his name. At that time, Xie Jingma would often come to her school. At first, everyone thought he was here to date his girlfriend. Then, they heard that he had a good friend studying here, so he was here to see his friend. By the time Yu Zhiwan was a junior, Xie Jingma had already graduated. She once ran into Xie Jingma at her school, and she was surprised. Was he here to see his friend again? Hasn't his friend graduated yet? So, he still occasionally went to her school even now. Did he like her school that much? But, her school was indeed quite beautiful. She was studying design, fashion design, and could draw. She also often drew some fashion design drafts. Chapter 7, CEO Xie, the Scheming Green Tea. Just as Tang Yi drove the car into Blue Creek Manor, the butler, Uncle Fu, led the servants to greet them. It seemed Tang Yi had informed Uncle Fu beforehand, because Uncle Fu's attitude towards Yu Zhiwan was very respectful, completely like welcoming the mistress of the house. He greeted them with a beaming smile, "Sir, madam." Since they hadn't yet obtained their marriage certificate, Yu Zhiwan wasn't sure if she should accept this madam title. She instinctively looked at Xie Jingma, meeting his encouraging gaze that was filled with tenderness and laughter. Her heart inexplicably calmed down, and she nodded generously to Uncle Fu. Xie Jingma smiled and said to Uncle Fu, "Go ahead and get busy." Uncle Fu smiled kindly, leading the servants to their respective tasks. However, those servants' eyes couldn't help but glance at Yu Zhiwan from time to time. They had to admit, the madam was truly beautiful. Standing next to the sir, they were a perfect match made in heaven. Xie Jingma carried Yu Zhiwan's suitcase to the master bedroom on the second floor. Yu Zhiwan followed behind him, looking around. The villa's decor was mostly in cool tones, and there were no signs of any female items. It seemed no woman had ever been here before. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Xie Jingma put down the suitcase, crossed his arms, and leaned lazily against the doorframe. "Rest for a while, and I will have Uncle Fu prepare your daily necessities." "And what would you like for lunch?" "I'll have the kitchen prepare it." "Yu Zhiwan, anything is fine, I'm not picky." Xie Jingma saw that she was still so polite, drawing out his voice as he slowly asked, "Not picky about pineapples either? Then shall we have a pineapple banquet for lunch?" "Yu Zhiwan." The man chuckled, stood up straight, and slipped his hands into the pockets of his pants. His posture was incredibly noble and handsome as he laughed casually. "Madam, don't worry, from today onwards, such unpleasant things like pineapples won't appear in our home." "Yu Zhiwan." That was such a childish way to coax someone. What did pineapples do to deserve this? Looking at Xie Jingma's retreating back as he walked downstairs, Yu Zhiwan was still slightly out of it, her mind replaying his words, "Our home." Wait, did Xie Jingma know she was allergic to pineapples? Lunch was prepared quickly. In the dining room, Xie Jingma gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Yu Zhiwan. "See if you like the dishes." Yu Zhiwan sat down, and a look of surprise appeared in her clear eyes. "This is perfect. Everything is what I like to eat." The corners of the man's lips curved slightly as he casually said, "Then it seems 1-1 and I have the same tastes. We can eat our favorite dishes together in the future." Eat our favorite dishes together. Yu Zhiwan's nerves were gently tugged. Before the age of 16, she lived with her adoptive parents. They favored boys over girls, so only her younger brother received anything delicious or good. She never got any. After returning to the Yu family at the age of 16, the Yu family favored Yu Shangxiang. They only prepared dishes that Yu Shangxiang liked at the dining table, bought clothes that Yu Shangxiang liked, and even if they had the audacity to ask what she liked, the next day, it was still only things that Yu Shangxiang liked. Her ideas never mattered. Over time, when the Yu family pretended to ask her, she developed the habit of saying, "Anything is fine, I'm okay with anything." Now, hearing Xie Jingma say that they could eat their favorite dishes together in the future, it wasn't a particularly big deal, and she had saved up enough money now to buy the things she liked. But for some reason, hearing Xie Jingma say this made her heart well with emotion. She wanted to say to her younger self, You are no longer being ignored. You no longer have to read people's faces. There is someone who will prepare things that you like for you now. Xie Jingma saw that she was quietly eating her meal, and used his serving chopsticks to place a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs on her plate. Try this. Thank you. Yu Zhiwan raised her head and suddenly thought of something. She carefully looked at the dishes on the table. Many of them were sweet and sour dishes. But didn't Xie Jingma hate to eat such things? She had been in the same high school as Xie Jingma. Once, when she was eating in the cafeteria, she had bumped into Xie Jingma and had just happened to see him frowning and pushing a plate of tomato chicken wings in front of his friend. His friend had grinned, "I love chicken wings. It's all mine now. It's because our brother Xie doesn't like sweet and sour dishes." Now, he liked them again? Seeing Yu Zhiwan's confused gaze, Xie Jingma lazily raised his eyebrow. What? Do you see pork ribs you love on my face? Yu Zhiwan, no. Maybe it was true that boys changed as they got older, and their taste changed as well. After lunch, Yu Zhiwan went to the bathroom. Xie Jingma sat on the sofa in the living room, and Uncle Fu ran over with a beaming smile. Sir, should we prepare the living necessities just for Madam, or should we change all your and Madam's living necessities into couple sets? Like this one in the picture. Uncle Fu held an iPad, showing a picture to Xie Jingma. It was a blue and pink couple's toothbrush cup. Xie Jingma glanced at it casually, his tone lazy. Do you need to ask about such things? Of course, they have to be a couple set. Okay. Uncle Fu had a smile on his face that made his wrinkles crinkle up, he was so happy. Therefore, when Yu Zhiwan returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, barely having had time to drink her tea, she saw Uncle Fu directing the servants and staff from some brand stores, who brought in all kinds of women's clothes, bags, and shoes. It looked like they could fill the entire walk-in closet on the second floor. Yu Zhiwan was stunned. Before she could say anything, she saw more staff carrying all kinds of pajamas. The main thing was that they were actually large and small couple sets. And also slippers, bathrobes, toothbrush cups, and other daily necessities, all of them were couples items. Some were also in blue and pink color couple sets. It was blindingly over the top. Yu Zhiwan's brow twitched. She turned to Xie Jingma. This. Xie Jingma's eyelashes lowered slightly, and he picked up his teacup and took a sip before calmly saying, Uncle Fu is taking liberties. Just let him be. Yu Zhiwan. She didn't expect that Uncle Fu was so trendy even though he was so old. The weather had been overcast all day. Finally, with a few claps of thunder, the rain began. It wasn't until around 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the rain began to gradually stop. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xie Jingma drove, while Yu Zhiwan sat in the passenger seat. She was distractedly thinking that getting her marriage certificate also had to coincide with a rainy day, and the bad weather. She wondered if it was a bad omen. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before getting out of the car, Yu Zhiwan's phone rang. The caller ID showed, Yu Xiaozi. Yu Zhiwan's eyes turned cold. She directly hung up. He furiously sent a text message. Yu Zhiwan. You've got some nerve now, daring to hang up on my call? I'm warning you, Gu Chengfeng is at the Yu family right now. You better hurry and roll back here obediently. Apologize to Gu Chengfeng, continue to date him, and marry him. A hint of mockery appeared on Yu Zhiwan's face. People like Yu Xiaozi didn't deserve to be her older brother. Yu Zhiwan didn't bother with him and just blocked Yu Xiaozi. Then she blocked all the members of the Yu family and Gu Chengfeng, so she wouldn't be bothered by them again. Xie Jingma went to the passenger seat and opened the door for Yu Zhiwan. Catching the caller ID on her phone, his brows immediately furrowed in anger. However, before he could say anything, Yu Zhiwan turned off her phone. Let's go, it's just unimportant people, don't pay them any mind and don't delay us getting our marriage certificate. Looking at the girl's refined and beautiful face, Xie Jingma raised his eyebrow slightly and reached out his right hand to her. His fingers were long, his knuckles prominent, with a pure white jade-like color, as flawless as a work of art. Yu Zhiwan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She pursed her red lips and put her hand into his palm. The rain had stopped. Xie Jingma held Yu Zhiwan's hand as they walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 8, Happy Marriage, Mrs. Xie. After filling out the relevant forms and receiving the red booklet stamped with the official seal, Yu Zhiwan felt a little disoriented. She was really married. Her marriage partner was Xie Jingma, the man who she had always thought she would never have anything to do with. However, now that they were married, Yu Zhiwan didn't have time to lament her lost single life. She had a more important task. That was to move her household registration from the Yu family as soon as possible. She never wanted to have any connection with the Yu family again. When they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sky had actually cleared up, and there was even a rainbow in the distance after the rain. Yu Zhiwan's eyes lit up. She was looking at it in surprise, when Xie Jingma bought a bouquet of roses from a vendor nearby and gave it to her. The man was handsome and noble. His eyes were filled with a lazy smile. The rainbow was behind him, brilliant and bright. Yu Zhiwan suddenly remembered a line, "A beautiful person is like a rainbow, only when you encounter them will you know they exist." Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow and pushed the roses closer to her, his voice low and sexy. "Happy marriage, Mrs. Xie." At the same time, in the Yu family's living room, Yu Shaozi was so angry that his face turned from white to red. That dead girl Yu Zhiwan. She's really grown some nerve now. She even dared to block me. Yu Shangxiang said sweetly, "Second brother, don't be angry, maybe sister is just using this tactic to get your attention, so that you'll pay more attention to her." She then looked at Yu Shochi, "Big brother, quickly call sister, and coax her properly." Yu Shochi took out his phone with a blank expression. Coax her? Does she deserve it? She runs away from home, and she blocks people. I want to see what other tricks she has. But when he made the call, he had also been blocked. Yu Shochi was stunned, his face looking terrible. He had never been snubbed by Yu Zhiwan before, this was the first time. Yu Zhiwan, she. Yu Shochi suddenly had a bad feeling. He took Yu Xiangxiang's phone, Yu Changda's phone, and Tao Shuqin's phone, and called Yu Zhiwan one by one. As expected, they had all been blocked. Tao Shuqin was so angry that her heart ached, this unfilial daughter, she even blocked her own birth mother's phone. How can she be so heartless? Yu Shaozi looked at Gu Chengfeng. Try calling Yu Zhiwan with your phone. Gu Chengfeng snorted lightly and said confidently, "No need to call. She definitely won't block me. Yu Zhiwan likes me so much, she turned down other suitors and only agreed to be with me. She definitely wouldn't be willing to block me." The living room suddenly fell silent for a moment. Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin looked at each other, and Yu Shochi and Yu Shaozi looked at each other, all of them remaining silent. They didn't tell Gu Chengfeng the truth. Yu Zhiwan had only agreed to be with Gu Chengfeng under their pressure. Yu Shochi thought for a moment and then said, "Dad, Mom, Shangxiang is grown up now. She's at the perfect age, and she should fulfill the marriage agreement with Xie Jingma." Yu Changda nodded. "That's right. I'll visit Elder Xie in the next few days to discuss putting Shangxiang and Jingma's wedding on the schedule. At least, they should get engaged first." Yu Xiangxiang's face instantly turned red with shyness, and she hid into Tao Shuqin's arms, shyly. Yu Shaozi joked with a smile, "Xiangxiang, don't be shy. Second brother is waiting to eat the candy at your wedding with Xie Jingma." Gu Chengfeng was too lazy to watch Yu Xiangxiang's pretentious behavior and stood up from the sofa. "Then what about Yu Zhiwan? Is she going to marry me or not?" Initially, he was just playing around with Yu Zhiwan. But today, Yu Zhiwan took the initiative to break up, which made him reevaluate her. He discovered that he didn't just want to play around, he wanted to keep dating her. He admitted that Yu Zhiwan had successfully piqued his interest. It was no wonder that he got bored of his other girlfriends in less than a week, but with Yu Zhiwan, he had been dating for 3 weeks and still wanted to continue. Anyway, marriage between families was normal in their circle. Since he had to marry someone, he might as well choose someone he was interested in. Besides, Yu Zhiwan was pretty enough, easy to control, and loved him so much that it had gone to her head. She was a good candidate for marriage. Yu Shaozi was incredibly confident. "Don't worry, Yu Zhiwan won't run away. Sooner or later, she will obediently come back and bow down and apologize." At worst, the household register was in the study upstairs. Even if Yu Zhiwan was unwilling, with the Yu family's power, they could obtain Yu Zhiwan and Gu Chengfeng's marriage certificate. By then, what's done is done. Even if Yu Zhiwan didn't want to get married, she would have to. And Shang Xiang, when she married Xie Jingma and became the coveted young mistress of the Xie family, then the Yu family would be climbing up the highest branch, and their status would also rise. After Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma obtained their marriage certificate, they went to get the household registration transferred. According to procedure, Yu Zhiwan's household registration would be moved out of the Yu family in about a week. After it was transferred, she would have a new household registration, on the same household register as Xie Jingma. There was only 1 week left. In 1 more week, she would be completely free from the Yu family. Back at Blue Creek Manor, Yu Zhiwan was still holding the bouquet of roses that Xie Jingma had given her outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. This was the first time Xie Jingma had given her flowers, and it was on the day they obtained their marriage certificate. It was meaningful, so throwing them away was definitely inappropriate. Just leaving them there also didn't seem right. Yu Zhiwan asked Uncle Fu to find a vase and planned to put the flowers in the vase. Xie Jingma smiled and sat down on the sofa next to her. He casually rested one arm on the sofa armrest. His wrist bone was prominent, and the faint blue veins on his fair arms showed his masculine strength. He stared unblinkingly at Yu Zhiwan. When he saw that she had finished with the flowers, he suddenly opened his mouth lazily. "We've gotten our marriage certificate, right?" Yu Zhiwan looked up at him, puzzled. "Yes, unless you've lost your memory?" The man lowered his eyes and chuckled. His eyelashes were incredibly long. Yu Zhiwan didn't understand why he was asking this. Then, she saw the man suddenly lean closer and raised his phone, opening the selfie mode. "Yu Zhiwan?" The man looked at her refined and fair face, and said lazily, "Come on, smile." He suddenly leaned so close, almost touching her face. When he spoke, his hot and ambiguous breath landed on her cheek. And also, the unique, pleasant, woody scent on his body invaded her nose. Yu Zhiwan's heart tightened slightly. She subconsciously did as she was told and smiled at the camera. With a click, a photo was taken. In the photo, the girl was looking at the camera. Her skin was white and glowing, the corners of her cherry red lips were curved up into a smile, and her eyebrows were clear and beautiful. The man, on the other hand, wasn't looking at the camera. He was only looking at her, lazily curving his lips. His amorous eyes were languid and alluring. The feelings flowed, and it was undeniably ambiguous. After taking the photo, Yu Zhiwan saw that the man, without any qualms, set the photo as his phone's wallpaper and lock screen. Yu Zhiwan. So this was all about pretending to be in love, so that when her grandparents see the wallpaper, they'll think they get along well. The way he looked at her when they took the picture was so affectionate, she had almost believed it was real. Those amorous eyes of his, even when he looks at a dog, look affectionate. Xie Jingma finished setting the wallpaper and the lock screen. As he was about to put down his phone, he received a message from his best friend. "Xiaoyi Chen, bro mo? Xiaoyi Chen, master mo? Xiaoyi Chen, where are you? What are you busy with?" Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, and his fingers slowly tapped on his phone. "How did you know I was busy getting my marriage certificate?" "Xiaoyi Chen? Xiaoyi Chen, holy crap, what's that supposed to mean?" Xie Jingma continued to type slowly. "Alright, stop rushing me, I'll show you my marriage certificate with Yu Zhiwan. Xiaoyi Chen? Xiaoyi Chen, wait, did you really get the marriage certificate, holy sh*t? Xiaoyi Chen, with Yu Zhiwan?" After they had just gotten their marriage certificate, both marriage certificates were put in Yu Zhiwan's bag. Xie Jingma turned his head to look at her, his expression calm. "Madam, give me the marriage certificate." Yu Zhiwan reached for her bag and asked casually, "What for?" "Xie Jingma, someone keeps bothering me to see my marriage certificate with you." Yu Zhiwan. Her eyes, sparkling with light, blinked as she took out the 2 marriage certificates and handed them to him, puzzled. Why would such a person exist? Xie Jingma said innocently, "Yeah, why would such a person exist?" He took them and opened up both marriage certificates, putting the inner pages together to take a picture. He sent the photo to Xiaoyi Chen. "Xiaoyi Chen, holy crap, holy crap. You really got the marriage certificate. Xiaoichen, what happened? How did you get the marriage certificate all of a sudden? Xiaoichen, Yu Zhiwan actually agreed to marry you? Did you deceive her or scam her? It has to be. Yu Zhiwan must have been lured by you. Xia Jingma typed lazily. Don't go around saying Yu Zhiwan, but call her sister-in-law from now on. Xiaoichen, go ahead and show off. Chapter 9, Wearing the Marriage Certificate Around His Neck. Xia Jingma looked at Xiaoichen's comment, go ahead and show off, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He then sent the photo to the family group chat. The group message instantly exploded. Grandpa Xie? Grandpa Xie, this photo, you didn't Photoshop it to fool me, did you? Xia Jingma, alright then, just don't believe it. Grandpa Xie, believe. Grandpa Xie, old Fu just told me you brought my granddaughter-in-law back to Blue Creek Manor, and I was still a bit skeptical, now, I'm sure of it. Grandma Xie, old man, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and buy plane tickets, we are going back to China now, I can't wait to see my precious granddaughter-in-law. Grandma Xie, I don't care about my grandson. Grandpa Xie, me neither. Cousin Xie Yuntang, what did I see? Bro, are you finally married off? Cousin Xie Yuntang, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Cousin Xie Yunzhou, wow. I've long admired my sister-in-law's name. Bro, you've made a good catch. Cousin Xie Yunzhou, wishing you and sister-in-law a happy marriage and eternal happiness. Xie Jingma's eyebrows twitched slightly at the phrase eternal happiness. He sent several red envelopes to the group. Then, he exited the group chat, put the marriage certificates together, and took a picture of the red cover. He then sent it to his friend circle. Married. The comments exploded again quickly. Xiaoichen commented, no way, you're posting on social media, but what's up with your profile cover? Almost blinded my eyes. Xia Yunzhou, I went to look at it. My brother has set his and his sister-in-law's marriage certificate as his social media cover. 2 red covers, so blinding. Xiaoichen, at Jinan, come and see, worthy of our master Mo, why doesn't he just hang the marriage certificate around his neck? Jinan, shut up, don't remind him, he can actually do that. Xia Jingma. Was he crazy, to hang the marriage certificate around his neck? If he had to hang it, it would be on his forehead. Xie Jingma was too lazy to pay attention to them. He put down his phone and rested his head on his hand, watching his wife arranging flowers. His wife arranging flowers was more pleasing to the eye. Yu Zhiwan arranged the flowers in the vase. When she looked up, she met the man's deep and tender gaze. She didn't know how long he had been staring at her. Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly averted her gaze. Feeling it was inappropriate, she looked back at him. Why are you looking at me? Xie Jingma chuckled, his Adam's apple bobbing as a sexy laugh escaped his throat. It was as if he was teasing her. Because you're cute. Yu Zhiwan? The man rested his head on his hand, his eyes filled with a light smile, his voice lazy. First time getting married, it feels novel. Is it not okay to want to take a better look at my wife? Yu Zhiwan, it's fine. You'll have experience the next time you get married. Xie Jingma? Yu Zhiwan thought for a moment, actually, if you say that, it's my first time getting married too. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow slightly, staring at her for a few seconds. He suddenly tilted his head, a smile curving his lips as he slowly said. Then you can take a better look at your husband too. I'll let you. Yu Zhiwan. That's unnecessary. She remembered that she hadn't unpacked her suitcase yet, and went to the master bedroom on the second floor. As she took out her clothes, Yu Zhiwan suddenly realized a problem. This was the master bedroom, so at night, would she sleep with Xie Jingma? At the same time, downstairs in the living room, Xie Jingma called Uncle Fu over and said calmly, the beds in the guest rooms, aren't they broken? They all should be replaced. Uncle Fu was bewildered. No, they are all fine. Xie Jingma leisurely picked up his teacup and took a sip. Not broken? Uncle Fu was confused for 2 seconds, before suddenly reacting. Oh. Broken. They are all broken, no one can sleep in them. They must be moved out. I'll arrange it right away. In the master bedroom on the second floor. Yu Zhiwan was unpacking her suitcase when she suddenly heard some noise outside. She suspiciously opened her door and saw servants carrying beds out of the guest room. They were busy. And it wasn't just one bed. Beds from several guest rooms were being carried out. Yu Zhiwan scratched her head in confusion. What was going on? Seeing Xie Jingma coming over, she asked curiously, "What's going on? Were the beds all broken?" Xie Jingma nodded without batting an eye. The guest rooms are usually not used, so the furniture is old, it needs to be replaced. Yu Zhiwan, oh, I see. Xie Jingma, don't worry, the bed in the master bedroom is fine. We can sleep on it tonight. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiwan looked at him with a strange expression. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow slightly. What's wrong? Yu Zhiwan pursed her lips, her tone a little hesitant and a little self-doubting. I can tell that you seem to hate the Yu family very much, so for me, sleeping in the same room as me, won't you feel awkward? Xie Jingma frowned, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He pulled Yu Zhiwan back to the bedroom, making her look him directly in the eye. He looked at her pure eyes, his voice low, his focus was deeper and more serious than ever before. Yu Zhiwan, I hate the Yu family because I can't stand them bullying you. I have never hated you in the slightest. And, Yu Zhiwan, don't doubt yourself. You are good, very, very good. Irreplaceably good. Yu Zhiwan was stunned, looking dazedly at the man in front of her. In the past, in the Yu family, her birth parents and birth brothers, the things that they said most to her were, Yu Zhiwan, you're not good enough here, and you're not good enough there, you'll never be as good as Yu Shangxiang. She had worked hard to study and meet their demands, yet all she got in return were their critical eyes. But now, Xie Jingma, this man of illustrious birth and more precious than anyone, was saying to her, you are good, very, very good. Yu Zhiwan's fine eyelashes fluttered, tears welling up in her eyes, and her nose couldn't help but feel a little sore. Thank you so much. Everyone in the outside world said that Xie Jingma was not easy to mess with. Why did she feel he was very easy to get along with, and so good at comforting people? He was quite kind too. He was a good person. Because the furniture in the guest rooms were all old and the beds were all carried out, Yu Zhiwan ended up staying in the master bedroom. After dinner, Xie Jingma had urgent work and went to the study to take care of it. Yu Zhiwan went back to the bedroom first, and seeing the big bed in the middle, her eyelids suddenly twitched. She had forgotten to ask, how exactly was she going to sleep with Xie Jingma? Chapter 10, Please, don't ignore me. Yu Zhiwan stared at the bed, letting her thoughts wander for a few seconds when suddenly, her phone rang. It was her advisor calling. Yu Zhiwan studied fashion design, and teacher Liang Yulan had been her mentor since freshman year. Teacher Liang, hello. Zhiwan, good news. Liang Yulan was very excited. The Jinhua Fashion Design Competition has started accepting applications. Make sure to sign up and try to bring back a trophy. Yu Zhiwan's eyes lit up. Teacher Liang, when does the registration start? Liang Yulan, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. By the way, Zhiwan, you should still use the alias Wan Yan to participate in the competition. The teacher believes that with your design talent, the chances of winning an award are very high. As she spoke, Liang Yulan sighed. She was Yu Zhiwan's teacher, and she had recognized Yu Zhiwan's design talent and ability very early on. She was stronger than many professional designers. She had asked Yu Zhiwan, and learned that Yu Zhiwan had started learning design by herself since high school. In the second half of her freshman year, there was a newcomer fashion design competition, and she had told Yu Zhiwan that she must participate, regardless of whether she won an award or not, it would be a good experience. But the Yu family didn't agree. Because the Yu family's fake daughter, Yu Shangxiang, also studied fashion design, the Yu family was afraid that Yu Zhiwan would steal Yu Xianxian's place. They didn't agree to let Yu Zhiwan participate, and also manipulated Yu Zhiwan by saying that they were afraid she would be sad if she lost the competition. Liang Yulan couldn't bear to see such a good talent go to waste, so she came up with the idea of letting Yu Zhiwan participate under the alias Wan Yan. During the competition, Yu Zhiwan would only stay in the backstage to guide the models on how to display the clothes. She didn't publicly show her face, nor was she seen by the Yu family. In the end, as expected, Yu Zhiwan's design won the newcomer competition, while Yu Shangxiang only got third place. During the award ceremony, Liang Yulan went on stage to accept the award in her place, saying that Wang Yan was a friend's daughter. Afterwards, the Starlight Design Competition was a higher-level event, where designers from all over the country came to participate. Liang Yulan had Yu Zhiwan participate under the name Wang Yan. In the end, Yu Zhiwan surprised everyone with her Chinese-style dress design, winning first place and making a name for herself. Of course, when accepting the award, Liang Yulan still helped her accept it. And Wang Yan, an excellent designer with outstanding talent, had never shown her face publicly. Such a mysterious and talented designer had become increasingly popular, and her fame in the industry was well known. Many people wanted to see Wang Yan's true face. Liang Yulan, thinking of the past, encouraged her kindly. Zhiwan, Jinhua is the highest-level fashion design competition in the country. Experts from everywhere will gather, and the competition will be brutal, but the teacher believes that with your strength, there is a high possibility you can win an award. Good luck. Yu Zhiwan smiled. Thank you, Teacher Liang, I will do my best. At the same time, at the Yu family, Yu Shochi was sitting on the sofa, his expression serious as he held his phone, politely and respectfully sending a message. Teacher Wang Yan, are you there? Teacher Wang Yan, you haven't replied to me recently. Have you really decided to no longer work with the Yu family? Or did we do something wrong to make you unhappy? If we did something wrong, we will immediately apologize to you. We hope you can forgive us. After Yu Shochi sent the messages, he still didn't receive any replies. He rubbed his tired forehead. Yu's main business was a high-end clothing brand. He naturally had some understanding of fashion design. During the newcomer competition, he had originally hoped that Shangxiang would win first place. He didn't expect that a Wang Yan would suddenly appear out of nowhere. He could tell at first glance that Wang Yan's design was just too outstanding. Not only was it several levels higher than Shangxiang's, but it was even better than many professional designers. At that time, the Yu family's clothing brand was in a slump. Without good designs, their business had gotten worse. Shangxiang had wanted to help, but her designs were too immature. Yu Zhiwan had also offered to help the family, but Yu Shochi had scoffed and didn't even bother looking at her. She was really too conceited. Even Shangxiang couldn't help the family, so how could she possibly help? She would just cause trouble. In the end, Yu Shochi had no choice but to find Wang Yan's social media account. He sent Wang Yan a private message, explaining his intention to cooperate with her. He didn't expect that Wang Yan would agree so readily. Later, Wang Yan won the Starlight Design Competition with a Chinese-style design, and her popularity had grown more and more. More big brands were looking to collaborate with her. However, Wang Yan only worked with the Yu family and designed only for Yus. Those high society ladies and some female celebrities who liked Wang Yan's designs also bought Yu's clothes. This was how the Yu's clothing brand gradually revived, and the Yu family had grown along with it. It could be said that the Yu's clothing brand had been saved by Wang Yan alone. Wang Yan had brought great benefits to Yu's. Saying that Wang Yan was the pillar of support for Yu's clothing brand wouldn't be an exaggeration. But 3 weeks ago, for some reason, Wang Yan had suddenly decided to no longer work with Yu's. Because Wang Yan had never shown herself publicly, Yu Shochi could only contact Wang Yan through social media. He had sent many messages asking for the reason, but Wang Yan had not replied to a single one. Yu Shochi frowned deeply. What exactly was going on? Could it be that they had offended Wang Yan in some way? But they had never even met Wang Yan, how could they have offended her? If Wang Yan left Yu's, those socialites who came for Wang Yan would definitely leave, no longer buying clothes from Yu's. And these socialites were all important clients. At this time, Yu Shangxiang came over with her phone, looking aggrieved and sad. Big brother, I just sent a message to sister's WeChat account, and I found out that not only did sister block our calls, she blocked us on WeChat as well. Yu Shochi frowned in annoyance. Shangxiang, big brother knows that you value your sisterhood, but you shouldn't lower yourself and contact Yu Zhiwan again, she doesn't deserve it. She can't even compare to one of your fingers, and she's not worth you being sad over. Yu Shangxiang, hearing Yu Shouqi praise her like this, blushed with shyness. Big brother, I know you feel sorry for me, and I know that sister is no match for me. But sister is a girl, and she just left home. She doesn't even have a place to live outside. I'm worried about her. Okay, Shangxiang. Yu Shouqi cut her off. I still have official business to attend to. I don't have time to deal with Yu Zhiwan. I'm annoyed just hearing you. Zhiwan's name now. It was her who wanted to leave home, so even if something happens to her outside, she'll only have herself to blame. Yu Shouqi finished speaking coldly, and coaxed Yu Shangxiang to go back to sleep. He then continued to send messages to Wan Yan. Teacher Wan Yan, please reply to me. If I did something wrong, please tell me, and I'll fix it immediately. I'm just asking that you don't ignore me. I need you very much, and the Yu family needs you too. Blue Creek Manor. Yu Zhiwan looked at the messages on social media. If it had been before, she would have felt heartache for this big brother if she had seen Yu Shouqi act like this. Then she would try her best to help the family and work hard for the Yu family. But now, Yu Zhiwan put down her phone. Her exquisite face was filled with indifference. She didn't want to give Yu Shouqi even a single glance. Whether the Yu family was prosperous or declining, whether they lived or died, had nothing to do with her. Yu Zhiwan gathered her clothes and prepared to go take a shower. Just at that moment, the bedroom door opened. Xie Jingma had returned from the study. Yu Zhiwan looked at the man's exquisite face, thought for a moment, and couldn't resist asking, how are we going to sleep later? Xie Jingma glanced at the change of clothes in her arms, slightly raising an eyebrow, and lazily stretched out his voice. Of course it's, after we take a shower, we'll sleep together. Yu Zhiwan. Chapter 11, Washing Wifey's Little Clothes. Yu Zhiwan showered first, then told Xie Jingma to go in. She sat on the edge of the bed, picking up a book from the nearby table. Her gaze fell on the pages, but she couldn't concentrate on a single word. She glanced towards the bathroom, listening to the faint sound of running water. A frown creased her brow. When she was showering, had Xie Jingma been sitting outside, hearing everything just as clearly? Soon, the water stopped. The man emerged from the bathroom, a white towel held in his well-defined hands, casually drying his hair. Yu Zhiwan looked up, her heart skipping a beat. His pajamas. They were a matching set with hers. Xie Jingma had mentioned before that Uncle Fu had taken it upon himself to prepare a couple's set, one large and one small. This was the first time Yu Zhiwan had ever worn matching clothes with someone. She stared at them for a few moments with a sense of novelty. Then, she suddenly realized that the dark gray silk pajamas Xie Jingma was wearing seemed to accentuate his physique a little too much. The pajamas were loose-fitting, but as he moved, drying his hair, the silk fabric naturally clung to his body, outlining the contours of his toned abs. Because he had his arms raised, the fabric on his waist had ridden up, revealing a strip of his lean and powerful waistline, radiating explosive strength. He looked so capable. He was absolutely alluring and seductive, as if he were trying to tempt her. Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes fluttered nervously as she quickly averted her gaze, burying herself back in her book. As a fashion design student, she naturally had a basic understanding of human anatomy. Her mind couldn't help but replay what she'd seen. His abs and waistline were just too perfect. She wondered what they would feel like to touch. Xie Jingma, while drying his hair, glanced at her. Seeing that she had her head down in her book and wasn't looking at him, he casually put the towel down, letting his hair be. It was almost dry anyway. He turned around and went back into the bathroom. Yu Zhiwan absent-mindedly skimmed the pages of her book. Suddenly, she remembered that she had been in the shower first, and to not hold Xie Jingma up, she had put her clothes in the hamper, and they still needed washing. Yu Zhiwan got up and went into the bathroom, where she found Xie Jingma, tall and long-limbed, standing in front of the sink. The tap was running, and he was washing clothes. The lace fabric twisted and turned between the man's well-defined fingers. Yu Zhiwan recognized what he was washing, and her ears flushed crimson. What are you doing? Why was he washing her underwear? Perhaps her reaction was too strong, as the man stopped moving and turned to her, a rare hint of confusion in his expression, as if he'd been scolded by his wife. What's wrong? Yu Zhiwan was dumbfounded. What are you doing? He replied, completely matter-of-fact, washing clothes. Yu Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan took a deep breath. Why are you washing my clothes? Xie Jingma looked down at the small white fabric in his hand, understanding her reaction from earlier. He suddenly raised an eyebrow, watching her blushing ears. His voice was calm and unhurried. That's how my parents did it. My mother's clothes, my father always washed. Yu Zhiwan blinked. His parents seemed very loving? No, that wasn't the point right now. Yu Zhiwan took a step forward, her fair cheeks flushed pink, her moist eyes, clouded with shyness, looked at him. We don't have to do that. You don't have to wash them for me. I can do it myself. With that, she snatched her little panties from Xie Jingma's hand. Even though they had gotten their marriage certificate, they weren't exactly dating. Him hand-washing her underwear. It was just too embarrassing. Xie Jingma, pushed back by her, narrowed his phoenix eyes slightly. He pressed his tongue against his cheek, his gaze fixed on her. Yu Zhiwan had no time to pay him any attention. Because she realized that her bra had already been washed by Xie Jingma and hung up to dry, and he had also washed half of her panties. Her ears flushed again. She quickly washed the other half. After finishing, she turned around and saw Xie Jingma still standing beside her, the man tall and lean, leaning against the wall, his eyes lowered and his expression calm as he watched her. And his long, slender, pale fingers still bore traces of the white foam from washing her clothes. Yu Zhiwan was inescapably reminded of how he had been rubbing and washing her panties just now. Her pupils constricted as she grabbed his hands and put them under the running tap. What are you waiting for? Quickly rinse your hands. Yu Zhiwan held the man's hands, carefully washing them, from the gaps between his fingers to the back of his hands, as if she was destroying evidence, rinsing away all the foam. Xie Jingma was stunned. Feeling the girl's soft, boneless hands gliding between his fingers, as if they were intertwined, a slow smile curved his lips. He stood obediently, letting her wash him, his voice filled with amusement. Thank you for washing my hands, madam. And doing such a thorough job of it. He watched the girl's fair, delicate profile, his gaze falling on her blushing ears. Rest assured, madam. When I was washing your underwear earlier, I washed them very carefully, very cleanly. Every part was thoroughly rubbed. When Yu Zhiwan heard that, she nearly tripped. She was trying to forget about it. Yu Zhiwan's cheeks were burning. She took a deep breath, raising her gaze to meet his. Xie Jingma, I don't think you washed them badly. I just feel like this is too embarrassing. It's mortifying. The man was silent for a few seconds, then said lazily, Oh, I see. Yu Zhiwan, ? He understood? What did he understand? Even after she was in bed, Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but think that he probably wouldn't take the initiative to wash her underwear again. The rustling sounds beside her came from Xie Jingma getting into bed. Yu Zhiwan's body suddenly tensed. The man's clean, woody scent permeated the air, wrapping around her, forcing her to absorb his presence. Yu Zhiwan closed her eyes, still feeling a dark, burning gaze on her. Her fingers curled up instinctively. However, the man only said slowly, "Good night," before turning off the lamp on his side. There was no crossing of boundaries. Yu Zhiwan's slightly tensed body relaxed. This was the first time she had slept in the same bed with a grown man. She thought she wouldn't be able to get used to it and would be unable to fall asleep. Maybe it was because so much had happened today, or maybe it was because the man next to her made her feel so secure, but she drifted off to sleep soon after lying down. In the darkness, the man opened his eyes, turning his head to look at the girl next to him, her breathing soft and shallow. He sighed almost imperceptibly, reaching out to gently pull her into his embrace. His forehead lightly nuzzled her neck. But the next second, he looked down, his gaze shifting to his lower body. His brow furrowed with annoyance. He released the girl in his arms slightly. His lower body moved a little further away from her. The next morning, Yu Zhiwan slept soundly through the night, waking up to find that the man was gone. Had Xie Jingma gotten up so early? She yawned and got up to wash her face. She bumped into Xie Jingma coming out of the bathroom, his hair a little damp as if he had just showered. Good morning, madam. The man's lips curved into a smile, his deep, magnetic voice a little husky, sounding even more sexy and alluring than usual. Yu Zhiwan was still a bit sleepy and mumbled, "Morning." But the moment she stepped into the bathroom, her mind instantly cleared. The icy air that hit her face. He had actually taken a cold shower in the morning? Did he not feel cold? His body was truly in great shape. Yu Zhiwan went to the sink, still marveling, and noticed the matching couple's toiletries. Her eye twitched slightly as she picked up her cup to brush her teeth. Throughout the whole process, Xie Jingma leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, casually watching her. When Yu Zhiwan finished, he walked over and took her hand. Yu Zhiwan paused for a moment, then felt a cool metal touch on her ring finger. Chapter 12, the ring was engraved with 2 letters, MW. Looking down, she saw an exquisitely crafted simple ring. Yu Zhiwan raised her eyes, bewildered, to look at the man. This is. The warm bathroom light illuminated the man's flawless face, casting a shadow over his high-nose bridge, making his features appear all the more handsome and seductive, like a captivating and otherworldly demon. His bewitching phoenix eyes held a lazy smile, as if hiding endless affection. "Now that we're married, we can't not have a wedding ring. Yesterday, we got our marriage certificate too abruptly. The real wedding rings are still being made. For now, please make do with this simple ring. Forgive me for making Madame uncomfortable for a few days." Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes trembled slightly. She wanted to say that she didn't feel uncomfortable and that she didn't need to wear a ring. After all, they were getting a divorce in a year anyway. But she had a more pressing question at the moment. "How did you know my ring size?" The ring she was wearing fit her perfectly, not too big and not too small. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, his voice casual and nonchalant. "Oh, that? I measured your finger while you were sleeping last night." Yu Zhiwan, ? Seeing her wide eyes, Xie Jingma's eyebrow went higher, and he said lazily. "And I also measured the circumference of your neck while you were asleep yesterday." Yu Zhiwan? A chill went down her spine, and she raised a hand to touch her neck. He wouldn't have taken a piece of string and measured her neck while she was asleep, would he? Yu Zhiwan felt even colder. "What else did you do? How could she have slept so soundly?" Xie Jingma's phoenix eyes were filled with amusement. He said slowly. "I also measured your waist, and also." His voice trailed off, his gaze slowly moving upwards to her chest. "Yu Zhiwan?" Yu Zhiwan instantly exploded, rushing forward to cover his eyes. "Where are you looking? What are you measuring while you're not sleeping?" The man couldn't help it anymore. His sexy Adam's apple bobbed as he let out a low laugh, the sound resonating in his chest. The corners of his eyes and eyebrows relaxed and filled with pleasure. He pulled Yu Zhiwan's hand from his eyes, affectionately ruffling her hair. His phoenix eyes were filled with a lazy smile. "Just teasing you, I didn't measure anything weird. If Wanwan doesn't allow it, how could I dare? I only measured the size of your finger, be good." "Yu Zhiwan," he said, "be good?" Yu Zhiwan was not good. She huffed and glared at him, before walking out of the bathroom. Xie Jingma, after being glared at by his wife, leisurely curled his lips into a smile. Looking at the girl's vivid, spirited appearance, she was finally no longer as polite to him as she was to a stranger. Progress. After Xie Jingma left the bedroom, Yu Zhiwan took off the ring on her ring finger, curiously examining it. Suddenly, she noticed 2 letters engraved on the inner circle of the ring. MW. What did it mean? The initials of Mo1? Yu Zhiwan frowned, thinking of a close online friend of hers, whose Weibo name was, to MW. She also had the letters MW. What a coincidence! Yu Zhiwan ran to her bedside table and picked up her phone. She had 2 Weibo accounts. Her main account, Wan Yan, was a well-known designer with millions of followers. Her secondary account, A Bowl of Green Grapes, didn't have many followers. She often posted random thoughts. She loved green grape-flavored cake and candy, so she took this name. It was on this secondary account that she and, to MW, were mutual followers. They had been mutual followers for years. Yu Zhiwan had forgotten why they had become followers in the first place. At first, she thought that, to MW, was a girl. They often commented on each other's posts on Weibo. She treated her as a chatty little sister. Later, she found out that her little sister was actually a man. Moreover, he had a girl he had been in love with for a long time. Her little sister suddenly turned out to be a man. Yu Zhiwan naturally felt awkward. But she also felt that he had been in love with someone for so long, which was very sincere and also very painful. She silently hoped that he could get together with the person he liked. Yu Zhiwan logged into her secondary Weibo account and saw that, to MW, had posted a post yesterday. From today onwards, I'll be able to see her every day. Yu Zhiwan's eyes lit up. She was genuinely happy for him and immediately commented below. Congratulations! Are you with the person you love? Yu Zhiwan thought that, because it was still early in the morning, to MW wouldn't reply right away. Unexpectedly, to MW replied instantly, sort of. Yu Zhiwan was puzzled. Sort of together? What did sort of mean? Then she saw that, to MW had posted another post. I'm waiting for the moonlight to fall on me. For some reason, there was a lonely feeling about the post. Yu Zhiwan sighed. It seemed that they were not together yet. She didn't know why, but this post from, to MW, seemed to have gone viral. Some passers-by had also come across it. I'm also waiting for my moonlight. You all have people you like? Wait. Does the MW in the poster's name mean my wife, my world, or my whole? Ah, I have a friend who calls their crush MW. Whoa, the world will be taken over by the pure love gang sooner or later. Yu Zhiwan understood, after reading this. So, MW to MW's name had such romantic meanings? Then she looked again at the ring Xie Jingma had given her. The MW engraved on it was probably the initials of MO1. It had a different meaning from, to MW. It should just be a coincidence. Speaking of which, to MW was self-studying fashion design. He said that he hoped that one day he could design a wedding dress for the girl he loved with his own hands. Sigh, to love someone was truly a sweet torment. Yu Zhiwan cheered him on in the comments. The moonlight will definitely fall on you. I wish you all the best in getting your wish fulfilled and getting together with the person you love. To MW, replied again instantly. Thank you for the well wishes, rabbit. He even added 2 pink rabbit emojis. Yu Zhiwan smiled, put down her phone, changed clothes, and went downstairs. She was surprised to find Xie Jingma making breakfast. What's more, he was wearing an apron printed with pink bunnies. This was such a wave of girlishness. Yu Zhiwan suddenly thought that she should leave the pink couple's items prepared by Uncle Fu for Xie Jingma. She had never heard of him having such a girlish heart before. Yu Zhiwan took a few steps closer and realized that the pink bunny printed on his apron was the same as the bunny in his WeChat profile picture. Who drew that pink, cute bunny? He liked it so much that he used it as his WeChat profile picture and even had it printed on an apron. Sensing the girl's thoughtful gaze, Xie Jingma turned his head to look at her. What is it? Breakfast is almost ready. Yu Zhiwan looked at him in surprise. You can cook? Xie Jingma, are you surprised? Yu Zhiwan nodded. I thought that someone like you wouldn't touch something like kitchen work. Xie Jingma turned off the fire and poured the porridge into a porcelain bowl. Someone like me? Yu Zhiwan didn't know if it was because his face was too beautiful. Wide shoulders, narrow waist, tall and long-legged. Even cooking looked so pleasing to the eye. Yu Zhiwan, I thought that someone with your status would have everything handed to them. The man chuckled, his voice relaxed and sexy. I'm actually very happy to serve my wife, to let her have everything she desires and not lift a finger. Yu Zhiwan. Uncle Fu, holding a watering can, directed the servants to water the flowers in the garden outside. He passed by this area and gave a knowing smile. The master was truly spoiling his wife. In the dining room, Yu Zhiwan tasted Xie Jingma's cooking. Her eyes lit up. Not only was the breakfast what she liked to eat, but the taste was also top-notch. For example, these crystal shrimp dumplings were tender and delicious. And this bowl of lotus seed soup was so delicious that she finished the whole thing. I didn't expect your cooking to be so good, even better than a 5-star chef. Yu Zhiwan praised without holding back. Xie Jingmo's eyebrows lifted slightly. I'm glad that madam likes it. If you want to win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. It seems that this saying is not wrong. It had not been in vain that he had diligently practiced cooking before. He had even sacrificed a few pots and made Uncle Fu the taste tester. From tasting something terrible to crying from how delicious it was. After breakfast, Yu Zhiwan had to go to school. She had originally planned to go by herself, as Blue Creek Garden was not far from her school. However, Xie Jingma drove her directly to the school gate. He watched her get out of the car and walk into the school before driving off to the company. There weren't many classes left in senior year. Yu Zhiwan went to Liang Yulan's office at school and discussed the fashion design competition. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Yu Zhiwan took her leave from teacher Liang and prepared to go back to Blue Creek Garden. When she reached the school gate, she ran into Gu Chengfeng. Yu Zhiwan's expression turned cold, and she walked out, not looking at him as if he were just some rubbish on the side of the road. Yu Zhiwan. When had Gu Chengfeng ever been ignored like this? He angrily stopped her, about to lose his temper, but then he noticed something. His pupils contracted suddenly, his gaze fixating on the ring on Yu Zhiwan's hand. Yu Zhiwan, what are you wearing on your hand? Chapter 13, Yu Zhiwan said that she was married. Yu Zhiwan stopped when Gu Chengfeng blocked her way. She did not try to hide her ring, instead, wearing it proudly. Why was Gu Chengfeng, who had already graduated, suddenly at the school? Young Master Gu. Just then, Gu Chengfeng's buddy, Wei Chen, ran over with a smile on his face. Zhiwan, I heard that someone saw you at school and immediately told young Master Gu. When young Master Gu heard that, he came to find you right away. Gu Chengfeng retorted in dissatisfaction, who said I came to find her? I came to find Xian Xian. Xian Xian was that younger sister that he recognized at the billiards hall yesterday. Wei Chen was speechless. How could he still be so stubborn at a time like this? Such a young master's temper. But Wei Chen was Gu Chengfeng's best friend, so he had to help him out. He quickly turned to Yu Zhiwan and laughed awkwardly. Zhiwan, young Master Gu came to find you. There was a little misunderstanding between you guys at the billiards hall yesterday. You guys should talk it out properly today. I won't interrupt you. I'm going to the convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes. Wei Chen quickly took off, leaving them with the chance to talk alone. Gu Chengfeng cursed Wei Chen for being a busybody, but his eyes were fixed on the ring on Yu Zhiwan's hand. Suddenly thinking of something, Gu Chengfeng smiled maliciously. Yu Zhiwan had just broken up with him yesterday, but today she put a ring on her ring finger. She was clearly trying to remain chaste for him. Even though they had broken up, even though she was single, she was still wearing a ring on her ring finger. Wasn't she warning other men not to pursue her? He never expected Yu Zhiwan to love him so much, to be so devoted to him. Gu Chengfeng was in a good mood. He raised his chin, his tone arrogant. Yu Zhiwan, don't be too angry about what I said at the billiards hall yesterday. At first, I just wanted to play around with you, but now, I'm taking it back. I intend to be serious with you. You don't have to say anything about breaking up. I'll allow you to continue to be my girlfriend, understand? Yu Zhiwan frowned upon hearing this and immediately took a step back. He was losing his mind again, she had to stay away from him. Gu Chengfeng, I made it very clear yesterday, I've broken up with you, we have absolutely nothing to do with each other from now on. Gu Chengfeng sneered inwardly, thinking that she was playing hard to get. He pulled something out from his pocket, opening his palm to reveal a handful of red bean beads. Yu Zhiwan, you broke the red bean bracelet yesterday and the beads scattered on the floor. I picked all of them up. 18 beads, not even one is missing. You should be over it now. Yu Zhiwan looked at it with a blank expression, her face expressionless, without showing any emotion. Gu Chengfeng frowned impatiently at her behavior. Yu Zhiwan, what else do you want? I've already approved you to continue to be my girlfriend, so stop being so hypocritical. Take off that ring, it's an eyesore. And about you cutting off ties with the Yu family. It's not that I'm talking about you, but you're a bit too insensible. After leaving the Yu family yesterday, where did you spend the night? Yu Zhiwan's red lips curved into a cold, mocking smile. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be covered in frost. Gu Chengfeng, I'll say it one last time, I've broken up with you, we have no relationship at all anymore. Also, this ring cannot be taken off because I'm married. Please, young Master Gu, show some respect and don't bother me anymore. After Yu Zhiwan said that, she didn't care about Gu Chengfeng's frozen expression, she turned around and walked out of the school gate. Gu Chengfeng stood frozen in place, as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes were wide with shock as he stared at Yu Zhiwan's back. WH? What? What did Yu Zhiwan just say? She was married? Married? How was that possible? She had broken up with him yesterday, and today she got married to another man? How was that possible? Gu Chengfeng watched Yu Zhiwan's retreating figure. He gritted his teeth and furiously pulled out his phone to dial Yu Zhiwan's number. But he heard a cold, mechanical voice telling him that the number was not valid, she had blocked him. Gu Chengfeng was stunned. He stared at his phone in disbelief. Yu Zhiwan had blocked him too? How could she be so willing? Fine, he underestimated Yu Zhiwan. This ungrateful woman was actually willing to block him. Gu Chengfeng was so angry that he almost threw his phone. He furiously pulled out Yu Xiuqi's number, wanting to call Yu Xiuqi and ask him if he knew that Yu Zhiwan was married. But before he pressed the call button, Gu Chengfeng suddenly calmed down. That wasn't right. Yu Zhiwan's social circle was so small. She didn't know any other men. How would she get married? Where would she find someone to marry her in one day? She was a penniless lady that no one wanted. Who would be interested in her? Yu Zhiwan was definitely trying to provoke him, to make him jealous. That's why she was wearing a ring and saying that she was married. Gu Chengfeng scoffed. Was this Yu Zhiwan trying to make him jealous because he had recognized a younger sister at the billiards hall, so she wanted him to experience jealousy too? Seriously, ever since he had started dating Yu Zhiwan, he had not been with any other women. He only hugged them at most, he had never slept with other women. He had already turned over a new leaf, was that not enough? Was she so jealous? So petty? Gu Chengfeng looked at the red bean beads in his palm. Oh well, Yu Zhiwan only accepted him and rejected other men because she loved him too much, that's why she was so jealous. Once he broke ties with those younger sisters, Yu Zhiwan, that petty woman, would be happily his girlfriend again. Blue Creek Garden was not far from her school. Yu Zhiwan planned to walk back. As she was walking, a black car suddenly pulled over to the side. The car window rolled down, revealing Xie Jingma's handsome and flawless face, and his unique phoenix eyes. Yu Zhiwan was surprised. Why are you here? The man raised an eyebrow. It's almost noon. I was going to pick you up from school. I happened to see you here. Get in the car. He was here to pick her up? Yu Zhiwan was stunned, a little unaccustomed to this. No one had ever picked her up when she was in the Yu family. Yu Zhiwan realized that she was distracted and quickly opened the car door, sitting in the passenger seat. As soon as she sat down, the man leaned in, considerately helping her with her seatbelt. The distance between them suddenly closed. The man's unique and alluring woody scent enveloped her. Yu Zhiwan's long eyelashes fluttered, and she held her breath slightly. She realized that his eyelashes were really long, when you looked at him so close. His nose bridge was really high too. And his lips were also. Xie Jingma finished fastening the seatbelt, noticing the simple ring on her ring finger. He couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. His warm fingertips inevitably brushed against Yu Zhiwan's fingers. Yu Zhiwan had been staring at his lips when she was suddenly touched on the hand. Her heart skipped a beat. Why are you touching my ring? The man chuckled, his voice sexy and relaxed. He raised his hand slowly. I'm wearing one too. If Wanwan isn't satisfied, she can touch mine back. Yu Zhiwan. How childish. Xia 3-year-old. Yu Zhiwan didn't touch him. She secretly glanced at his lips again, and then quickly averted her gaze. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to eat jelly. She reached out and tugged at the seatbelt on her chest. Isn't it noon? Why did you come back from the company? Aren't you busy in the afternoon? I have something to do in the afternoon. After a pause, Xie Jingma's phoenix eyes flickered, his smile relaxed and lazy. And I'll have to trouble madam to be with me. Ha! Just as Yu Zhiwan was about to ask what was going on, her phone suddenly rang. Chapter 14, This is my husband, Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma told her to answer the call first. Yu Zhiwan's expression lit up with excitement as she listened to the person on the other end of the line. A light bloomed in her eyes. Once she hung up, Xie Jingma asked with interest, "What was it?" "You're so happy." Yu Zhiwan was still excited. "My aunt, oh, right, the call was from my aunt. Not my relatives in the Yu family, but my aunt and uncle from my foster parents' home. They were very good to me and took care of me." Yu Zhiwan, thinking that Xie Jingma didn't know much about her past, specifically explained the situation. The man nodded in response, but his expression didn't show much surprise. It was as if this wasn't the first time he had heard about her aunt. Yu Zhiwan blinked in confusion. That didn't make sense. She had never told Xie Jingma about her aunt. Could it be that this was the psychological fortitude of a top-level big shot? Nothing could shock him? Yu Zhiwan didn't dwell on it too much, continuing excitedly, "My aunt has a daughter, who just started middle school this year. She was hospitalized with an illness a while ago. The doctor scheduled surgery for her last week, but she had been in a coma ever since. My aunt just called to tell me that my younger sister has woken up. She is in good condition and is out of danger." That was why she was so happy. The surgery cost a lot of money, and her aunt's family didn't have much savings. Luckily, she had saved up some money by drawing designs under her 1 yen alias, so she could help pay for the medical expenses, as a way of repaying her aunt for taking care of her in the past. After all, her foster parents had been terrible to her. If it weren't for her aunt and uncle, she would have had it much worse. Hearing this good news now, Yu Zhiwan was practically jumping out of her seat. She looked at Xie Jingma, excitedly grabbing his arm. "You said that you wanted me to go somewhere with you this afternoon. What is it? Is it urgent? If it's not urgent, I'd like to go to the hospital first." Xie Jingma glanced at the girl's hand gripping his arm. Seeing her looking at him with expectant, bright eyes, he couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair, his lips curving into a smile. "It's not urgent. I'll go to the hospital with you first." Yu Zhiwan was stunned. "Ah? You're coming with me?" She felt that it was enough for her to visit her aunt and uncle herself. Why would Xie Jingma be coming along? Xie Jingma glanced at her, his long, pale fingers lightly tapping on the steering wheel, his voice lazy. "I'm your husband. Isn't it natural for me to go with you?" Yu Zhiwan. Seeing her hesitation, the man's voice lowered slightly. "If Wanwan thinks that I'll embarrass you, that I am too lowly and you don't want to bring me to meet your family, then I don't have to go. Really, Wanwan doesn't have to consider me, I won't be unreasonable." Yu Zhiwan's eyes widened in disbelief. "When did I ever say that you embarrass me? If Xie Jingma was too lowly, then who could be considered good enough? Why would he think that?" Yu Zhiwan was utterly helpless. She explained and reassured him, "I've never thought that you were embarrassing. Really, you mustn't think too much about it. If you don't believe me, then come to the hospital with me right now." Xie Jingma's phoenix eyes curved slightly. "Okay, I won't think too much about it. I'll go to the hospital with you." Yu Zhiwan. Wait, something didn't feel right. Yu Zhiwan scratched her head in confusion. Meanwhile, Xie Jingma had already turned the car around, gone to buy some gifts for the patients, and a gift to present to her aunt and uncle, then started driving towards the hospital. They happened to run into her aunt in the hallway on the 3rd floor. Yu Zhiwan ran over anxiously. "Auntie, how is my sister?" Suingzi's face lit up with happiness the moment she saw Yu Zhiwan. "Your sister was just talking about you. How did you get here so quickly?" "Oh, Wanwan, who's this?" Suingzi had noticed the stranger following behind Yu Zhiwan. He was tall and extremely handsome, and his aura was anything but ordinary. He exuded an innate, noble air in every move. Hearing Suingzi's question, Xie Jingma didn't immediately answer, but looked down at Yu Zhiwan as if waiting for her to introduce him. Yu Zhiwan pursed her red lips and glanced at Xie Jingma. After less than 3 seconds of hesitation, she decided to be honest. Otherwise, Xie Jingma might think that she considered him too lowly to be shown off. Honestly, she had never heard of him being so sensitive and fragile before. Now, she had to tread carefully to protect his delicate heart. Moreover, there was no point hiding the fact that they were married. It wasn't as if it was something shameful. "Auntie, let me introduce you. This is my new husband, Xie Jingma. We just got our marriage certificate." Su Yingzi was shocked, her eyes widening. "What? Wan was married? When did that happen?" When Xie Jingma heard Yu Zhiwan call him husband, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He couldn't hide it. It was as if he had finally received his proper title, and joy danced in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. "Auntie, hello. Wan and I just got our certificate. Because the situation is special, we're planning to have the wedding later. I hope you will be there when the time comes." Yu Zhiwan, ? Wedding? Who said anything about having a wedding? At this time, Su Yingzi couldn't help but size up Xie Jingma with a critical eye, as if she were a maternal relative. This man had an extraordinary presence. Although he was deliberately trying to restrain himself, to look easygoing, the aura of someone born into power and wealth still showed through from his bones. It was clear that he wasn't an ordinary man. And his looks were too worrying. It seemed like he would attract the attention of many women. But his attitude towards her was very polite, clearly respecting her as Yu Zhiwan's aunt for Wan's sake. It seemed like he valued Wan very much. That was good. As long as he treated Wan well, it was enough. However, Su Yingzi felt confused. This man looked a little familiar, as if she had seen him before. At that moment, Yu Zhiwan's uncle came out of the ward, hearing the commotion. Yu Zhiwan smiled and greeted her uncle. Xie Jingma also politely called him uncle. They were the perfect picture of a husband and wife. After Xie Jingma and Yu Zhiwan entered the ward, Su Yingzi grabbed her husband and said quietly, "Old he, quickly look. That man is Wan's new husband. Don't you think he looks familiar? Have we seen him before?" Old he carefully stared at him for a few moments, then suddenly widened his eyes, shocked and stuttering, "Th, that's the president of the Xie Corporation. I've seen his picture in a financial magazine before." Su Yingzi was equally surprised, then shook her head, "That's not what I mean. I'm saying that I feel like we've seen him before. Not in a photo, but seen him in person. Maybe it was a few years ago? Maybe when Wan was still in high school." Old he touched his chin, "That's impossible. How could we have the chance to meet a big figure like President Xie?" Su Yingzi still felt that something was off. She tried her best to recall, she must have seen him before, and it must have been related to Wan. Then again, this man seemed to value Wan very much. That was a little reassuring. Wan had a really hard time when she was young. Her foster parents had never treated her well. She remembered the time when Wan was 8 years old. She had seen a stray dog on the side of the road that was about to freeze to death. Unable to let it die, she went home and asked her foster father. Her foster father agreed to let her keep the dog. 8-year-old Wan had happily taken the puppy home and took good care of it, treating it like a companion. In a family where her foster father was abusive and gambled, and her foster mother favored boys over girls, that puppy was Wan's only source of warmth. But one afternoon after school, when Wan returned home, she saw a plate of meat on the table. Her foster father and a few of his friends were eating meat and drinking and bragging. Wan wanted to go back to her room, but her foster father stopped her. He smiled and told her to eat the meat on the plate. Chapter 15. Does Xie Jingma secretly love Wan? Should she tell her? Wan was rarely treated so well by her foster father, so she felt uneasy. She said that she didn't want to eat. Her foster father grabbed a piece of meat and forced it into her mouth, asking her if it was delicious. Wan, afraid of making her foster father angry, said carefully that it was delicious. But her foster father threw his head back and laughed, cruelly saying, "This is the dog you raised. You sure raised him well, ha ha." Wan's face turned white with fear. She stumbled into the kitchen and saw the bloody dog's skin that had been peeled off. Tears streamed down her face. The piece of meat that she had been forced to eat made her vomit uncontrollably. 8-year-old Wanwan cried and argued with her father, asking him to give her her puppy back, but her father slapped her across the face and scolded her, "I've raised you for so many years, not to mention eating your dog. Even if I sell you now for money, it's my right." How could an 8-year-old girl resist a middle-aged man? Her foster father, seeing her continue to cry, took out a leather belt to hit her. Her foster mother didn't care at all, she just hugged her younger brother and comforted him. At that time, Suingzi lived next door. Hearing the child crying, she immediately ran over, feeling heartbroken, and brought Wanwan back to her home, saving her from a beating. From then on, Wanwan never dared to keep a dog again. But Suingzi knew that Wanwan really liked dogs. Her eyes would light up whenever she saw a dog on the street. However, she was scared, traumatized. No matter how much she liked them, she never dared to have one again. This matter had been going on for so many years. Even now when Suingzi thought back to it, her eyes still welled up with tears. Wanwan had never had a good life in her foster parents' house. She wasn't sure how Wanwan was doing after going back to the Yu family. After all, she was outside the family, she couldn't possibly know everything that happened in the Yu family. She heard that the Yu family was biased towards the fake daughter, Yu Shangxiang. Now that Wanwan was married, all she asked for as her aunt was that her husband would treat Wanwan well. Back in the ward, Yu Zhiwan inquired about her sister's condition and chatted with her for a while. When Xia Jingma lowered his head to peel an apple, her younger sister tugged at Yu Zhiwan's sleeve, whispering quietly, "Sister, is my brother-in-law good to you? If my brother-in-law dares to treat you badly, you have to tell my parents and me, we will back you up." Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but laugh at her mature behavior. She touched her hair, "I know. You have to get well soon, too, then I can stop worrying." Her younger sister giggled, "The doctor said that I'll be able to get out of bed and run around soon." Xia Jingma lowered his head to peel the apple, seemingly not listening to what they were saying. However, when her younger sister mentioned brother-in-law, and said, "We will back you up," his eyes showed a touch of gentle affection. Even if they were being critical of him, it was okay. As long as they treated Wanwan well, he was happy. He desperately hoped that more and more people would treat her well. After they had finished their quiet conversation, Xie Jingma poured a glass of water for Yu Zhiwan and passed it to her, asking if she wanted to move her younger sister into a better ward. Yu Zhiwan thought for a while, then said, "There's no need to move her ward. I'd like to invite a senior specialist doctor to come to take a look, to see if my sister is completely recovered after the surgery, and if there will be any after effects." Xie Jingma nodded, took out his phone, and made a call. In a short while, several senior and authoritative specialists arrived in a hurry, even the president of the hospital came. It was a whole group of people, all of them very respectful. Suingzi and her husband were instantly dumbfounded at the sight of the scene. Yu Zhiwan was also a little confused. She turned to look at Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma held her hand, "It's okay, let them check up on your sister." Soon, the team of experts had a joint consultation. They confirmed that the patient's condition had been completely treated. As long as she followed the doctor's orders, there wouldn't be any aftereffects, and she would be able to recover quickly. Yu Zhiwan was completely relieved. Suingzi and her husband were also overjoyed, thanking the doctors profusely. The president of the hospital politely declined a few times, gave a respectful nod to Xie Jingma, then led the doctors out of the ward. Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma stayed for a while longer before saying their goodbyes. Watching the two of them leave, Suingzi couldn't help but say, when Wanwan had her wedding, she would definitely attend. Wait, she remembered where she had seen Xie Jingma before. It was the year when Wanwan was just starting high school. At that time, Wanwan had not yet returned to the Yu family and was still living with her foster parents. She remembered that day, her foster father lost money gambling and took it out on Wanwan. He knew that Wanwan was self-studying design. So he deliberately twisted her wrist, almost breaking it. He also slapped her face. The red mark on her face didn't fade for a long time. On that same night, she had to work late and was on her way home when she heard heavy sounds of fighting, as well as men screaming, coming from an alley. The street lamp in the alley was broken and flickering. She turned her head to look inside and saw several teenagers surrounding and hitting a middle-aged man. In the moment when the street lamp flickered, she saw it clearly. The person beaten until his face was bruised and bloody was Wanwan's foster father. And the teenager leading the assault was Xie Jingma. The teenager looked ruthless and violent, as if he wanted to take his life. He was beating Wanwan's foster father until he was on the verge of death. Suingzi didn't know exactly what happened in the alley, but all she knew was that since that day, her foster father was hospitalized for a long time, and never dared to lay a finger on Wanwan again. He also had a strange fear of Wanwan and wouldn't dare to go too close to her. Not long after, the school's guidance counselor came to her and said that he knew that Wanwan was having difficulties at home and wanted to support Wanwan. However, knowing that Wanwan's parents weren't reliable, he contacted her aunt and entrusted the financial aid to her aunt, hoping that her aunt would be able to take care of Wanwan. Of course, the person giving the aid had also given her aunt a fee as a thank you. Suingzi remembered that, at the time, in addition to the guidance counselor, there were several other teachers in the office, as well as a teenager in a school uniform, an arrogant and rebellious look on his face. She had been focused on the teachers and hadn't paid much attention to the teenager. But now that she thought about it, that teenager was clearly Xie Jingma. So, was Xie Jingma supporting Wanwan from behind? He knew that Wanwan's parents were unreliable, so he had given the money to her aunt through the teachers, so she could take better care of Wanwan. Then later, Wanwan's foster father was arrested for gambling and sent to prison. Was that also related to Xie Jingma? Suingzi suddenly understood. No wonder she felt that Xie Jingma looked familiar. At that time, Xie Jingma was 17 years old. Now, he was in his 20s, more mature. But his features were still very similar. That was why she had found him familiar earlier. So Xie Jingma had started caring for Wanwan so early in her life. He had secretly loved Wanwan since high school? In that instant, Suingzi's heart was in turmoil, both surprised and conflicted. She was surprised, because if Jingma secretly loved Wanwan, then he would definitely treat Wanwan well in the future. This put her at ease. She was conflicted because, should she tell Wanwan about Jingma's secret love for her, and the things he had done for Wanwan in the past? Chapter 16, Madam is Beautiful Enough. In the parking lot below the hospital. Yu Zhiwan was in the passenger seat, her smile bright, looking very happy. Really, today has been very lucky. Other than running into Gu Chengfeng at school, everything else that happened was good. My younger sister will also be able to recover soon. Xie Jingma was just about to start the car when he heard that and paused. You ran into Gu Chengfeng at school? Yu Zhiwan was looking at her phone, not even raising her head as she said, yeah, he went to school to look for me. Xie Jingma's phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, and he didn't start the car. His left hand casually rested on the steering wheel, his tone cool and lazy. First, look at your husband. I have a question to ask you. Yu Zhiwan? She looked up, confused. What question? The man's long fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. He paused for 2 seconds before asking, subtly. Madam, do you like men like Gu Chengfeng? Asking his wife if she liked other types of men was a little odd. It was like putting a green hat on his own head. But Xie Jingma asked it anyway. Yu Zhiwan's face crumpled instantly, like she had been insulted. Why are you asking that? Xie Jingma's expression held a hint of a smile. As far as I know, Madam never lacked pursuers. After entering college, you had even more pursuers. But you only agreed to be with Gu Chengfeng. He had agreed to be with Gu Chengfeng, that piece of trash. His voice had a hint of danger and uncontrolled jealousy at the end. Yu Zhiwan felt annoyed when she thought about it. She pursed her lips. I didn't want to agree to it. It was the Yu family. They forced me to agree to Gu Chengfeng's pursuit in order to cooperate with the Gu family. I don't like Gu Chengfeng at all. Not even a little bit. Xie Jingma paused, his pupils shrinking imperceptibly. So that was the reason she had agreed to be with Gu Chengfeng. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned dark, and a cold, chilling aura formed around his brows. It was the Yu family again. Yu Zhiwan noticed that the man's aura had turned colder. What's wrong? She asked, stunned. Had she said something wrong? It's nothing. Xie Jingma composed himself and soothingly ruffled her hair. Gradually, his phoenix eyes showed a playful look. So Wan Wan doesn't like Gu Chengfeng. What kind of man does Wan Wan like then? Yu Zhiwan. How would she know? She didn't have a crush on anyone. She had never thought about this question before. Why are you asking such a question? Yu Zhiwan looked at him suspiciously. Then, she suddenly understood. Oh, I see. You don't happen to be thinking of introducing me to someone after our divorce, do you? Xia Jingma nearly laughed in exasperation. Before I introduce someone to my wife, I ask that she remain single. Yu Zhiwan blinked, confused. Single? But, I'm married, aren't I? I'm already married to you? Hearing that, Xia Jingma's lips curled up. Madam is right. I misspoke. Seeing him smile, Yu Zhiwan smiled too. Don't worry, I have principles. During our marriage, I won't have any improper relationships with other men. The sun was shining brightly outside. Her skin was glowing white. Her lips were moist and red. Her eyes flickered, and her gaze was filled with shimmering starlight. Her smile was bright and moving. She was like a delicate, blooming rose. Xia Jingma's heart felt warm. His low voice was a little hoarse, sending shivers down one's spine. Madam can also rest assured. I will not have any improper relationships with any woman other than Madam. No matter what. Yu Zhiwan nodded. She believed his words. After all, he was famous for not being interested in women, or rather, he was famous for not being close to women. Right, Yu Zhiwan suddenly remembered. You said that you wanted me to go somewhere with you this afternoon, what was it? Xia Jingma started the car and drove out, his tone lazy. My grandparents are traveling abroad. When they heard that we had gotten our marriage certificate yesterday, they were so excited that they wanted to come back immediately. But there's a snowstorm over there, which affected the flights. They only got back this morning. As soon as they got home, they wanted to see their long-awaited granddaughter-in-law. Yu Zhiwan didn't even have time to think about the long-awaited granddaughter-in-law part, her eyes widening in surprise, and she sat up straight. You said your grandparents want to see me? Xia Jingma watched her look like she was facing an enemy, and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, my grandparents are very kind, and they also like you very much. But Yu Zhiwan still couldn't help but feel nervous. She squeezed her fingers. When will we see them this afternoon? Xia Jingma's lips curved into a relaxed smile. Don't worry. It's already past noon. We'll go and have lunch first. We can't let Madam go hungry. Yu Zhiwan. He was still in the mood to joke. After all, this was meeting the parents. Who wouldn't feel nervous about something like that? Yu Zhiwan nervously touched her hair and tugged at her clothes. Her eyebrows were slightly creased. Is my outfit a bit inappropriate? Does my appearance not look good enough? She hadn't planned an outfit when she left the house today. She had just put on some everyday clothes. The light in front of them turned red, so Xie Jingma stopped the car. He turned to look at her, saying without hesitation, How could your appearance not look good? Madam is beautiful enough. He paused, then his voice became sexy and alluring. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Yu Zhiwan was surprised by the compliment. She was suddenly a little embarrassed. Her crystal-like ears turned slightly red. Thank you. It's probably because you haven't seen that many people. Xie Jingma? Yu Zhiwan was taken by Xie Jingma to a restaurant he frequented. There was a private room on the second floor that was always kept for him. After they were seated, Yu Zhiwan noticed that the dishes Xie Jingma had ordered were all her favorites. It seemed that she and Xie Jingma really had similar tastes. While they were eating, Xie Jingma's phone screen kept lighting up. Old man Xia was constantly sending messages in the group chat, asking him what they needed to pay attention to in advance. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. Put away anything related to pineapples at home, she's allergic to pineapples. Old man Xia, don't worry, we put it all away. All of it. Old lady Xia, also, the little parrot named Pineapple had its name changed to Fatty overnight. Cousin Xia Yunzhou? Xia Jingma was just about to put down his phone. Xia Yunzhou sent him a private message. Bro, there's a large pineapple doll at the old house. I bought it before. That should be okay, right? Xia Jingma, put that away too, it's an eyesore. Xia Yunzhou, whoa, bro, you care more about love than your brother. Xia Jingma, do I? Xia Yunzhou, of course. Xia Jingma raised an eyebrow. Why do I feel like I don't care about my brother enough? Xia Yunzhou started crying even louder. Xia Yunzhou, okay, I'll stop talking nonsense. I even helped you send a gift to your sister-in-law when we were in high school. Xia Yunzhou, hee, it's finally a new day. Bro, for the happiness of you and sister-in-law, don't worry about my life or death. Chapter 17, Yu Zhiwan slapped him. Yu Zhiwan noticed that Xie Jingma had been on his phone, responding to messages, and guessed that he might be busy with work. She had eaten enough and got up to go to the restroom. Coming out of the restroom, she unexpectedly ran into the Yu family, all four of them, just finishing their meal in the hallway. Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, Yu Shaoze, and Yu Shangxiang. Yu Shangxiang paused in surprise, then ran towards Yu Zhiwan, a worried expression on her face. Sister, where did you spend the night? Don't run away from home. Just admit your mistakes to Dad and come home quickly. I'm really worried about you. Yu Changde's expression was complex as he looked at his biological daughter who hadn't returned home. But when he heard Yu Shangxiang say, running away from home, he instantly recalled Yu Zhiwan's intention to sever ties with the Yu family. His expression immediately turned cold. Why was this biological daughter so insensible? Why couldn't she learn from Shangxiang and be more filial and obedient? The more Yu Changde thought about it, the angrier he became. Shangxiang, you don't have to pay attention to her. You don't have to speak up for her either. You don't have to beg her to come home. I, Yu Changde, don't have such a disgraceful daughter. Yu Zhiwan's eyes turned cold as she looked at him, her expressionless. Disgraceful? That's nothing compared to Chairman Yu marrying his biological daughter off to Gu Chengfeng and pushing her into the fire himself. You are worse than an animal. Yu Changde was stunned. He was so angry that his hands were shaking, and his chest was rising and falling rapidly. Worse than an animal? This unfilial daughter actually dared to call her father that. Who gave her the nerve? Tao Shuqin hurried forward, patting Yu Changde on his back to calm him down. She looked at Yu Zhiwan with displeasure. How could you say such rebellious things? Do you even have the slightest resemblance of a child? You also blacklisted all our numbers. You're being so willful. It's no wonder you grew up in a foster family. You didn't receive a good education, and don't even know how to be filial. Yu Zhiwan's expression turned sharp, and her fair brows looked as cold as ice. Mrs. Tao, what right do you have to criticize me? Is it my fault that I was switched at birth? Let me say it again, I have severed ties with the Yu family, and we no longer have any connection. You all are eyesores. I can blacklist you if I want to. Eyesores? Yu Zhiwan actually said that they were eyesores? Yu Changde was even angrier. He pointed his finger at Yu Zhiwan and yelled, You unfilial child. Tao Shuqin, however, noticed that Yu Zhiwan had addressed her as Mrs. Tao. And also, earlier, she had addressed Yu Changde as Chairman Yu? So you're throwing a fit to the point that you won't even call us mom and dad anymore. Tao Shuqin looked at her in disbelief and anger. Mom, at that moment, Yu Shangxiang suddenly spoke, her eyes full of tears, trying to persuade them. Sister must have been agitated and said things that she didn't mean. Please don't be angry with her. Hearing Yu Shangxiang call her mom, Tao Shuqin's heart melted. Even though Shangxiang was not her biological daughter, she was always so sensible, so thoughtful. She sounded so intimate when she called her mom. If only Yu Zhiwan was even a percent as good as Shangxiang. Yu Shaoze, who was standing on the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed in front of Yu Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan. It's not enough for you to bully Shangxiang, now you're acting so high and mighty in front of your own parents. As your second older brother, I will teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, Yu Shaoze raised his hand, wanting to slap her. But the next second, Yu Zhiwan's right hand firmly blocked him. Yu Zhiwan looked at him coldly. Yu Shaoze, stop trying to make yourself look so important. What gives you the right to call yourself my second brother? What right do you have to hit me? You knew that I was allergic to pineapples, and you still put pineapple in the juice I was drinking. I find it disgusting that I'm related to someone like you. Yu Shaozi, unable to land his hit, was exasperated. What if you're allergic? It happened so long ago, why are you still bringing up old grudges? You didn't die. Why are you being so petty? As soon as he finished speaking, slap. Yu Zhiwan slapped Yu Shaozi across the face. Yu Shaozi's mind went blank. He stood there in disbelief, a clear handprint imprinted on his face, burning with pain. Yu Zhiwan actually dared to hit him. And she had hit him so hard. Yu Zhiwan. Yu Shaozi roared angrily, his eyes about to pop out of their sockets. Are you courting death? Yu Zhiwan's red lips curved into a mocking smile. She looked at him as if he were a joke. I only slapped you once. You didn't die. Why are you being so petty? Yu Shaozi was speechless. Yu Zhiwan had used his own words against him. And he couldn't even counter her. He couldn't release his anger, and his face flushed red. Yu Zhiwan was too lazy to waste any more words on these annoying people. She turned and left. Second brother. Yu Shengxiang came back to her senses from her shock. She ran to Yu Shaozi, tears welling up in her eyes. Sister, how could she hit you? Tao Shuqin rushed over, her face full of worry. This Yu Zhiwan is really too much. Shaozi, does it hurt? Mom, I'm fine. Yu Shaozi covered his face. He was gritting his teeth in pain. His eyes were fixed on Yu Zhiwan's retreating figure. Yu Xiangxiang's eyes were filled with tears, her lips trembling. Even if sister is throwing a fit, she can't hit you. If only I could take that slap for second brother. Yu Shaozi immediately felt sorry for her and wiped away her tears. Don't say that, Shangxiang. Second brother can't bear to see you suffer even the slightest bit. Shangxiang was such a good girl. His obedient younger sister was truly lovable. Yu Changde was furious. This unfilial daughter has really changed. In the past, when he tore up her college acceptance letter, which was the most angry he had ever seen her, and she wanted to leave the Yu family, she had still relented under Tao Shuqin's comfort. She never dared to use such an aggressive attitude towards him. Now, she was actually calling him worse than an animal and slapping Shaozi. Was she really going to sever ties with the Yu family? Yu Shaozi sneered, Mom and Dad, don't worry. Yu Zhiwan is only acting tough. Saying she's going to sever ties. She's still on the Yu family's household register. I'd like to see her move her household registration out of our house too. Yu Changde frowned tightly. I don't agree with her moving her household registration. That's outrageous. If the biological daughter moves her household registration out, word will spread. People will say I can't teach my daughter and that I'm bringing shame to the Yu family. As he spoke, Yu Changde's phone received a message. He opened it and his face lit up. Tao Shuqin asked, puzzled, what is it? Yu Changde was excited. I received news that the Xie family's old master and mistress are back from abroad. Shuqin, there's no time like the present. We should go to the Xie family right now and discuss Shangxiang and Jingma's marriage. Hearing this, Yu Xiangxiang's face instantly flushed red. But father, the marriage with the Xie family is sisters. Yu Shaozi sighed, my silly younger sister. How can Yu Zhiwan be worthy of becoming the young mistress of the Xie family? She grew up in her foster parents' house, living that poor life. She has no knowledge, no refinement, not at all ladylike. Besides having a pretty face, what else does she have? How could Xie Jingma possibly like her? You're right, Shangxiang. Tao Shuqin persuaded her gently, you were born into wealth and luxury, you're a true heiress. Besides you, who else is worthy of becoming the young mistress of the Xie family? Tell Mom honestly, do you like Jingma? Yu Xiangxiang's face turned even redder. She lowered her head shyly, Mom, second brother, please stop talking about it. Shangxiang will just do whatever you ask. Yu Shaozi looked at her and teased her with a smile. Our Shangxiang is all grown up now, she's starting to be shy. Second brother, you're so annoying. Yu Shangxiang stomped her feet coquettishly, but a glint flashed in her eyes. Sister, oh sister. What you did just now was so foolish. It will only make the Yu family hate you even more. See, even if I take your family, even if I take your fiancé, what can you do? Yu Changde thought about it and asked, Xiaoza, what about your older brother? Tell him to prepare some generous gifts. Your mom and I will go to the Xie family immediately. Yu Xiaoza's expression was troubled. Dad, older brother is at the company. He's been busy trying to contact Wan Yen. Wan Yen doesn't plan on continuing to cooperate with the Yu Corporation. Hearing this, Yu Chengda's expression turned serious. Although Yu Shouqi was in charge of the company now, he knew very well how important Wan Yen was to the company. Why had she suddenly decided not to cooperate with the Yu Corporation? Yu Shengxiang spoke up solemnly, Dad, I'm also studying fashion design. Although I can't compare to teacher Wan Yen, if the company needs it, I'm willing to go to the company and help older brother. Yu Chengda immediately felt very pleased. Good daughter, I haven't spoiled you for nothing all these years. Unlike that Yu Zhiwan, who is completely useless and will only cause trouble for the family. You are better than a single finger of her. After he spoke, Yu Chengda looked at Yu Xiaoza, instructing carefully, tell your older brother that he has to contact Wan Yen properly. Make sure to treat teacher Wan Yen with utmost respect. Teacher Wan Yen is our benefactor and our savior. When it came to Wan Yen, Yu Xiaoza's attitude also became respectful. Dad, don't worry, I know. After Yu Chengda finished instructing, he turned to look at Tao Shuqin. Shuqin, let's quickly prepare gifts, then bring the gifts to the Xie family to discuss the marriage. Chapter 18, I'm going back with my wife. Yu Zhiwan turned the corner of the hallway, walked a little further, and returned to the private room. Xie Jingma noticed that her expression was off, his eyes turning dark. What's wrong? Yu Zhiwan didn't want to bring up those people who spoiled her mood, nor did she want to let the Yu family affect her mood, so she waved her hand carelessly, nothing. Oh, right, she sat down, her black and white eyes looking at Xie Jingma, her eyelashes fluttering. I wanted to ask you when we were eating, what do your grandparents like, or what are their hobbies? Let's go buy some gifts later. She knew that with the Xie family's status, her grandparents-in-law wouldn't lack anything. But for the first meeting, they had to be thoughtful and polite. How could she go there without bringing a gift? So, as soon as they finished eating, Yu Zhiwan pulled Xie Jingma to the nearby luxury shopping mall. Xie Jingma had originally wanted to say that he had already prepared everything, but seeing Yu Zhiwan pulling him around the mall, as if they were a young couple going on a date. He raised his eyebrows, not saying anything. He allowed Yu Zhiwan to drag him around, picking out gifts and buying things. After buying the gifts, the two of them set off for the Xie family's old mansion. On the way, Xie Jingma was driving in the driver's seat when his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Xiao Yichen. This guy never had anything serious to talk about. Xie Jingma didn't want to pay attention to it originally. But then he glanced at Yu Zhiwan in the passenger seat and spoke lazily, Madam, can you reply to the message for me? I can't do it while driving. Do you remember the lock screen password? Yu Zhiwan, I remember. His phone was on the center console. Yu Zhiwan picked it up, 161027, and unlocked it. The lock screen and the wallpaper were a picture of the two of them together. Yu Zhiwan raised a hand and touched her ear, feeling uncomfortable. She opened WeChat, feeling flustered, and saw that her contact was pinned at the top and had the name wife saved for her, and raised a hand to touch her earlobe again. She quickly opened her chat page with Xiao Yichen. Xiao Yichen, bro mo. Bro mo. Xiao Yichen, what are you doing? Come hang out. Besides these two new messages, Yu Zhiwan also saw a record of Xiao Yichen and Xie Jingma's conversation from yesterday. Xiao Yichen, Yu Zhiwan actually agreed to marry you? Did you deceive her? I bet that you did. Yu Zhiwan must have been lured in by you. Xie Jingma, don't say Yu Zhiwan. Xie Jingma, call her sister-in-law in the future. Yu Zhiwan? What was Xiao Yichen talking about? What trickery? What luring? It was nonsense. Yu Zhiwan felt a little strange. But she was sensible and didn't scroll up randomly. She didn't look at any more chat records, and said, Xiao Yichen wants you to hang out. Xie Jingma looked at her without a change in his expression, then said, tell him I'm not going, I'm going back to the old house. Yu Zhiwan replied as he told her to. In just a few seconds, Xiao Yichen sent another message, typing very quickly. Are your grandparents back? Perfect, it's been a while since I visited your grandparents, I'll come to the old house with you. Yu Zhiwan read it out loud to Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma's tone was lazy and nonchalant. Tell him, I'm going back with my wife. What are you trying to join in on? Yu Zhiwan. How could she say that? Seeing Yu Zhiwan looking at him with a resentful gaze, Xie Jingma raised his eyebrows playfully. Then say, I'm his wife, and he's driving, so he can't reply. Yu Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan didn't listen to him and replied directly, I'm Yu Zhiwan. He is driving now and can't reply. There was a sudden silence on the other side. It took several dozen seconds for him to come back to life. Xiaoyichen, holy crap! Is that sister-in-law? Xiaoyichen, so Bromo's phone is in your hands. Xiaoyichen, hello sister-in-law. I'm Bromo's friend, my name is Xiaoyichen. Hello, my apologies. Xiaoyichen, I didn't expect our first conversation to be on WeChat. I'm so sorry. Xiaoyichen, it seems like you and Bro Mo are very loving. That sets my mind at ease. Hee, let's hang out sometime. I won't be a third wheel and bother you anymore. I wish you and Bro Mo a happy marriage and to have children soon. Looking at the bombardment of messages and the words very loving and have children soon, Yu Zhiwan's mouth twitched. She didn't read it to Xie Jingma word for word. She coughed lightly and then said, with an abridged version, Xiaoyichen said he wouldn't bother you anymore, that you should do your thing. Xie Jingma understood Xiaoyichen. That chatterbox couldn't possibly have said something so short. Seeing the girl's snow-white cheeks turn a light shade of pink, he curved his lips into a playful smile. Nothing else? Yu Zhiwan shook her head with a firm expression. No. The man chuckled, his voice indulgent. Okay, if Madam says there's nothing else, then there's nothing else. Even if there is, I'll pretend that I'm blind. Yu Zhiwan. When they arrived at the Xie family's old mansion, the intricately carved gates opened to the sides. After the car entered the estate, it took a few more minutes to reach the main house. Before the servants could announce their arrival, the old master and mistress of the Xie family, upon hearing the sound of the car engine, couldn't sit still. They walked to the door impatiently, looking outwards. They've arrived, their grandson had finally brought her. The other members of the Xie family, who had been sitting in the living room, all gathered around, curious. They saw a black car stop. Xie Jingma got out of the car first, then went to the passenger seat and considerately opened the door for her. A girl wearing a light green dress got out of the car. She was tall and slender, with skin as white as snow. Even from a distance, they could see that she was beautiful. Perhaps worried that she would be nervous and restrained, the moment the girl got out of the car, Xie Jingma considerately took her hand. When the two of them were closer and they could see her clearly, they could tell that the girl was exceptionally beautiful and eye-catching. Her face was like a peach blossom in March, and her eyes were like the spring water, clear and bright. Her soft, black hair, like ink and mist, fell down naturally, and under the thin sunlight, she had an ethereal aura, a beauty that was otherworldly. And the man beside her was as straight as a jade tree, handsome and noble. His lazy phoenix eyes were full of indulgence and doting. The two of them, hand in hand, looked like a perfect match. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a match made in heaven. The old lady, seeing this scene, was overjoyed. She couldn't stop smiling. The old master was also delighted, and his bad leg didn't hurt anymore because of it. Xie Jingma led Yu Zhiwan to the two of them. Grandpa, Grandma, this is Wan Wan. Yu Zhiwan's gaze was clear, her voice soft. Hello Grandpa, hello Grandma. Oh. You're so good. The old lady responded happily. Although she was getting on in years, she had an elegant air about her and was well maintained. She was wearing an emerald green jade bracelet, and she looked at Yu Zhiwan with gentle affection. Wan Wan, was the journey tiring? Don't be too reserved. Your grandpa and grandma are so happy to see you, we've been looking forward to your arrival. The old master's hair was a little gray. He was leaning on an exquisitely made cane with a lion's head handle. He tapped the cane on the floor with dissatisfaction. His voice was full of energy. It's all because of this child, Jingma. He rushed you into getting the certificate yesterday. You didn't even have the ceremony you deserved, making our Wan Wan suffer. Your grandparents will make it up to you. Yu Zhiwan immediately shook her head. Grandpa, I'm not suffering. She had also wanted to get the certificate as soon as possible. She wanted to move her household registration out of the Yu family's house as soon as possible. Chapter 19, It's my brother's blessing that he can marry you. The old lady had already forgotten about her own grandson. She affectionately grabbed Yu Zhiwan's hand. Wan, let's go, come into the living room with grandma. The old master happily chimed in, yes, Wan, let's go to the living room. Let's ignore Jingma for now. Grandpa and grandma will introduce you to everyone. Xie Jingma, who had been left behind, ? Grandpa, what are you saying? Just then, the parrot hanging in front of the window suddenly squawked at the top of its lungs, get married. Honeymoon night. Have a baby soon. Honeymoon night. Yu Zhiwan subconsciously turned her head to look at it. What was that parrot saying? Honeymoon night? The old lady glanced at the parrot and felt embarrassed. Wan, this parrot is called Fatty. I don't know who it learned it from, but it keeps saying these nonsensical things. Yu Zhiwan. Fatty, what a unique name. Xia Yunzhou, who was not far away. He mourned for 3 seconds for Fatty's lost real name Pineapple. Also, as if he didn't know who it had learned it from. It was definitely because the old master and mistress talked about it all the time that the parrot had learned those phrases. At this time, the servants brought down the gifts that the two of them had brought from Xie Jingma's car. There were so many of them, in different sizes, piling up high. Besides some precious tonics and tea sets, Yu Zhiwan had heard Xie Jingma say that his grandmother liked to arrange flowers, so she had specially bought a pair of expensive and exquisitely crafted vases. And for his grandfather who liked to play chess, she had bought a set of white jade chess pieces and a chessboard. Looking at these carefully chosen gifts, which were filled with sincerity, the old lady's face was all smiles. You child, you are so thoughtful. Grandma and grandpa like them very much. The old master looked at them and loved them so much he wished he could immediately show them off to his old friends. Look, this is the chess set my granddaughter-in-law gave me. You don't have a granddaughter-in-law, do you? What was even more important was that Wan's gifts were perfectly suited to their tastes. She had clearly asked Jingma, and they had discussed it together. Maybe they had even bought them together. It seemed that they were getting along very well. The old master's heart was full of comfort. Jingma's parents had died young, and he and his wife were already old. Maybe they would die any time now. Now, with Wan accompanying Jingma, the young couple would be able to support each other and spend the rest of their lives together. He and his wife could finally rest easy. After entering the living room, Xia Jingma introduced Yu Zhiwan to everyone else. Yu Zhiwan greeted them one by one. The old master and old mistress had 3 children. Xia Jingma's father was the eldest, but unfortunately, he and his wife had died together after they got married and had children, leaving behind only their only son, Xia Jingma. Xie Jingma also had a second uncle and aunt, who had twins, a boy and a girl. The girl's name was Xie Yuntang, and the boy's name was Xie Yunzhou. Xie Yunzhou had always been unconvinced, feeling like he should have been the older brother. Xie Jingma also had an aunt who was sitting on the sofa with her husband. They were a dink couple who had been married for many years and had never wanted children. Their relationship was very close and loving. These were Xie Jingma's closest family members. The old master also had other brothers and sisters, so the Xie family had some branches in various cities, with some even overseas. Today, Xie Jingma had brought his new wife back to the old mansion. The status of the young mistress of the Xie family was self-evident. Even if some relatives were far away overseas, they would especially come back to meet her. However, with the short notice, they hadn't been able to come back immediately. Xie Jingma had told her that they could slowly meet them later. Yu Zhiwan nodded. She had heard before that Xie Jingma's parents' death was something the Xie family didn't like to talk about. It seemed to involve some secret scandal. Looking at it now, it seemed that it was true. Everyone present, even the old master and mistress, hadn't mentioned a single thing about their deceased son and daughter-in-law. After Yu Zhiwan had met her second uncle, aunt, and her aunt and uncle, Xia Yuntang, wearing a moonwhite cheongsam, walked over with a smile on her face delicate and charming. Sister-in-law, I'm Yuntang. It's my brother's blessing that he can marry you. Yu Zhiwan paused. Did she just want to say that Xie Jingma married her? Xie Jingma didn't seem to mind, his lips curling lazily. That's right, it's a blessing. Yu Zhiwan. Was this acting loving in front of his grandparents? There was no need to say that she was the one who married him. Xia Yuntang had a straightforward and easygoing personality. The more she looked at Yu Zhiwan, the more she liked her. She had already affectionately linked arms with Yu Zhiwan, sister-in-law. Let's add each other on WeChat later, so it'll be easier to contact each other. Yu Zhiwan nodded, okay. Wait, she suddenly noticed that the moonwhite cheongsam that Xia Yuntang was wearing was designed by her. Seeing Yu Zhiwan staring at her cheongsam, Xia Yuntang's eyes lit up, as if she had met a kindred spirit. Sister-in-law, do you also think that this dress is pretty? It's designed by Wan Yen. I especially like her designs. And Wan Yen has never shown her face. She's so mysterious. It's a shame that Wan Yen only cooperates with the Yu Corporation. Sigh. I really hate the Yu Corporation, but for the sake of Wan Yen, I have to endure and buy their clothes even though it pains me. Sister-in-law, I'm not trying to look down on the Yu family by saying that. It's just that I can't stand how they favored that fake daughter Yu Shangxiang over you, the real daughter. And I heard from my brother that you have already severed ties with the Yu family. Sister-in-law, you did a great job. We are your family now, we will back you up. Yu Zhiwan paused, feeling a warm sensation, like a hot spring, in her heart. Family. Backing her up. These words were so rare, and so touching for her. Yuntang, thank you. Don't worry, Wan Yen will not cooperate with the Yu Corporation anymore. Xia Yuntang paused, then was filled with joy. Sister-in-law, you know Wan Yen. You're also studying fashion design, you must know Wan Yen. What does Wan Yen look like? How old is she? Yu Zhiwan realized that she had let something slip. She was in a dilemma. Should she tell everyone that she was Wan Yen? Just as she was hesitating, Xie Jingma, who was beside her, suddenly said, okay, that's enough talking. Let your sister-in-law rest for a while. Xia Yuntang? Bro, was talking also tiring? Xia Yunzhou laughed and picked up an orange, looking like he was used to the situation. Just you wait, Xia Xiaotang. There'll be more times when our brother favors his wife more than his younger siblings in the future. Yu Zhiwan? What was this about favoring his wife more than his younger siblings? Xia Yunzhou looked at Yu Zhiwan with a smile. He was handsome and his lips curved into a charming grin. Hello sister-in-law, I'm Xia Yunzhou. I have long admired your name. Today, we are finally family. Long admired her name? Finally, they were family? A look of confusion appeared in Yu Zhiwan's beautiful eyes. Have you known me before? Chapter 20, The Reason Why Xie Jingma Likes Yu Zhiwan. The smile on Xia Yunzhou's face suddenly froze. Crap. He had let something slip. Xia Jingma raised his eyelids and looked at him slowly, a warning in his gaze. Xia Yunzhou was sweating from his back. He hated his loose tongue. Well, sister-in-law, you and my brother were engaged, right? So of course I know you. Yu Zhiwan said, oh, so that's how it was. And sister-in-law, Xia Yunzhou winked at her with his left eye, we used to go to the same high school. We were even in the same grade. Although we weren't in the same class, our class was next to yours. Don't you have any impression of me? Yu Zhiwan carefully recalled. There seemed to be something, I think I remember now. Xia Yunzhou lifted his chin, look, my brother also went to the same high school as you. Yu Zhiwan was certain about this. She nodded, I know. Xia Yunzhou couldn't help but laugh. He raised his eyebrows meaningfully and secretly nudged his brother with his elbow. See bro, although you and sister-in-law weren't in the same grade, sister-in-law has a deep impression of you. Xia Jingma curled his lips, Wan remembers me so clearly? Yu Zhiwan glanced at him, of course. After all, he was such a famous figure. It was hard not to remember him. Actually, she had been a little introverted at that time. She didn't pay much attention to other students, but Xie Jingma was just so different. The most memorable time was when he had been put up on the bulletin board for fighting the day before, for the whole school to see. The next day, he had been up on stage to give a speech in front of all the teachers and students, for being ranked first in the whole school, and having a perfect score in several subjects. He was both a good student and a bad student. He was handsome, unruly, and also had great grades. The girls liked him a lot. He was just like a dazzling, high-spirited, heaven-blessed child. Even though they were not in the same grade, she would often hear his name while walking around the school. Xia Yunzhou was afraid of letting more things slip, so he quickly stuffed a few slices of orange into his mouth, shutting himself up. In fact, he was the one who knew Yu Zhiwan first. That year, when he had just entered the first grade of high school, he heard that the person who had scored first in the whole grade was a very beautiful girl, and that her score was much higher than the second place. But that girl came from a poor family, and her father was a gambler. He didn't want her to continue studying, and wanted her to go out to work and earn money instead. Her mother didn't care about her either, only her younger brother. The teachers at the school couldn't stand by and watch such a good student drop out of school and work, which would ruin her life. The teachers went to her home and said that she could be exempt from tuition fees for having entered high school with the best score, and that she could receive a scholarship. It was only then that her father agreed to let her continue her studies. At the time, Xia Yunzhou was very curious. He had specially gone to look at the ranking of the exams. It turned out that the girl who had come in first was named Yu Zhiwan. That evening, Xia Yunzhou mentioned this to his brother casually. It was then that his brother learned of Yu Zhiwan. Of course, Xia Yunzhou could tell that his brother was just listening. He thought that Yu Zhiwan was amazing to be able to study so well in that environment. He had a little admiration and sympathy for her, but besides that, his brother didn't have any other thoughts about Yu Zhiwan, nor was he paying special attention to her. Then one evening, when he and his brother were playing basketball on the playground, they happened to see a boy confessing to Yu Zhiwan. That boy looked like an uneducated, rich second-generation playboy. He smiled and was not serious. "Yu Zhiwan, be my girlfriend." The girl's eyes were cold. "I'm not interested in dating." That boy said, "Don't be in such a hurry to reject me. Aren't you short on money? As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll give you money to spend in the future. I'll buy you clothes and phones." Yu Zhiwan frowned and turned to leave. That boy grabbed her, being bossy and unreasonable. His smile was also very frivolous. "Yu Zhiwan, don't be so stubborn. I know you want to get rid of your parents, to get rid of your family environment. I'm just trying to help you. I have a lot of money. Not only can I take you in, but I can also give you money. As long as you're willing to be my girlfriend, to let me kiss and hug you, I think it's mutually beneficial for both of us, right? How about this? I have a card with 20,000 yuan on it. I'll give you that as spending money. It can also be seen as expressing my sincerity. Here." Yu Zhiwan didn't even look at the card. She looked at the boy, her eyes cool and indifferent, like a handful of snow on a roof in winter. "I do want to get rid of my family. But get rid of my painful family, and then fall into your stinky and dirty cesspool? Sorry, I'm not that stupid." After Yu Zhiwan said that, the boy was stunned for a moment. By the time Yu Zhiwan had walked away, the boy finally came back to his senses and angrily went to look for her to get back at her. What did she mean by stinky and dirty cesspool? How dare she insult him? Xia Yunzhou, who had seen this scene, was stunned. As expected of the top student in the grade, she was amazing. What was even more amazing was when the boy angrily wanted to go look for Yu Zhiwan to get even, his brother had actually stepped in to stop the boy, a smile on his face. "If she doesn't want to date you, don't get so angry. What, you want to go make trouble for a girl?" When that boy saw Xie Jingma, his arrogant flames extinguished immediately. He laughed awkwardly and said that he didn't dare to. Xia Yunzhou also couldn't stand guys like that. What was the point of making trouble for a girl? At his brother's signal, Xia Yunzhou warned the boy, "Don't talk tough here. If anything happens to Yu Zhiwan in the future, I'll go straight to you, you hear?" The boy's face turned pale with fear. He didn't dare to disobey them, and didn't go look for Yu Zhiwan. He ran away. Xia Yunzhou could tell that his brother had helped Yu Zhiwan because of a sliver of pity for her. Of course, more than that, he also admired her. He admired her life force, that stubbornness that refused to yield to anyone. Xia Yunzhou was also absolutely certain that his brother did not have any other thoughts for Yu Zhiwan at this time besides admiring her. But then, he didn't know what had happened. About 2 months later, his brother suddenly fell in love with Yu Zhiwan. Xia Yunzhou was completely confused. What was going on here? What was this all about? It didn't make sense. In places where he didn't know about, something must have happened between his brother and Yu Zhiwan. Xia Yunzhou had always thought that his brother would not easily fall in love with someone. Even if he did fall in love with someone, he would still be unruly, and not be bound by emotions. He would still be the aloof, heaven-blessed child, high-spirited and unrestrained, not led by emotions, and always in control. But until his brother fell in love with Yu Zhiwan, Xia Yunzhou was suddenly startled. It turns out that his brother was like that when he fell in love with someone. He was also humble, and also pathetic. A god had fallen from the heavens, only to lift her up. And with his heart and soul, he had dedicated everything to her. Chapter 21, he spent 8 years, finally taking a step closer to Yu Zhiwan. Xia Yunzhou didn't know why his brother liked Yu Zhiwan, nor what had actually happened between them. Unfortunately, back then, there were quite a few boys at school who wanted to pursue Yu Zhiwan. Even though her family wasn't well off, and she was aloof, solitary, and kept to herself, she was incredibly beautiful and also excelled academically, ranking first in the grade. So, she never lacked suitors. And Yu Zhiwan's reason for rejecting everyone was always the same: she wouldn't date during school, she wouldn't break school rules, and she wouldn't accept anyone's advances. Therefore, his brother didn't openly pursue her at the beginning. When Xia Yunzhou found out his brother had a secret crush, he was utterly shocked. A secret crush? His brother, with that face, had a secret crush? What a waste! But there was nothing to be done. Yu Zhiwan was indeed in a state of iron-willed dedication to studying. At the time, Xia Yunzhou couldn't understand. Yu Zhiwan was already first in the grade, with a score that left the second place far behind. Why was she still working so hard? His brother, however, saw through it immediately. Yu Zhiwan was working so hard to secure scholarships every year, ensuring she wouldn't be forced by her father to drop out, and to smoothly finish high school and get into university, escaping her suffocating family situation step by step. So, his brother taught her gambling father a lesson, ensuring the man would never dare to mistreat Yu Zhiwan again. He also secretly provided financial support to Yu Zhiwan through her aunt, allowing her to live a better life. These were just the things Xia Yunzhou knew about. In the places he didn't know about, his brother had done countless other things. Later, an unforeseen event occurred. Yu Zhiwan was discovered to be the true daughter of the Yu family and was taken back. His brother had always been disdainful of the marriage agreement with the Yu family and had repeatedly asked their grandfather to cancel it. Now, it turned out that Yu Zhiwan was his real fiancée. It was simply a case of after the darkest depths, there comes the dawn. Xia Yunzhou was genuinely happy for his brother. But just a few days after Yu Zhiwan returned to the Yu family, she declared, "I don't like Xie Jingma. I don't want to fulfill the marriage agreement with him. I want Shangxiang to marry Xie Jingma." Xia Yunzhou was stunned. He couldn't believe that the first time his brother fell in love, he lost before he even got a chance to confess. Xia Yunzhou thought his brother would probably give up. Indeed, his brother was despondent and withdrawn for a while. But later, he was still secretly treating Yu Zhiwan well, still, silently harboring a crush on her. He even found out which university Yu Zhiwan wanted to apply to. He didn't go abroad, instead applying to the same top-tier university Yu Zhiwan wanted. Then, Yu Shangxiang fell ill and took a leave of absence from school, and Yu Zhiwan also took a year off, supposedly to take care of Yu Shangxiang. When Yu Zhiwan took the college entrance exam, she actually changed her application, not applying to that university. His brother didn't know why Yu Zhiwan had suddenly changed her application, but he unconditionally believed her, believing that she wouldn't easily give up her goals, and that it must be due to some unavoidable reason. Luckily, the two schools weren't far apart, separated only by a street. When Yu Zhiwan was a freshman, his brother was already a senior, and often went to Yu Zhiwan's school. At first, everyone thought he was going to see his girlfriend on dates. This rumor spread like wildfire, leaving Xia Yunzhou speechless. If Yu Zhiwan heard that his brother had a girlfriend, then his brother would have even less hope. Fortunately, his brother clarified it quickly, saying he was visiting a friend. In reality, he was using the pretense of visiting a friend to sneak a look at the girl he had a crush on. Thinking about all the events of the past years, the orange in Xie Yunzhou's mouth tasted sour and bitter. Fortunately, now Yu Zhiwan had agreed to marry his brother. His brother had spent 8 years, finally taking a step closer to Yu Zhiwan. However, the way he saw it, Yu Zhiwan didn't seem to have any romantic feelings for his brother. The orange in Xie Yunzhou's mouth suddenly tasted even more sour. The old master and the old madam were still delighted about their grandson and his wife's marriage registration, their smiles never fading. They instructed the butler to bring over the betrothal gift list. Wan, even though you and Jingma have already registered your marriage, the necessary rituals can't be skipped. These betrothal gifts were prepared by your grandparents together. Have a look and see if you like them. The betrothal gift list was a thick volume, written on auspicious gold-flecked red paper, looking grand and formal. Yu Zhiwan was surprised. There were still betrothal gifts? Xie Yuntang and Xie Yunzhou were truly twins, their actions in sync as they curiously moved their heads closer together. Wow, sister-in-law, you should see what's inside. Yu Zhiwan first glanced at Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma was clearly very pleased with her subconscious reliance on him. His eyes crinkled with a smile as he squeezed her hand reassuringly and then helped her open the list. Yu Zhiwan lowered her gaze to look. The list included a mountain of real estate. 2 estates in different styles, 4 villas, and 2 riverview apartments. And a private island. There were also several shops, 2 jewelry stores, and 2 auction houses. All of these were directly registered under her name. Besides sports cars, there were various luxury brand jewelry, gold and silver jewelry, diamond jewelry, pearl jewelry, and more. And these were only a small portion. The rest of the list was made up of stocks and funds. Given the enormous size and growth potential of the Xie Group, even a 1% share would mean a continuous flow of massive wealth. Yu Zhiwan suddenly felt like the betrothal gift list in her hands weighed 1,000 pounds. This was all far too valuable. She looked at Xie Jingma with a headache, silently giving him a look, telling him that she didn't deserve it, and how could she accept all of this? What's more, she wasn't Xie Jingma's real wife, and they would eventually get divorced. Xie Jingma saw through her thoughts with a glance. His phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression became cold. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, Yu Zhiwan anxiously gave him another look, urging him to help her. Xie Jingma received her signal, and turned to look at his grandparents, speaking slowly and deliberately. I don't think it's enough, we need to add a little bit more. Yu Zhiwan was immediately? What did he just say? The old master and the old madam were overjoyed upon hearing Xie Jingma's words, grinning widely. Good. No amount of betrothal gifts was too much for their granddaughter-in-law. They asked for nothing more than to not mistreat Wan. Then, the old master, old madam, and Xie Jingma proceeded to add several more pages to the already glittering betrothal gift list. Yu Zhiwan stared at the back of a certain person, full of resentment. How could he be like this? Noticing the girl's resentful gaze, Xie Jingma turned around, his tone entirely innocent. What's wrong? Yu Zhiwan. After reviewing the betrothal gifts, the old madam asked the servants to bring in a potted plant. Uniquely, this potted plant was a persimmon tree crafted from pure gold. The trunk and branches were made of pure gold, and the red persimmons hanging on the tips were carved from Hutan red jade. They were bright red and round, looking cute and festive. The old madam affectionately took Yu Zhiwan's hand. Wan, this is something that your grandparents saw at an auction overseas yesterday. We thought it was interesting, so we bought it for you. We hope that after Wan gets rid of those people in the Yu family, your life will be smooth sailing, safe and peaceful, and that everything goes as you wish. The word persimmon and everything have similar pronunciation in Chinese. Yu Zhiwan's eyes grew hot and she couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness. When she returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, her biological grandfather, Old Master Yu, was still alive. He had been very kind to her and was the only one in the Yu family who treated her well. But that didn't last long. Half a year later, her grandfather fell ill and passed away. Since then, no elder had ever held her hand so earnestly, saying such heartfelt words to her, every single word wishing her well. The old madam had said it was just a small item, but simply from the pure gold and Hutan red jade, it was clear how much it cost to acquire it. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandpa. Yu Zhiwan's throat was choked up, and her voice trembled slightly. Good child, we are family. There's no need to thank us. The old madam patted her cheek affectionately, not wanting to make her sad. She changed the topic and laughed. There's also a sapphire necklace. I think it's beautiful, so I bought it too. It's also a gift for Wan Wan. The talkative Xia Yunzhou also joined in to liven up the atmosphere. Grandma, you and Grandpa bought so many gifts for sister-in-law. What did you buy for my brother? There was an awkward silence. The old master and the old madam exchanged glances. Oops, they had forgotten their grandson. The old master tapped his cane and coughed loudly. Don't mention other things when we're so happy. Xia Jingma. Xia Yunzhou. Alright, they were only focused on their granddaughter-in-law and had completely forgotten about their own grandson. Xia Jingma raised an eyebrow, but he didn't mind. He naturally took Yu Zhiwan's hand and looked down at her, his phoenix-like eyes full of a casual smile. There's nothing to be done, our Wan Wan is just that likable, worthy of all the affection. His tone was so matter-of-fact. His straightforward praise made her seem like the most wonderful and precious person in the world. It seemed that in his mind, she was meant to be loved. Yu Zhiwan's heart clenched suddenly, a soft, gentle feeling washing over her, like a carbonated drink fizzing with bubbles. She stared at the man with her watery eyes in a daze. She realized that Xie Jingma seemed to always be praising her every now and then. Just then, a servant ran in to report, Old Master, Old Madam, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin are here. They're outside the main gate, saying that they came specifically to visit. Chapter 22, The Young Mistress of the Xie Family? Xie Jingma is married? Upon hearing the names Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, the warm and lively atmosphere in the living room suddenly cooled down. Xie Jingma looked at Yu Zhiwan first. Aside from a cold and loathing expression, no wave stirred on the girl's delicate white face when she heard Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin's names. She no longer yearned for her parents' affection, nor would she feel sad or upset because of them. She wouldn't allow them the opportunity to hurt her again. She had completely given up on the Yu family. And she didn't care about them at all. Suddenly, Yu Zhiwan felt a warmth around her shoulder. When she looked up, she saw Xie Jingma's arm around her shoulders. It was a gesture of unconditional protection and support. Yu Zhiwan was momentarily stunned. He was such a devoted and loving husband. After hearing the servant's report, Xia Yunzhou scoffed coldly, came specifically to visit? How dare Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin even show their faces? It was like a few cockroaches and rats suddenly appearing at a perfectly good banquet. Who wouldn't find it disgusting? Xia Yuntang also rolled her eyes in disgust as soon as she heard the Yu couple's names. The old master and the old madam were clearly very concerned about Yu Zhiwan. Wan Wan, do you want to see them? The old madam's question clearly showed that she valued Yu Zhiwan's feelings, putting her needs first. Yu Zhiwan shook her head, she didn't want to see that group of eyesores again. Seeing this, the old madam immediately gave a firm order, then, we won't see them. They showed no consideration at all, treating Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin like garbage, throwing them out. The servant paused for a moment, unable to help but feel impressed. Their young mistress held so much weight in the hearts of the old master and old madam. In that instant, the way the servants looked at Yu Zhiwan became even more respectful. At the same time, outside the old mansion, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, carrying lavish gifts, waited excitedly and nervously for the servant to lead them inside. Changde, Tao Shuqin suddenly said with some worry, do you think it's too unseemly for us to come unannounced to discuss the marriage? How could it be? Yu Changde puffed out his chest. This is the marriage agreement that our father and old master Xie made. How could it be false? We're just fulfilling the agreement. Speaking of this, Tao Shuqin frowned, but our father's original intention was for that dead girl, Yu Zhiwan, to fulfill the marriage agreement with the Xie family. When Yu Zhiwan returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, old master Yu was still alive. He adored Yu Zhiwan and happily proposed that Yu Zhiwan fulfill the marriage agreement with Xie Jingma. It was they who secretly tricked Yu Zhiwan, getting her to refuse her grandfather's proposal, and to personally state that she didn't like Xie Jingma, and wanted her younger sister Shangxiang to marry him instead. You, stop overthinking it. The position of young mistress of the Xie family is Shangxiang's. Yu Changde said with a frustrated tone, I don't know what. happened, but ever since Dad passed away, the Xie family has become more and more distant from the Yu family, and more disdainful towards us. Now, we can only rely on this marriage agreement to latch onto the Xie family. Xiangxiang is so filial and sensible. When she becomes the enviable young mistress of the Xie family, she'll definitely help our family. Then, our Yu family can wait for a meteoric rise. Yu Changde was thinking about the family's interests, while Tao Shuqin was thinking about her daughter's happiness, smiling. Jingma is not only exceptionally handsome, but he's also the most outstanding heir the Xie family has ever had. Xianxian will have endless blessings to enjoy once she marries such a man. Everyone will be jealous and envious of her. Yu Changde, of course. So, today we must finalize Xianxian's marriage. Just as the two were talking, the servant who had gone in to report came out. Yu Changde immediately perked up and said to the servant, "Please lead us in quickly, don't keep old Master Xie and old Madam Xie waiting." Yu Changde had already lifted his leg, ready to walk inside. But the servant stood there, not moving, his attitude cold. "You too, our old master and old madam said, they won't see you." What? Yu Changde's eyebrows furrowed so tightly that they could have killed a fly. Won't see us? How is that possible? Did you get the message wrong? The servant rolled his eyes. "This is our old madam's direct order." A dismissal order? Tao Shuqin panicked immediately, anxiously looking at Yu Changde. "Changde, what's going on?" Although the Xie family had grown more and more distant after old Master Yu's death, they should know that one shouldn't greet a smiling face with harshness. They had come to visit with gifts. The fact that old Madame Xie was disregarding all decorum and giving them a dismissal order meant she was kicking them out. Or she was completely severing ties without even a hint of politeness. Had they offended the Xie family somewhere? The mere thought made Yu Changde break out in a cold sweat. He forced himself to remain calm, and tried to probe the servant. Why did the old madam give a dismissal order? Is it because she's busy with something important, or because there are other important guests? The servant didn't expect that Yu Changde had actually guessed correctly, so he didn't hide anything. "You're right, there is indeed an important guest." Hearing this, Yu Changde breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they hadn't offended the Xie family, everything would be all right. He immediately asked, "Could you tell me who is the important guest?" The servant said, "Of course. It's our Xie family's young mistress." A boom like a thunderclap in clear skies. The Xie family's young mistress? Xie Jingma was married? After saying this, the servant heard another servant calling him, and without regard for the expressions of Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, he turned and ran back inside. At this moment, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin stood outside the old Xie family mansion, as though they had been struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. It was Tao Shuqin who came back to her senses first, frantically pulling at Yu Changde, the young mistress of the Xie family. Xie Jingma is married? Yu Changde seemed as if his beautiful dreams had been shattered, all color draining from his face. When did this happen? Why haven't we heard any news at all? Tao Shuqin panicked, running around in circles. Then what about our Shangxiang? She's the young mistress of the Xie family. Which woman did Xie Jingma marry? Yu Changde was also anxious. If Xie Jingma married another woman, how would the Yu family climb the social ladder? Suddenly, Yu Changde noticed something and excitedly clapped his hands. Don't panic. Don't panic. Shuqin, look. Whose sports car is that? Tao Shuqin followed his gaze. After identifying it for a few seconds, she said hesitantly, the one in the courtyard. Isn't that a car Xie Yunzhou usually drives? Yu Changde, that's right. It's Xie Yunzhou's car. That means Xie Yunzhou is also back at the Xie family's old mansion. I knew it, Xie Jingma has always kept his distance from women. How could he get married suddenly without any news? The young mistress of the Xie family that the servant mentioned earlier must be referring to Xie Yunzhou's girlfriend. Tao Shuqin was confused. Xie Yunzhou's girlfriend? Is that true? The more Yu Changde thought about it, the more believable it became. That's definitely it. Xie Jingma doesn't even have a girlfriend. How could he suddenly bring a woman back to the old mansion? Xie Yunzhou is different. He started dating girls a few years ago. It's only reasonable for him to bring his girlfriend back to the old mansion to see his grandparents. That's why old Madame Xie found it inconvenient to see us, and gave the dismissal order. Inside the Yu family's living room, Yu Xiaoze was anxiously pacing back and forth, unable to sit still, thinking about his parents going to the Xie family to discuss the marriage. Yu Xiuqi, as the eldest brother, was somewhat more composed. He was sitting on the sofa, holding a file, but it was obvious that his mind was not on the documents. Yu Shangxiang had been blushing nonstop since the afternoon, her heart fluttering excitedly. When she saw Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin come back, Yu Xiaoze was the first to rush over. Dad, Mom, how did it go? Was the marriage finalized? When will Shangxiang and Xie Jingma get married? Next month? Chapter 23, Yu Zhiwan discovered something was wrong. Yu Xiangxiang's face turned even redder upon hearing about getting married next month. Yu Xiuqi, however, noticed something was off and stood up. Dad, Mom, why haven't you given away the gifts? Why did you bring them back? Yu Changde sighed helplessly. It was unfortunate today. Xie Yunzhou brought his girlfriend back to the old mansion, so old Master Xie and old Madame Xie found it inconvenient to see us. Tao Shuqin still felt uneasy. Changde, I still feel like that servant's mention of the Xie family's young mistress is strange. Yu Changde, you don't need to overthink it or scare yourself. Xie Jingma has a marriage agreement. One is the dead girl Yu Zhiwan, and the other is our esteemed Shangxiang. Who do you think Xie Jingma would want to fulfill the marriage agreement with? He will definitely choose Shangxiang. Yu Xiuqi nodded in agreement, analyzing. Dad is right. Shangxiang and Yu Zhiwan, one is a wealthy young lady raised with the best care since childhood, and the other grew up in poverty. Xie Jingma will definitely choose Shangxiang. How could he possibly have taken a liking to Yu Zhiwan? Yu Shangxiang bit her lip, her hands shyly twisting together, but I feel like Jingma's attitude towards me is very cold. She didn't even have that man's phone number or WeChat. She couldn't even manage to exchange a single word with him. Yu Xiaoze comforted her. Silly Shangxiang, he has a cold attitude towards every woman. That's just his cold personality. And I have a feeling he's keeping his distance from other women because of his engagement with you. So, it's the same even if you foster your feelings for each other after you get married. Yu Changde laughed. That's right, your second brother is correct. Tomorrow, your mother and I will go to the Xie family again and definitely finalize your marriage. Tao Shuqin's brows were tightly furrowed. She still felt very uneasy. At the Xie family's old mansion, Xie Yunzhou sat on the side, watching his brother peel oranges for Yu Zhiwan, and then quietly talked to her. If it wasn't for their grandparents calling him, he wouldn't even want to take his eyes off Yu Zhiwan for a second. TSK. Where was the cold, aloof, and unapproachable demeanor he displayed in front of other women? Anyone who said his brother was uninterested in women would face his wrath. Xia Yuntang was also sitting next to him, giving Xia Yunzhou a kick, ordering him around quite naturally. Stop staring, peel me an apple. Xia Yunzhou immediately kicked back. Don't think just because I'm your brother, I'll let you order me around. Xia Yuntang? Are you rebelling? The old madam put on a stern face. Yunzhou, don't be disrespectful. Yuntang is your elder sister. Xia Yunzhou sulked. Xia Yuntang mocked him relentlessly. Ha ha ha. Although the two siblings were playfully bickering, Yu Zhiwan could see that they had a very good relationship. This was their way of interacting. While Yu Zhiwan was pondering over this, she suddenly heard Xia Yuntang reveal a major secret about Xia Yunzhou. Xia Yunzhou was heartbroken. And he was the one who was dumped. Dumped by his girlfriend. 2 months ago. Xia Yunzhou was speechless. He glared at Xia Yuntang, annoyed but unable to say anything. Little granny, that happened 2 months ago already. Can you stop bringing it up and let it go for a while? Xia Yuntang snorted. 2 months? Even if 2 years have passed, I can still dig this up and repeatedly whip you with it. TSK, that girl was really insightful. She knew you're unreliable, and dumped you early. Xia Yunzhou. Are you really my sister? What do you mean I'm unreliable? Xia Xiaotang. Just because of that one line, if you call me big brother, I promise I won't beat you up. Xia Yuntang didn't care at all, turning to shout, Grandma, Grandpa, look at him. The old madam gave him a stern glare. The old master's cane was itching to be used. Xia Yunzhou immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right, I won't fight with a woman, let's call a truce today. As he said this, he secretly glared at Xia Yuntang. You just wait, Xia Xiaotang. Xia Yuntang laughed so hard that her stomach hurt, and she grabbed Yu Zhiwan's hand. Sister-in-law, do you see that? Xia Xiaozhou is at the bottom of the food chain in our family. You can make him do anything you want in the future. Hearing this, Xia Jingma looked at her sideways, lazily speaking, does your sister-in-law need to order him around? Xia Yuntang smacked her forehead, instantly understanding. Sister-in-law, I misspoke earlier, you can order my brother around directly in the future. Yu Zhiwan. She turned to look at Xia Jingma. Xia Jingma handed the peeled orange to her, a smile playing on his lips, his voice sexy and alluring. Did you hear that, Mrs. Xia? Remember to make me do things if you need to. The man's fingers were slender, clean, and beautifully structured, like pieces of art. Even the peeled orange was impeccably clean. Yu Zhiwan felt like a feather had gently brushed her heart. Ripples spread across her heart like waves, causing a soft tremor. She stared at the man for several seconds before accepting the orange from his palm, saying very softly, I understand. I have something I want to ask you to do right now. You're blocking my view and preventing me from seeing Grandpa and Grandma. Can you move further away from me? Xia Jingma? Yu Zhiwan saw that he was stunned, and the corners of her lips curled up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischievousness. I'm just teasing you. Xia Jingma raised his eyebrows in surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. A few seconds later, his throat bobbed lightly and he let out a soft laugh of indulgence and adoration. His well-behaved wife had suddenly turned mischievous. But that was good. She could get even more mischievous. She was becoming increasingly comfortable with him. He liked her bright, vibrant, cunning, and mischievous self. Yu Zhiwan and Xia Jingma were invited to stay for dinner by their grandparents. The second uncle, second aunt, and uncle, Xia Yuntang and Xia Yunzhou, the whole family was there, and the atmosphere throughout the meal was very harmonious. After dinner, Yu Zhiwan chatted with the elderly for a while, and then went to the room where Xia Jingma used to live with him. The room was on the second floor, where Xia Jingma had lived before going to university. Yu Zhiwan curiously looked around. The room was very clean, and all the furnishings were exactly the same as before. For example, on the bookshelf, there were some cool mechanical models, as well as some certificates and awards. However, Yu Zhiwan said in confusion, there aren't any pink items in this room. Xia Jingma? Pink? Yu Zhiwan blinked her eyes. I feel like you like pink things. Like your WeChat profile picture, and your apron, they're both pink bunnies. Xia Jingma's eyebrows arched upwards. You're talking about this? He leaned lazily against the desk, tilting his head slightly, a smile playing on his lips. I don't like pink. I just like that bunny. Hearing what he said, Yu Zhiwan became even more curious. Who exactly drew that soft pink bunny? Why was he so fond of it? Yu Zhiwan realized that her heart was changing too quickly. Yesterday, she wasn't curious about the bunny at all, and today, she was becoming more and more curious about it. On the desk was a photo album, and Yu Zhiwan picked it up to look at it. It was actually photos of Xia Jingma as a child. In the photos, he was only 2 or 3 years old, delicate and cute, like a small sculpted dumpling. He was beautiful even when he was that young. There was also a man and a woman in the photo. Judging by their features, they had some similarities to Xia Jingma. Were these Xia Jingma's parents? Yu Zhiwan wanted to ask him, but she was afraid of causing him sadness. After all, his parents had passed away early, which must be a very painful thing for him. But Xia Jingma took the initiative to explain to her, as if he had already let go of everything. His tone didn't reveal any pain or any particularly low mood. The people in the picture are my parents. Yu Zhiwan looked at him and awkwardly changed the topic. You were quite cute when you were little. Upon hearing this, the man's phoenix eyes tilted upwards. Lazy and charming, am I not cute now? Yu Zhiwan. He slowly sighed, pretending to be serious and blaming himself. It's my fault. It's my fault for not meeting my wife's standards. Yu Zhiwan, no, you're also especially handsome now, within my standards. The moment she finished speaking, a soft chuckle escaped from the man's throat, a low and raspy laugh, revealing a lazy delight, making him sound extremely sexy. So I'm within Wanwan's standards? Yeah, this is the first time Wanwan has praised me. I need to jot it down in my notebook. Yu Zhiwan? How could he be like this? Yu Zhiwan didn't want to pay him any attention, and continued flipping through the photo album, feeling that he had a pretty good family atmosphere. Because in all the photos, his father was either holding his mother around the waist or with his arm around her shoulder, clearly displaying his love, even ignoring little Xie Jingma. Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but smile a bit. However, after flipping through a few more pages, Yu Zhiwan noticed something was wrong. In the photos, Xie Jingma's father was filled with love, but Xie Jingma's mother had a very cold expression. Her body was subconsciously moving away from Xie Jingma's father, as if she was disgusted and didn't want to have physical contact with him. It wasn't just in one photo, but almost all the photos showed her to be so cold. Yu Zhiwan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Last night, Xie Jingma had washed her underwear and said that his parents were the same, with his father washing all his mother's clothes. At the time, she thought his parents were very affectionate. But looking at these photos now, it didn't seem to be that affectionate. Yu Zhiwan also suddenly remembered that the death of Xie Jingma's parents was a topic that the Xie family did not want to discuss. What exactly happened? Chapter 24, he only wanted to indulge and pamper her, nurturing her spoiled side, little by little. Yu Zhiwan put down the photo album and looked at Xie Jingma with a confused expression. Then, she saw that he had actually taken out a small notebook from the drawer and was writing a line of words on it. September 23rd night, Wanwan praised me for being within her standards. Yu Zhiwan? What was he doing? Why was he actually recording it in a notebook? And that cutesy emoticon, what was up with that? Yu Zhiwan looked at him with an extremely complicated expression. Xie Jingma twirled the pen casually between his fingers, raised an eyebrow, and said with a composed expression, "What's wrong? Did I write something incorrectly?" Yu Zhiwan, it's not that it's wrong. That had indeed happened just now. But you didn't really have to write it down in a notebook, did you? Xie Jingma said, appearing very receptive to her feedback, and put down the pen. My bad, I shouldn't have recorded it like that. After saying that, he pulled out his phone, took a picture of the line of words, and then posted it on his Moments. Yu Zhiwan? The man's phoenix eyes curved slightly as he laughed in a lazy and joking tone. Thank you for the reminder, wife. It's no longer popular to use pen and paper, it's trendy to record things directly online. Yu Zhiwan? Who reminded him of that? That's just twisting her words. At this moment, the comments under the post Xie Jingma had just sent out on his Moments exploded. Xia Yinzhou, hee hee hee. Xia Yuntang, hee hee hee. Old master, hee hee hee. Old madam, hee hee hee. Xiaoichen, holy shit, at Chinan, come over here and see this. Chinan, my eyes are blind. Xiaoichen, emoji, tell the truth. Did you hold a knife to Yu Zhiwan's throat and force her to say that? There's no way Yu Zhiwan would praise you on her own. Chinan, you idiot dog, are you trying to die? Mo Yi has a love brain right now and can't hear any of that. But it was too late. Xie Jingma stared at Xiaoichen's comment, narrowed his eyes, and with a noble and indifferent air, added him to his blacklist. Xiaoichen? Woof woof woof? Yu Zhiwan was pressured by Xia Yuntang to add her on WeChat. Of course, Xia Yunzhou also added her, and the old master and old madam, etc., all exchanged contact information with her, and even pulled her into the family group chat. Yu Zhiwan was initially a little nervous, but after entering the group chat, everyone welcomed her enthusiastically, greeted her, and the elders even sent her red envelopes. Especially Xia Jingma. When she was replying to the elders, whenever she sent a message, he would also follow lazily with one, as if protecting her and always having her back. The nervousness in Yu Zhiwan's heart instantly disappeared. It was getting late, and it was time for Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma to leave. The old master and old madam were reluctant to let her go, holding Yu Zhiwan's hand and reminding her again and again to come over often. Of course, their grandson had to come too, otherwise, who would drive Wanwan around? Xie Jingma? Driver? Yu Zhiwan wanted to laugh but held it back. She listened carefully to all the instructions given by her grandparents and nodded in agreement. On the way back to Blue Stream Gardens, Xie Jingma was still driving. Yu Zhiwan sat in the passenger seat, looking at the thin notebook on the back seat with a subtle expression. Opening the first page, she could see that line of strong, vigorous characters. September 23rd night, Wan praised me for being within her standards. He had actually taken his notebook and brought it back to Blue Stream Gardens. The corners of Yu Zhiwan's mouth twitched. She never would have imagined that Xie Jingma could actually do something so childish. He was really Xie 3 years old. Thinking that he had taken a picture and posted it on moments earlier, Yu Zhiwan wanted to check it out. She opened her WeChat. Xie Jingma was at the top of her list. She directly tapped on his profile picture to enter his moments. The next second, her eyelids twitched violently. What was that on his moments cover? What was that blinding red thing? Yu Zhiwan suddenly looked up, staring at the man in the driver's seat in disbelief. What's your moments cover? Xie Jingma glanced at her, acting as if he had been waiting for her to finally discover it, and answered, not directly. This is the first time Wan has looked at my moments, isn't it? Yu Zhiwan, that's not the point. The point is, how could you set the marriage certificate cover as your moments cover? That's too weird, right? Now that it was late, the brilliant lights of the neon signs along the road shone on the man's handsome, profound face, making him appear even more captivating. His pale and elegant fingertip tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his tone lazy, with a light and rising inflection. Is that weird? I was planning to start wearing the marriage certificate around my neck tomorrow. Yu Zhiwan? His tone didn't sound like a joke, it sounded serious. Wearing the marriage certificate around his neck. The image was so beautiful that she couldn't even imagine it. Yu Zhiwan immediately stopped him. No, it's not necessary. That would be way too weird. Setting it as a moments cover isn't that big of a deal. It's fine as it is. It's good. The man's phoenix eyes curved slightly. Since my wife says it's good, then I can only obey and set it as my moments cover. Yu Zhiwan. Did she just get played by him? Lu Sun once said that if you want to open a window in a room, most people would disagree, but if you say you want to tear down the roof, everyone would take a step back and agree to let you open the window. Wasn't that exactly what Xie Jingma had just done to her? She thought it was strange to set the marriage certificate as the moments cover, but when he said he was going to wear the marriage certificate around his neck, she took a step back and thought that just having a cover wasn't that big of a deal. As expected of a top business tycoon. Cunning, so cunning. Yu Zhiwan looked at him resentfully with the expression of someone who was looking at a big bad guy. The man's lips curled into a smile, his phoenix eyes tender and affectionate. Were you tense before we went to the old mansion? Are you still tense now? Yu Zhiwan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. I'm not tense anymore. Grandpa and Grandma were very nice to me, and Yuntang and Yunzhou welcomed me too. The family and affection she had always longed for had finally been experienced in the Xie family. And it wasn't fake. They were truly nice to her. Ahead was an intersection, and Xie Jingma turned left. So, we'll go there often in the future? Yu Zhiwan nodded her head. Sure, we can. Xie Jingma chuckled. What if Grandpa and Grandma wanted you to stay overnight? Yu Zhiwan, that's fine too. Xie Jingma looked at her, his gaze deepening slightly. What if Grandpa and Grandma wanted to see you every day, and wanted you to live at the old mansion? It's far from your school, and it'll be inconvenient for you to go to classes. Would you be willing? Yu Zhiwan thought for a moment and said, actually, that's all right too. I can overcome the inconvenience of going to school. Hearing this answer that he had anticipated, Xie Jingma frowned slightly. His low, magnetic voice held a hint of seriousness. Wan, you have the right to say no. You can say no to anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, forced, or that you don't like. The moment the man finished speaking, Yu Zhiwan's nerves seemed to be pulled taut. Her slender white fingers involuntarily clenched the seatbelt in front of her, turning her head to look at the man, her eyelashes trembling violently. I just feel like Grandpa and Grandma are very nice to me, and Yuntang and Yunzhou, they're all very nice to me. I want to cherish that, and I want to give back to them. Xie Jingma found a place to pull over and stopped the car. He leaned closer, gently touching her head with affection, his pair of deep, captivating phoenix eyes watching her intently. Wan, you don't need to try to give back anything. They like you, not because you're well-behaved and obedient, but because they like you as a person. They like you for who you are. They wouldn't dislike you if you say no. Yu Zhiwan felt her heart suddenly pounding, and her eyes grew hot. Before, in the Yu family, when Yu Shangxiang was sick and took a leave of absence, Yu Shouqi and Yu Shaozi disregarded her opinion and made her take a leave of absence as well, saying she was the older sister, so it was her duty to take care of her younger sister. After she finished taking the college entrance exam, Yu Changde disregarded her opinion and forcibly changed her application, saying she needed to give way to Yu Shangxiang, and couldn't get into a better university than her. Tao Shuqin also disregarded her opinion, forcing her to date Gu Chengfeng. In the Yu family, she didn't have the right to refuse. She had to do what she didn't want to do. Now, Xie Jingma was telling her that she didn't need to force herself, nor did she need to mistreat herself. She had the right to say no. Even if she said no, her grandparents wouldn't dislike her. Wan. Xie Jingma quietly stared at her face, his long, pale fingers lightly stroking her soft hair. My family likes you. You are worthy of being liked for who you are. They will always be nice to you. Me too. His girl had experienced too much hardship and setbacks at her foster parents' home and the Yu family. Sometimes, people who lack love tend to try their best to reciprocate even the smallest kindness, even if it meant mistreating themselves. Xie Jingma wanted to make her get used to being loved. To get used to rejecting things she didn't want to do. He didn't want her to be mistreated, and he didn't want her to suppress herself. He only wanted to indulge her, pamper her, and nurture her spoiled side and sense of worth, little by little. Chapter 25, I Am Wan Yan. Back at Blue Stream Gardens. In the living room, Yu Zhiwan sat on the sofa, holding a water glass in both hands. She sipped it slowly while occasionally glancing at Xie Jingma. His words from the car earlier kept echoing in her mind. The emotion those words stirred inside her had not subsided yet. For him to be able to say those things to her, he truly was a good person. A very good person. She had something she was hesitating whether to tell Xie Jingma or not. While she was struggling with her thoughts, she suddenly noticed that Xie Jingma had pulled out his little notebook and pen from somewhere and was writing another line of words on it. What was he writing this time? Yu Zhiwan's small face darkened. She couldn't help but lean closer, and she saw. September 23rd night, Wan has glanced at me several times. Yu Zhiwan immediately flushed with embarrassment. I wasn't glancing at you. I have something I want to tell you. Xie Jingma glanced at her and unhurriedly wrote another line. Still won't admit she was glancing, so adorable. Yu Zhiwan's face flushed crimson. What adorable? Where was she adorable? She said anxiously, Xie Jingma. I really have something I want to tell you. Xie Jingma was pleased that his wife was scolding him. He was always happy when Wan didn't hold back from him. He happily put away his little notebook. I'm listening. What can my wife tell me? Yu Zhiwan took a sip of water to catch her breath and then asked, the moonwhite Cheongsam Yuntang wore today was designed by Wan Yan. Do you know of this designer, Wan Yan? Xie Jingma's eyebrows rose slightly, a hint of playfulness in his phoenix eyes. Of course, I know her. Wan Yan is very famous and mysterious. Her designs are first class. I like her very much. Yu Zhiwan was shocked, almost spilling her water glass. She looked at him in surprise. You like Wan Yan? Yes. The man leaned lazily against the sofa, propping his head with his hand. His white shirt was unbuttoned at the top, and from his collarbone to his Adam's apple, every inch of him was alluringly sexy. His lazy phoenix eyes, smiling, looked directly at Yu Zhiwan, the corners of his lips curling into a meaningful smile. I really like Wan Yan. I am her loyal fan. If I could meet her someday, I would definitely ask for her autograph, take a picture with her, and ask for a hug. Yu Zhiwan was extremely surprised, her pupils widening in astonishment. She hadn't imagined that Xie Jingma would like Wan Yan, even to the point of wanting an autograph and a hug as a loyal fan. This was such a drastic subversion. Yu Zhiwan looked at him incredulously. You also think Wan Yan's designs are outstanding? The man nodded without hesitation, of course. I've been following every single design of Wan Yan's. She surpasses all other designers. She has a talent and genius for design. Yu Zhiwan's eyes widened, again shocked. He had been following every single design that she had posted? This was more than just a loyal fan. He was almost a brain-dead fan. Many people liked Wang Yan's designs. Yu Zhiwan was used to it and was grateful for their support. But for some reason, she felt there was something different when Xie Jingma said he liked Wang Yan. Yu Zhiwan touched her earlobe uncomfortably, her eyelashes fluttering. Today at the old mansion, I told Yuntang that Wang Yan wouldn't be collaborating with the Yu family anymore. Are you curious why I knew that? Oh. Why? Yu Zhiwan looked up at the man, her eyes shining with a bright, translucent light. Everyone's curious why Liang Yulan has always been accepting awards on behalf of Wang Yan at design competitions, and why Wang Yan never makes a public appearance. Actually, Teacher Liang was accepting awards on my behalf. I am Wang Yan. Xia Jingma seemed very surprised, and he even sat up straighter. Wan is Wang Yan? Yu Zhiwan puffed out her cheeks. Why does your surprise look so fake? Xia Jingma? Fake? He pinched his temples, smiling helplessly. No, I'm genuinely surprised. 2 years ago, when he first found out that Yu Zhiwan was Wang Yan, he was truly surprised. When he first saw Wang Yan's design works at the new talent competition, he felt that the design style was too familiar. It was very similar to Yu Zhiwan's style. After conducting some investigation in secret, sure enough, it was her. Later, he had secretly gone to the venue of every competition Wang Yan participated in. Only the wind knew that he had witnessed every one of her victories and every single important moment. He had followed and collected every design work Wang Yan had published. He believed more than anyone else that no matter what the circumstances, it could not dim the light that radiated from her. She herself was a dazzling presence. Xia Jingma looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes dark and deep. Why tell me such an important secret? Yu Zhiwan pursed her lips and said straightforwardly, out of everyone, you are the first person I'm willingly telling the truth about Wang Yan. Xia Jingmo's eyes immediately darkened. Yu Zhiwan said, I've already severed my ties with the Yu family, and I won't be helping them in the future. I want to open my own fashion design studio. I'll also be drawing design drafts every day. Since we're living under the same roof now and will be seeing each other all the time, you would have found out eventually. So, it's better to tell you now. Xia Jingma's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. You want to open your own studio? Yes. This was a goal that she had had for a long time. She was also trying to save money for it. In the past 2 years, she had been drawing designs for the Yu family as Wang Yan mainly to help them, so she hadn't asked for a high price, and hadn't saved up much money. Also, her aunt's daughter was hospitalized for surgery, and she helped pay the medical expenses. The money she had saved was not yet enough to open her studio, but it was almost there. If she drew design drafts for other companies, she would be able to save enough money to start her own fashion studio. Just as Yu Zhiwan was thinking this over, Xia Jingma suddenly spoke. The man looked at her with his dark eyes, the corners of his lips slightly upturned. I'll invest in you. Yu Zhiwan was stunned for a moment. You'll invest in me? She frowned. Are you investing in me because we're married, because you want to take care of me? The man's facial features were exquisite and stunning. He leaned lazily against the sofa, his long-fingered hands tapping lightly on the armrest. His eyebrows were charming and unrestrained, noble beyond words. Don't worry, wife. I never make a loss in my investments. I said earlier that I am Wang Yan's loyal fan. I like her and I know her very well. So I believe that with Wan's abilities and popularity, I will earn a lot of money back in the future. Yu Zhiwan gasped softly, you have that much confidence in me? Xie Jingma, of course. The Yu family is the best proof of that. The Yu family's fashion brand could be revived because of Wang Yan, which showed how strong Wang Yan's ability and influence were. Yu Zhiwan said hesitantly, what if I lose money and have a loss in the future? The man's eyebrows rose slightly. What's there to be afraid of? I will cover your losses, if there are any. They'll be on me. Yu Zhiwan blinked her eyes again and again. You just said that you never make a loss in your investments. The room suddenly went silent. Xie Jingma was silent for 2 seconds, then he chuckled, sounding both helpless and indulgent. Wan, I believe in your abilities, and I believe in my judgment. And I also believe that your studio will not lose money. So, boldly go and do what you want to do. Listening to the man's confident tone, Yu Zhiwan's heart was moved, and all the worry in her chest suddenly vanished, filling her with fighting spirit. Even Xie Jingma, a top business tycoon, believed in her. How could she not be confident? The industries and fields that the Xie Group invested in were all very promising, aiming to expand their business and make money. This was inseparable from Xie Jingma's leadership and decision-making. Of course, she believed in Xie Jingma's judgment. So, the man tilted his head slightly, a lazy smile on his lips, as he reached out his right hand to her. Boss Yu, will you accept my investment? Chapter 26, The Self-Cultivation of a Stay-at-Home Husband. Yu Zhiwan stared at the man's hand for a few seconds, then, hardening her heart, she firmly grabbed it, happy to cooperate. I will work hard to manage the studio, make money, and not lose your investment. Xie Jingma smiled slightly. Before that, there's something more important. Yu Zhiwan, huh? What is it? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her vision blur and suddenly found herself in the man's arms. Yu Zhiwan was immediately stunned. What are you doing? Their bodies were close together. The man's warm temperature was transmitted through the thin fabric of their clothes, as if their skins were touching. Yu Zhiwan's heart tightened, her mind blank for a few seconds, and then her heartbeat quickened chaotically. Teacher Wan Yen. He finally spoke, holding her even tighter. I like you. I really, really like you. I am your loyal fan. The man's voice was low, husky, and magnetic, and also had a hint of loneliness. His hot breath as he spoke caressed her ear, and at that instant, Yu Zhiwan felt like she was struck by electricity. She felt an uncontrollable numbness that made her body tremble. He liked Wan Yen that much. He even really wanted an autograph, a photo, and a hug. It was very quiet around them. Yu Zhiwan was held in Xie Jingma's arms, listening to his heartbeat, feeling his warm body, and his pleasant woody scent filled her entire senses. Her fine eyelashes trembled and she raised her hand as if possessed, hugging him back. Thank you for liking me. The moment Yu Zhiwan hugged Xie Jingma, she had only one thought: his waist was so tempting. She was studying fashion design, so she naturally had a good understanding of human anatomy. She had accidentally seen his abs and waistline before and had been amazed by how perfect they were. And now, having held him, his waist was so slender, with not an ounce of fat, yet it felt so strong. He was so alluring and seductive, his sex appeal was off the charts. She wondered what his abs felt like to the touch. Wait, Xie Jingma purely liked Wan Yen so much, but here she was thinking all sorts of inappropriate things. That was very disrespectful towards Xie Jingma. Yu Zhiwan felt a guilty conscience and hastily pushed him away, her eyes darting around, feeling guilty. Ahem, so you like Wan Yen that much? Xie Jingma's gaze fell on her face, his eyebrows slightly raised. Why is my wife's face so red? Yu Zhiwan was stunned. She raised her hand and touched her face. It really was a little hot, and she instantly felt even more embarrassed. It's all your fault, you suddenly hugged me. I felt short of breath, that's why I'm blushing. It definitely wasn't because Xie Jingma's waist felt so good to hold. After speaking that, she didn't care about the man's reaction and immediately ran upstairs. It's late, I'm going to take a shower and go to sleep. Yu Zhiwan sat on the bed after showering, thinking about what she would be busy with in the next few days. She heard the water stop in the bathroom, but Xie Jingma hadn't come out yet. Yu Zhiwan's eyebrows twitched, and she suddenly realized something. She threw back the covers and rushed to the bathroom. Why was he washing her underwear again? You? Why are you washing my clothes again? Yu Zhiwan rushed over and saw that he had already diligently washed all her undergarments. They were spotlessly clean too. Yu Zhiwan felt mortified, a wave of heat rising to her head. In just a few days, he would know all of her undergarments inside and out. Seeing her rush over anxiously, her pajamas disheveled, Xie Jingma raised his hand and helped her adjust her collar. He caught sight of her pale, exquisite collarbone, his gaze darkening slightly as it lingered there for a few seconds, before he finally raised his eyelids lazily to meet her eyes, his voice light. Wife is going to be very busy with her studio recently. Since my wife is going to be working outside, busy earning money to support the family, I have no choice but to cook for you and wash your clothes. Yu Zhiwan. Was he too domesticated? Yu Zhiwan looked him up and down. Was he studying something like the self-cultivation of a qualified stay-at-home husband every day? Or did he have some special fetish, like serving people? Xie Jingma had said yesterday that he would be happy to serve his wife, letting her have her clothes and meals brought to her, without ever having to lift a finger. It seemed like she really wasn't going to have to lift a finger from now on. Then, Yu Zhiwan glanced at him and mumbled, "If you want to wash them, then go ahead and wash them. You're the one who'll be getting tired anyway." The man chuckled lightly, his voice sexy, sounding like he was teasing her, but also serious. "How could I be tired? I always wash Wanwan's clothes with a smile." Washing with a smile? Yu Zhiwan imagined that scene, her face instantly turning crimson. She didn't want to deal with him anymore. Over the next few days, Yu Zhiwan didn't have many classes at school, so she was busy with registering her studio. She and Xie Jingma had picked a name for the studio together, Jinghong, Stunning Swan. Their clothing brand would also be called Jinghong. Among the betrothal gifts her grandparents had given her, there were several shops, some were jewelry stores, and some were cosmetic stores. Yu Zhiwan went to take a look and saw they were all located in very prosperous commercial areas. So, she used what she had, rented a shop in a suitable location nearby, as the first flagship store for Jinghong. After that, Yu Zhiwan started buying things. Of course, she didn't have to do the errands herself. Xie Jingma had Old Fu do them for her. So, Yu Zhiwan only had to make a list, and Old Fu would have the servants get it all ready. The challenging part was the recruitment of staff. It was easy to find assistants, but it was more difficult to find a suitable person for the position of operations director. Yu Zhiwan initially interviewed several people who she didn't find satisfactory, until she met Hikaiwei, a capable woman in her 30s. She was an intellectual and charismatic woman. Yu Zhiwan's eyes lit up. She talked to her a lot and could see that Hikaiwei wasn't only professional, well experienced, and had her own unique insights into the management of a fashion brand, but she was also familiar with cloth manufacturers and garment factories. According to Hikaiwei, as long as there was a good design, she could open up the market and make the Jinghong brand popular. Yu Zhiwan had some unpublished designs stored in her phone, which she showed to Hikaiwei on the spot. Hikaiwei frowned slightly. "Boss Yu, who gave you these designs?" "I'm sorry, but I'm a very straightforward person." "Are you being tricked? These designs look too much like someone else's style." Yu Zhiwan asked in surprise, "Like whom?" Hikaiwei slowly said a name, Wan Yan. Anyone in the fashion design industry would know the name, Wan Yan. Hikaiwei shook her head. "These designs can't be used. Not only is the style the same, but even some of the small details are too similar to Wan Yan. If these were made into clothing, you would be accused of copying Wan Yan's work." Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but smile. "Miss He, you have good eyes. These designs are indeed designed by Wan Yan." Hikaiwei was stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with surprise. "Boss Yu, you mean?" Yu Zhiwan's red lips curled into a smile. "That's right. Wan Yan is our chief designer at Jinghong." Hikaiwei was shocked for a few seconds, then she suddenly stood up, her face filled with disbelief. "Boss Yu, are you telling the truth?" Yu Zhiwan smiled gently. "Of course, it's true." Hikaiwei was beside herself with joy. This was like a gift from the heavens. Jinghong was a new brand, and it was not easy to become a popular brand. She would have to proceed step by step. But if Jinghong's chief designer was Wan Yan, it would be completely different. With Wan Yan's popularity and influence, as long as they made a public announcement that Jinghong's clothes were designed by Wan Yan, the wealthy socialites, young ladies, and celebrity wives who liked Wan Yan would naturally flock to them. By then, Jinghong would have its first set of customers. However, hadn't Wan Yan been collaborating with the Yu family? Now that Wan Yan was collaborating with Jinghong, wouldn't the Yu family lose many customers? Wouldn't they incur serious losses? Hikaiwei looked at Yu Zhiwan in surprise and confusion. "Do you know Wan Yan?" Yu Zhiwan smiled slightly. "You'll know later." Yu Zhiwan valued Hikaiwei's abilities a lot. She immediately hired her as Jinghong's brand director and let her hire a few employees. She then contacted a garment factory to make some sample clothing items according to the designs. Yu Zhiwan had been so busy these past few days, but now that Ikaiwei was there, she could finally take a breather. When she returned to Blue Stream Gardens in the evening, Xie Jingma had not yet returned. Yu Zhiwan sat on the sofa and massaged her tired legs. She was thinking that tomorrow she would finally be able to transfer her household registration from the Yu family. At the same time, at the Yu family residence, Gu Chengfeng rushed into the Yu family living room with a stack of photos. Look at these photos, who is this person? Chapter 27, she doesn't even recognize her own mother? The 5 members of the Yu family were all in the living room. Yu Changde had just finished taking his medication. Last time he had gone to the Xie family's old mansion to discuss the marriage, he had been given a dismissal order by the old Madame Xie. He had originally planned to go again the next day, but his chronic stomach pain had flared up, causing him to be delayed. Now, he watched as Gu Chengfeng came rushing over with a stack of photos. Yu Shaozi, being the most impatient, grabbed the stack of photos and said with a disgusted expression after looking through them, "Isn't this just Yu Zhiwan?" Yu Xiuqi, with his sharp eyes, noticed a detail in the photo. Yu Zhiwan was going in and out of a clothing store called Jinghong. Jinghong? Is Yu Zhiwan going to the store to buy clothes? Gu Chengfeng looked at the girl in the photos and thought about how Yu Zhiwan had blocked him these past few days, playing this push-and-pull game. He felt both love and hatred. This petty woman, was she so jealous? He had already broken up with all his dry younger sisters. When had a prestigious young master like him ever gone to such lengths for a woman? Yu Zhiwan had blocked him, preventing him from seeing her or hearing his voice every day. She must also be suffering. She was probably crying into her pillow every night, thinking of him. Yu Shaozi was speechless as he watched Gu Chengfeng stare at the photos of Yu Zhiwan with a mixture of love and hate. He urged him on. "I mean, are you going to stare a hole through these photos, or what? Just tell us directly, what is the deal with these photos?" Yu Changde, sitting on the sofa, also urged him in a low voice, "Chengfeng, tell us." Tao Shuqin held Yu Shangshan lovingly in her arms, saying urgently, "Yes, Chengfeng, hurry up and tell us, what's that dead girl, Yu Zhiwan, up to now?" Gu Chengfeng knew that Yu Zhiwan, the real daughter, was not favored. But now, seeing Tao Shuqin being so loving towards Yu Shangshan while cursing Yu Zhiwan as a dead girl made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, Gu Chengfeng didn't say anything. He flicked the photos with his index finger. "A friend of mine saw Yu Zhiwan on the street and took these pictures and sent them to me. My friend said that this Jinghong is a newly established fashion brand. Yu Zhiwan didn't go there to buy clothes, she's been going to the shop every few days. This store is probably related to her." Yu Changde took the stack of photos, looking solemn. Related to her? Yu Xiangxiang suddenly seemed to realize something. She gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Could it be? Sister applied to be a designer at this clothing store? Tao Shuqin immediately said with displeasure, "That dead girl, our main business at the Yu family is our fashion brand. Instead of becoming a designer for the Yu family, she goes and becomes a designer for other people. What is she thinking?" Yu Changde was already dissatisfied with Yu Zhiwan. Now, he was even angrier, and he slammed the photos onto the coffee table. "This traitor! I was just complaining that her design skills weren't as good as Xiangxiang's. But now, she isn't helping her own family. Company, and instead goes and designs for other companies. Is she holding a grudge? Is she planning to help Jinghong go up against Yu's?" Yu Shaozi scoffed, "Dad, you're overthinking it. What could Yu Zhiwan possibly do? We have Wan Yan at Yu's. Yu Zhiwan may have studied fashion design for a few years, but how can she compare to the famous Wan Yan? And this Jinghong, it's a small brand that no one has even heard of. Does Yu Zhiwan think she can help Jinghong go up against Yu's? She's dreaming." Mentioning Wan Yan, Yu Changde immediately turned to look at Yu Xiuqi. "Xiuqi, how is it, has Wan Yan replied to us?" Yu Xiuqi shook his head solemnly, "Not yet." He believed he had been respectful to Wan Yan and had never dared to offend her. But Wan Yan still refused to reply to him. Yu Shaozi stroked his chin. "In my opinion, Wan Yan has never collaborated with any other brand except our Yu's, which shows that Wan Yan likes Yu's very much. The reason that Wan Yan hasn't replied to Big Brother these past few days is probably because something has happened on Wan Yan's side, and she can't reply promptly." Yu Chengfeng nodded and thought, that's possible. After that, he looked again at the photos of Yu Zhiwan entering and leaving Jinghong. His anger flared up again, that ungrateful wretch. Going to work for other companies, does she not have any self-awareness as a member of the Yu family? Yu Xiaozi sneered, self-awareness? She doesn't even consider us now, she's probably thinking about transferring her household registration out of the Yu family. Yu Chengfeng pondered for a moment, then asked the servant to go to the study on the second floor and bring down the household registration book. But the servant came running down in a panic. No, it's bad, old master. The household registration book is gone. What? Yu Chengfeng suddenly stood up from the sofa. What do you mean by gone? Even Yoshiochi, who was usually calm, changed his expression on the spot. The household registration book has always been in the study on the second floor. How could it be gone? The servant said, eldest young master, I've looked for the household registration book several times in the study, but I can't find it. Yu Xiaozi also panicked. The last time we used the household registration book was when we were applying for the business license. Did we accidentally leave it somewhere and lose it then? Yoshiochi shook his head. No, I remember clearly, I put the household registration book back in the study. I personally put it there. Gu Chengfeng wasn't a member of the Yu family, but seeing the Yu family's household registration book was gone, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Yu Shangxiang, who was on the side, said hesitantly, biting her lips, Mom, Dad, eldest brother, second brother, I suddenly thought, could it be that sister took the household registration book with her the day she ran away from home? Sister! How could she do something like that? Mom and Dad have been so good to her. When Tao Shuqin heard this, her heart ached with anger. But then, thinking of something else, her face suddenly paled. Yu Zhiwan had not only run away from home, but had also taken the household registration book. Was she planning to transfer her household registration out of the Yu family? Was she really trying to sever ties with the Yu family, not even recognizing her own mother? How could she be so cold-blooded and cruel? Yu Xiaozi laughed coldly, good for her, she's really grown wings and wants to transfer her household registration out of the Yu family. Yu Chengfeng was so angry his face was turning green. Nonsense. It's utterly absurd. If word of this got out, how would others view the Yu family? They'd just think we're a joke. They'll say that I, Yu Chengfeng, have failed at raising my daughter. Where would I put my face? Shiochi, you go and reissue a household registration book immediately. We need to make the one in Yu Zhiwan's hands invalid. We can't let her transfer her household registration out, absolutely not. Yu Shiochi immediately nodded, as he also disagreed with Yu Zhiwan transferring her household registration out. He didn't like Yu Zhiwan, but no matter what, Yu Zhiwan was still his biological younger sister. Transferring her household registration out would make them lose face. Yes, father, I will go and reissue a household registration book right now. I won't let Yu Zhiwan run wild. At Blue Stream Gardens. Yu Zhiwan was sitting on the sofa in the living room, replying to messages on her phone. She heard the sound of a car engine and knew that Xie Jingmo was back from work. She was too lazy to move and just glanced up casually. But the next second, she saw the tall figure of the man entering the living room. And in his right hand, he was holding two dark red things that looked like household registration books. Yu Zhiwan was stunned, then, realizing what they were, a bright light suddenly flickered in her eyes. She excitedly stood up and rushed towards him. What's that you're holding? Did you get my household registration transferred? Chapter 28, The household registration is transferred. Looking at the girl's excited appearance, her eyes shining as she rushed towards him, Xie Jingmo raised his hand and tugged at his tie. His phoenix eyes seemed to smile, but also held a mysterious danger. You acted as if you didn't even see me earlier, but now you're suddenly so enthusiastic? Yu Zhiwan stopped in her tracks, knowing that her intentions were a little too obvious. She awkwardly touched her nose, but thinking about her household registration, she still trotted up to him. You're finally back from work. The man looked down at her, his expression as if he was about to smile. Oh? What do you mean by that? Were you waiting for me? Yu Zhiwan quickly nodded her small head. Yes, I was waiting for you. She lied without even batting an eyelid. Then, she sneakily glanced at his right hand, pretending to ask with suspicion, Oh? What's that you're holding in your hand? Xie Jingma knew that was what she was after. He lazily squinted at her and walked towards the sofa. Yu Zhiwan immediately followed behind him, sticking to him like a little tail. Why aren't you saying anything? This was the first time Xie Jingma had been clung to by her like this. He lightly raised an eyebrow, raised his hand, and pulled off his tie. He also unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt with one hand. His fingers were elegantly jointed, and his Adam's apple was clearly defined. His appearance was indescribably lazy and alluring. He sat down lazily on the sofa, his phoenix eyes curving into a subtle smile. Mrs. Xie, with you acting like this, you almost made me think that I have a very high status in our family. Yu Zhiwan, ? What was that supposed to mean? It was as if she was bullying him and oppressing him every day. No way. You already have a very high status in this family. Yu Zhiwan followed and sat down. She stared eagerly at the 2 household registration books in his right hand, almost wanting to snatch them away. Hurry and let me see. The man, however, did not move. He supported his head leisurely with his left hand, and with his eyelids lifted, he looked at her. I have a question that I've been curious about for many years. Ah? Many years? Yu Zhiwan blinked her eyelashes and became curious as well. What question? The man's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. His tongue grazed the roof of his mouth. His tone was casual, but also revealed a trace of forcefulness. When you returned to the Yu family at 16 years old, you said that you didn't like me, didn't want to fulfill the marriage agreement with me, and wanted Yu Shangxiang to marry me instead. He let out a short laugh from his chest, as if he was so angry he was laughing. My dear classmate Yu Zhiwan, I don't seem to have offended you in high school, right? It's fine if you don't like me, but why did you even want Yu Shangxiang to marry me? Yu Zhiwan was shocked. Her eyes widened in surprise. No way, that was many years ago. How could he still remember it? As expected of a question he had been curious about for many years. Yu Zhiwan immediately waved her hands, feeling completely wronged. Please don't hold a grudge against me. This has nothing to do with me. I was also tricked. Xie Jingmo's eyes darkened. Tricked? It's a long story. Yu Zhiwan thought of her grandfather, her mood darkening with a trace of sadness. When I first returned to the Yu family, my grandfather was still alive. He was very kind and nice to me, and he felt that I had suffered too much at my adoptive parents' home. He always wanted to compensate me. He almost wanted to take me in himself, and told the Yu family that the marriage agreement with the Xie family was mine, and they should let me fulfill it. But the very next night, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin secretly came to find me. They tricked me by saying that as long as I refused the marriage agreement, they would accept me as a true member of their family, treat me well, and care about me. At that time, I had just left my adoptive parents' home. I really wanted to experience what it felt like to have a loving mom and dad, so I agreed to their request. Yu Zhiwan lowered her eyelashes at this point, a thin mist covering her eyes. When she had heard her classmates talk about their respective parents, this classmate would say that their dad had bought them the present they had been longing for a long time. That classmate would say that their mom had taken them to the amusement park they had always wanted to go to. She would feel envious when she heard them talk about this. She had really had many expectations and yearnings towards Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin. But later on, they crushed all her desires again and again. Suddenly, her hand was grasped by the man's dry, warm palm. Yu Zhiwan was slightly stunned. When she looked up, she met Xie Jingma's deep, affectionate eyes. The man held her hand with one hand, and gently stroked her cheek with the other. Wan, they didn't cherish you. It's because they are blind. The love that's uniquely yours will come. Yu Zhiwan's mind jolted. When the man said this, his eyes were filled with endless pity and tenderness. It was like a net, gently wrapping her up, isolating her from all the harm and malice from the outside world. Yu Zhiwan's heart was pounding as Xie Jingma looked at her like that, and the sadness and bitterness she had been feeling slowly disappeared. The love that's uniquely hers. Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but raise her hand, covering the man's hand that was gently caressing her cheek. She stared at Xie Jingma in a daze, her eyes trembling slightly with a tearful light, and said honestly and clearly, I didn't know you much at the time, and I didn't want to be bound by a marriage agreement and marry someone I didn't know. Moreover, my adoptive father was such a terrible person, abusing me and gambling. I've seen this since I was a child, so I actually had some aversion towards marriage. So, when I said then that I didn't like you and didn't want to fulfill the marriage agreement, that was what I truly felt. But the part about wanting Yu Shangxiang to marry you, that was added by Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, not what I actually meant. I only found out later that I had been tricked by them. Xia Jingma finally understood the entire story. He felt so much heartache for his girl and so much resentment towards the Yu family. The ruthlessness in the man's eyes flashed by. His slightly calloused thumb gently stroked the smooth white skin beneath her eye. Wan, congratulations, you've completely broken free of the Yu family now. Yu Zhiwan was stunned for a moment, her expression a bit lost. What do you mean? Xia Jingma smiled slightly, his phoenix eyes lazy and amused. Wan, your household registration has been transferred. The moment those words fell, Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes trembled violently, her heart almost stopping. Her household registration was transferred? Her household registration was actually transferred. Her household registration was really transferred out of the Yu family. Yu Zhiwan was so excited her heart was pounding. She felt like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, reborn. Her eyes shone brightly. Like stars. She looked at the household registration books that Xie Jingma had placed on the side, unable to hold back her excitement. Wait, her hand. Yu Zhiwan only then realized that Xie Jingma had raised his hand to caress her cheek earlier, and she, without realizing it, had also raised her hand and covered his hand. How could she have done that? She had definitely been seduced by him. Definitely. Yu Zhiwan's earlobes turned hot. She quickly retracted her hand, her fair cheeks flushed with a touch of bashful pink. Her watery eyes also had a hint of red at the ends, like a rose petal spreading with color, stunningly beautiful. Fortunately, the embarrassment only lasted a few seconds, and Yu Zhiwan threw it to the back of her mind, excitedly picking up the two household registration books. The first one was the Yu family's. When she opened it, she saw Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaoze, and Yu Shangxiang. But she was no longer there. Her name was not in the Yu family's household registration book anymore. Yu Zhiwan immediately picked up the other household registration book, her heart suddenly beating fast, her fingertips trembling slightly. Chapter 29, Is he confessing to her? Yu Zhiwan took a deep breath and gently opened it. The first page inside was Xie Jingma, with the identity listed as head of household. When she turned to the second page, it was her name, and her relationship to the head of household was listed as spouse. Yu Zhiwan stared at her name for a long time. Then, she flipped back to the first page to look at Xie Jingma's name. After that, she flipped to the second page to look at her name, a warm feeling rising in her eyes. She and Xie Jingma were on the same household registration book. She and Xie Jingma were now one household. Her household registration was finally no longer at the Yu family. She had absolutely no relation to the Yu family anymore. Apart from the blood that flowed through her body, which she could not change, she would never have any ties to the Yu family again. Yu Zhiwan looked at the household registration book, almost both crying and laughing. Her eyes were hot, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. She flipped back to the first page to look at Xie Jingma's name, then back to the second page to look at her name. She repeated this action several times, not minding the monotony. Xie Jingma thought her appearance was so adorable. His voice held a playful smile as he asked, "Are you happy?" Yu Zhiwan nodded vigorously, "Yes, I'm happy." Xie Jingma's eyebrows rose slightly, as if not noticeable. Seeing her so happy, the corners of his lips also curved slightly. But the next second, he heard Yu Zhiwan excitedly tell him, "When we get divorced in a year, I'll get my household registration separated from you as soon as possible, and I won't be a burden on your household registration book, so you can rest assured." The man's smile instantly fell. His jaw tightened slightly, and his phoenix eyes looked at her expressionlessly. It took several seconds before he finally spoke, his expression indifferent. "Do you think I mind you being on my household registration book?" Yu Zhiwan, ? He looked away, his tone more cold and hard than usual. "Let's talk about things that will happen in a year, when we get to that year." That sense of oppression that was deeply buried in his bones, and that he never revealed in front of Yu Zhiwan, finally leaked out a little. Yu Zhiwan's heart quietly tightened. Her eyes, filled with a watery light, blinked blankly. Why did it feel like he wasn't happy? Yu Zhiwan stared at him for a few seconds. The man's skin was very fair. His handsome, otherworldly face was calm and collected, making it impossible to see what his true emotions were. It was hard to tell if he was angry. But when he wasn't smiling, his lazy and affectionate phoenix eyes looked cold and detached. He didn't even look at her with the usual deep affection. However, not long after, Yu Zhiwan saw Xie Jingma putting on his apron with the soft and cute pink bunny on it. Instead of letting the servants make dinner, he was personally cooking her favorite dishes to celebrate her household registration being transferred from the Yu family. Yu Zhiwan's heart instantly melted, and she was moved to tears. Thank you. You're too good. He really was an exceptionally good person. Yu Zhiwan was so moved that she ate 2 more bowls of rice, her clear, bright eyes never leaving Xie Jingma's face. By the way, wasn't my household registration supposed to be transferred tomorrow? How did it get done today? The man lazily raised his eyelids. I was originally going to give you a surprise. He had used his influence and arranged a special channel for her, so that her household registration would be transferred as quickly as possible. He wanted to give her a surprise, but she kept thinking about divorcing him. An ungrateful woman whose heart could not be warmed. He had to punish her. To punish Yu Zhiwan, Xie Jingma made dinner for her with a cold face. When they ate, he also used a cold face to pick out fish bones and put food on her plate. When he washed her underwear that night, he decided not to smile either. Not even once. Completely unaware that she was being punished, Yu Zhiwan ate her dinner to her heart's content. Suddenly, she remembered that the Yu family's household registration book was still with her. She found it an eyesore. The fact that her household registration was transferred needed to be notified to the Yu family, to warn them that she had no relationship with them, so they should not consider themselves her parents or older brothers, and attempt to teach her a lesson or scold her. They were not worthy. Of course, Yu Zhiwan would not personally deliver the household registration book back to the Yu family. She called a same-city delivery service, so the household registration book would be delivered to the Yu family in less than an hour. As long as the Yu family opened it and saw it, they would know that her household registration had been transferred. Whether the Yu family was angry or furious had nothing to do with her. Of course, Yu Zhiwan chose for the delivery fee to be paid by the recipient. She didn't want to spend even a cent on the Yu family. After sending the delivery, Yu Zhiwan returned to the living room. Suddenly, she smelled a fragrant, sweet scent. She sniffed and, upon closer inspection, saw that Xie Jingma was actually making a small cake in the kitchen. And it was a green grape matcha cake. She loved green grape-flavored cakes and candies the most. Her Weibo side account was even called, a bowl of green grapes. She hadn't thought that Xie Jingma could also make desserts. He was really so domestically inclined. Strangely, he had a cold expression on his face the entire time he was making the cake. Even after he had made it, he expressionlessly delivered it to her. Yu Zhiwan blinked her eyes, confused, her eyes watery. Are you not happy? No. Yu Zhiwan tilted her head in confusion. Do you like green grape-flavored cakes too? Yes. Yu Zhiwan's eyes lit up, her delicate features filled with joy. What a coincidence. I like green grape-flavored things too. There's a cake store in the east of the city. Their green grape cheesecake roll is especially delicious. Xie Jingma was still punishing her, so he uttered an economical Without even taking a rest, he went back to the kitchen and, with a cold face, made her 2 green grape cheesecake rolls. Yu Zhiwan? In the end, Yu Zhiwan was fed until she was completely full. But she had to admit that Xie Jingma's cooking was so good, even better than the cake store in the east of the city. The most surprising thing was that she and Xie Jingma not only had the same taste in regular food, they even had the same taste in desserts. After eating the small cakes, Xie Jingma went to the study to handle work matters. Yu Zhiwan skipped back to the bedroom. She was very happy today. The studio was almost ready, and would be opening soon. Her household registration had also been transferred out of the Yu family. Since leaving the Yu family, everything had slowly been getting better, and her life had gradually been getting back on track. Yu Zhiwan logged onto her Weibo side account and posted a Weibo post to record her feelings. A bowl of green grapes, a happy day. After sending the post, she put down her phone and was about to go take a shower. She had already packed her clothes. But then, her phone pinged. Her Weibo post had just received a comment from to.mw. To.mw, unhappy. Huh? What happened? Yu Zhiwan sent him a private message asking, what happened? Did something happen? It seemed as if he had typed something in the text box, then deleted it. After a few seconds, he finally sent back a message, she always wants to leave me. Yu Zhiwan suddenly understood. So it had to do with that girl he had a crush on. That was right. She had been following him for so many years. Apart from that girl he had a crush on, nothing seemed to easily influence his mood. A bowl of green grapes, you said last time that you guys were together, were you trying out a relationship? To.mw, no, she doesn't know that I have a crush on her. A bowl of green grapes, then how did you get together? To.mw, we got married on a whim. A bowl of green grapes. What shocking words. He was just struggling with a bitter secret crush before. How did he suddenly get married? And it was on a whim. Wait, she and Xie Jingma had suddenly gotten married on a whim too. It seemed that she and To.mw, who she had been following for years, were in sync on even getting married on a whim. Yu Zhiwan thought for a moment and typed, so how are you two getting along recently? He replied instantly, not bad. A bowl of green grapes, so what do you think her impression of you is? Does she like spending time with you? To.mw, she's a steel woman, her head isn't in the right place. Yu Zhiwan. It felt like he had a deep sense of grievance. Yu Zhiwan thought carefully and came up with a plan for him. A bowl of green grapes, since you're getting along well, then why don't you try to take it a step further? A bowl of green grapes, she doesn't know that you like her yet, why don't you try confessing to her first? Express your feelings? Chapter 30, her graduation photo has Xie Jingma. After Yu Zhiwan sent those two messages, it took a long time before the other side finally replied. To.mw, if you, for some reason, became friends with a man you didn't pay much attention to in the past, and you got along okay. To.mw, now, this man confesses to you, saying that he's been secretly liking you since high school, would you feel troubled? Yu Zhiwan was stunned for a moment. A man she didn't pay much attention to in the past confessed to her, saying that he had secretly liked her since high school. A bowl of green grapes, troubled? I shouldn't be. A bowl of green grapes, he just silently liked me, he didn't hurt me or do anything unreasonable. Why would I feel troubled? To.mw, okay, rabbit, rabbit. He sent his usual pink bunny emoji again. He seemed to be happy now. Yu Zhiwan knew that To.mw had a girl he had been secretly liking for many years, but she didn't know much about the specifics. Judging by their conversation just now, it seemed he had liked her since high school. What a carefree age. Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but think of her time in high school. She excitedly took out her high school graduation photo from her drawer. Besides the class photo, there were also some individual photos, such as her photos with her deskmate. Some were taken in front of the teaching building, and some were taken under the lush camphor trees. Just by looking at the photos, Yu Zhiwan could remember the cicadas singing in the summer that year. Back then, everyone in their senior year was taking graduation photos, so other students also entered the background of the photos. Some outgoing students would enthusiastically give a peace sign to the camera, their smiles lively and youthful. Yu Zhiwan smiled as she looked at these old photos. As she was looking, her eyebrows suddenly furrowed. In this photo taken under the camphor trees, she was facing the camera, and in the background, there was a passing boy, with a tall figure and handsome profile. Why did he look so much like Xie Jingma? Yu Zhiwan looked closer and more carefully. It wasn't just an illusion. The more she looked at him, the more he looked like Xie Jingma. But when she was in her senior year of high school, Xie Jingma was already a sophomore in college. Why would he have returned to high school? At this moment, the bedroom door opened. Xie Jingma had finished his work and was back from the study. Yu Zhiwan immediately turned her head to look at him, her eyes gleaming brightly, like she had discovered a new continent. She said in surprise, "Do you know what I just discovered? We even had a photo together when we were in high school." Xie Jingmao raised his eyebrows, puzzled. "Oh?" Yu Zhiwan trotted over and held the photo in front of him. "Look." The man lowered his head to look. The girl in the photo had bright, clear eyes. She was stunning and beautiful, so beautiful that no one could take their eyes off of her. He curled the corners of his lips, his voice sexy and amused. "Our Wanwan is really beautiful." Who asked him to praise her? Yu Zhiwan saw that he hadn't noticed himself, so she urged him anxiously, "Look here, this boy passing by, is that you?" Xie Jingmao looked in the direction she was pointing and looked as if he had just noticed himself, slowly drawing out his words, feigning surprise. "Oh, it really is me." Yu Zhiwan asked suspiciously, "Weren't you in college at the time? Why did you suddenly return to high school?" The man closed the bedroom door casually. His face was handsome, and his tone was light. "I don't remember. I should have just gone back to school because I had something to do." Yu Zhiwan said, "Oh, so that was how it was. What a coincidence." He had happened to go back to school on the day she took her graduation photos, and happened to pass by the spot where she was taking the photo, creating that early photo of the two of them together. This was fate. The Yu family kept Gu Chengfeng for dinner. Yu Changde sat in the position of head of the family. "Chengfeng, you can rest assured. Yu Zhiwan's household registration won't be transferred out. I can still decide on her marriage, and your marriage with her will continue. You are our son-in-law." Tao Shuqin laughed. "Yes, Chengfeng, come, eat some more. It's a blessing for that girl, Zhiwan, to marry you." Yu Xiangxiang said coquettishly, "Then you need to be nicer to sister in the future, brother-in-law." Gu Chengfeng felt comfortable after hearing that term, brother-in-law. He usually disliked Yu Xiangxiang's pretentious mannerisms. But now he had realized that Yu Xiangxiang was quite good at talking. Yu Xiaozi scoffed, "Chengfeng, you can't be too indulgent to that dead girl in the future. Her personality is not good. You need to teach her a lesson when you need to." Gu Chengfeng said confidently, "Don't worry, she will still listen to me." In the 3 weeks that he had dated Yu Zhiwan had never argued with him. She was very gentle. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yu Zhiwan really liked him. She didn't agree to other men's advances, and only agreed to his. In front of him, she was gentle and quiet. He believed that once they were married, she would take care of their home and be a virtuous wife and loving mother. The more Tao Shuqin looked at Gu Chengfeng, the more satisfied she was. Although he was a bit of a playboy, it was a perfect match for Yu Zhiwan. Most importantly, once Yu Zhiwan's marriage with Gu Chengfeng was finalized, Yu Zhiwan would no longer be able to compete with Xiangxiang for the position of young mistress of the Xie family. Xiangxiang would be able to marry Xie Jingma as she wished. Tao Shuqin smiled and urged Gu Chengfeng to eat more, calling him son-in-law repeatedly. At this moment, Yu Shochi came back from the outside, striding over to the dinner table. "Mom, Dad, I have applied to reissue the household registration book." Yu Changde finally felt relieved. "Good. As long as it's reissued, the household registration book that Yu Zhiwan took will be invalid. I want to see how she can transfer her household registration out. As long as she's still at the Yu family for a day, I am her father, and I have the right to discipline her." Tao Shuqin asked the servant to bring over another set of chopsticks. "Shochi, you've been busy, come and sit down and eat." Yu Shangxiang said sweetly, "Eldest brother, hurry and sit down. I told the kitchen to make this black pepper steak that you love especially for you." Yu Shochi felt touched. Shangxiang is so sensible. This was his good sister, unlike that Yu Zhiwan, who would always cause trouble for him. Suddenly, a servant came running in to report, "Eldest young master, there is a same-city delivery. They say they delivered some kind of document, and it's cash on delivery." Yu Shochi frowned. "Same-city delivery?" Yu Shaozi put down his chopsticks, looking baffled. "Who bought something? And it's cash on delivery?" "Yu Shochi, I'll go see." After Yu Shochi went outside, he paid the delivery person. He had never done anything like this before. This was usually done by his assistant. When had he, a young master of the Yu family, ever done something like this? He didn't know who had sent the package. Was it to purposely annoy him? After paying, Yu Shochi returned to the living room with the package. Yu Shaozi had been waiting impatiently. Eldest brother, hurry up and see what it is. Yu Shouqi opened it and pulled out a dark red, square-shaped book. Yu Shaozi was shocked. It's a household registration book. Hearing that, Yu Changde didn't even care about eating anymore. He hurried over. Is it our family's household registration book? Tao Shuqin, Yu Shangxiang, and Gu Chengfeng also gathered around. Yu Shaozi said casually with a smile, I told you, it was just that we accidentally lost the household registration book last time when we were applying for the business license. Now some kind person picked it up and mailed it back to us. There is no way Yu Zhiwan had the brains to take the household registration book away. Yu Changde urged anxiously, Shouqi, quickly open it up and take a look. Yes. Yu Shouqi opened it. The first page had Yu Changde's name. Dad, it's our family's household registration book. Yu Shouqi continued to flip through the pages. The second page had Tao Shuqin's name, the third page had his name, the fourth page had Xiaozi's name, and the next page was supposed to be that dead girl, Yu Zhiwan. However, when Yu Shouqi flipped to that page, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 31, The Yu family goes ballistic, demanding Yu Zhiwan return her household registration. Yu Zhiwan was no longer on the household register. Flipping past her page, there was Yu Shangxiang. Yu Zhiwan's page was missing. Yu Shouqi's face tightened instantly. Not believing it, he flipped back and forth several times. There was their father's page, their mother's page, his own, Xiaozi's, and Xiangxiang's, but Yu Zhiwan's was nowhere to be found. Yu Zhiwan, she had actually moved her household registration out. Yu Changde, furious, saw red and almost fainted. That absolute disgrace. How dare she do something so ridiculous? Tao Shuqin quickly steadied him, both angry and anxious. Shouqi, are you sure? Did that damned girl really move her household registration? Yu Shouqi gripped the register tightly, his gaze like he wanted to burn a hole right through it. Mom, I've looked several times. Yu Zhiwan isn't on the register. Only us 5 are left. Yu Shaozi's face was grim. He snatched the register, flipped through it himself, and finally slammed it shut with a loud thud. Well, I'll be damned. I really underestimated her. She really has grown some backbone. Yu Shangxiang watched all this, her eyes gleaming. Elder sister, you really don't want this family anymore. You don't even want to be the eldest daughter of the Yu family? Gu Chengfeng's expression also turned serious. Strange, how did she move her registration out? Yu Changde's hands were trembling with rage. After fumbling several times, he finally got his phone out of his pocket and found Yu Zhiwan's number. He dialed. The call would not connect. It suddenly occurred to him that Yu Zhiwan had blocked them all. Yu Changde's heart clenched with pain. With a loud bang, he threw his phone onto the ground, the screen shattering into pieces. This unfilial child. Is she trying to kill me? Changde, calm down. Tao Shuqin quickly supported him, stroking his chest to soothe him. How can that damned girl be so heartless? Doesn't she even acknowledge you, her own father, or me, her own mother? Is she in such a hurry to cut all ties with the Yu family? Yu Shaozi's chest burned with anger. Not only has she moved out of the Yu family, she's completely severed her father-daughter, mother-daughter, and sibling relationships. Legally, we're no longer related. Tao Shuqin paused, a sharp pain piercing her heart. The year Yu Zhiwan came back to the Yu family at 16, when she transferred her registration from her adoptive parents to the Yu family, how happy she was. Then, the way she looked at her mother, her eyes shining like stars. She would follow her around, calling her mom, with so much affection and longing. When did it all change? The way she looked at her mother, it gradually became sad, disappointed, numb, heartbroken, and with absolutely no expectations. Tao Shuqin's chest felt heavy, like it was stuffed with a waterlogged sponge, making it hard to breathe. Had she, as a mother, done something wrong? Had she been too biased? Was that why her own biological daughter would rather cut ties than acknowledge her as her mother? Suddenly, a choked sob echoed through the living room. Tao Shuqin turned her head and, alarmed, asked, Shangxiang, my precious daughter, why are you crying? Yu Shangxiang noticed the self-reproach and introspection in Tao Shuqin's eyes. She sobbed, it's all my fault. It's because of me that sister moved her registration out. Mom, let me leave this house, let me return to my original family. Maybe if I leave, sister will be willing to come back. The moment Tao Shuqin heard Yu Shangxiang say she wanted to leave, the self-reproach and pity she felt for Yu Zhiwan were immediately suppressed. She lovingly took Yu Shangxiang's hand. Silly child, what nonsense are you saying? This is your home. I am your mother. Where would you go? Yu Shaozi rushed over. Xiangxiang, don't say such silly things. You'll always be my best little sister. Yu Shouqi spoke seriously, also defending her. Xiangxiang, do you have the heart to leave your elder brothers? Yu Xiangxiang's eyes were red-rimmed with tears, and they fell like pearls. Of course I don't want to, but... Yu Changde was full of heartache. Xiangxiang, your biological father is abusive and a gambler. Even though he's in prison, he hasn't gotten out yet. And... your biological mother only cares about your brother. How could she ever care about you? That family is so poor. How will you survive if you go back? Tears welled up in Yu Xiangxiang's eyes. If sister can survive there from childhood, then so can I. Tao Shuqin was anxious and grabbed her hand. My dear darling, your sister was always accustomed to suffering. That's the kind of hard life she always lived. You, on the other hand, are not. From childhood, you've always eaten the best, worn the best, you are a golden princess. How could I bear to see you go back and suffer? Do you remember? When that girl, Yu Zhiwan, came back to the Yu family, she was worried that your biological parents would mistreat you, so she agreed you should stay here. You should stay in the Yu family. Don't ever say you want to leave again, it breaks my heart. Yu Xiangxiang's tears fell like a broken string of beads. She lunged forward and hugged Tao Shuqin. Mom! Gu Chengfeng, watching Yu Xiangxiang's melodramatic act, frowned. Have you had enough of the sob story? If you could be like Yu Zhiwan, and just leave when you say you will, I might actually admire you a little bit. Yu Xiangxiang froze, nestled herself deeper into Tao Shuqin's embrace, and cried even more pitifully. Mom, I'll leave now. Just don't ask me to stay. Yu Shaozi glared, his fist itching to punch Gu Chengfeng. Shut your mouth. Don't you dare speak to Xiangxiang like that. Yu Shouqi looked stern and also protected her. Xiangxiang is my sister. Chengfeng, mind your attitude. Gu Chengfeng scoffed. Fine. But going back to Yu Zhiwan, she has completely severed ties with all of you. Can you still arrange a marriage for her? Yu Changde's face was as dark as a thundercloud. He slammed his hand hard on the table. The arranged marriage is still valid. I'll make her transfer her registration back here, no matter what. Tao Shuqin looked worried. How will you make her transfer it back? We can't even reach her by phone. And the household register, that girl definitely mailed it back. The return address is blurred. Where do we even find her? The stack of photos that Gu Chengfeng had brought over was still there, showing Yu Zhiwan entering and leaving Jinhong clothing store, along with a Jinhong advertisement leaflet. Yu Changde's rage boiled over as he looked at it. I'll let this unfilial daughter know what happens when you defy your own father. Since Jinhong's advertisement leaflet says they're officially opening in 10 days, Shouqi, move RU Group's new product launch ahead by half a month, and put it on the same day as Jinhong's opening. Yu Shouqi was stunned. Dad, are you saying? Yu Changde, isn't it easy for us, the Yu Group, to suppress a newly established brand? I'll make Jinhong close down as soon as it opens. Whether Yu Zhiwan is working in that store or is a clothing designer there, as long as Jinhong closes down, she won't be able to make a living and will have to come crawling back home. Gu Chengfeng was shocked. He wanted to stop him. Yu Zhiwan was a girl, it wasn't necessary to push her to the brink after finally finding a job. But then he changed his mind. If Jinhong closed down and Yu Zhiwan lost her job, she would be completely helpless and penniless. At that time, Yu Zhiwan would have no one else to rely on but him. And Yu Zhiwan would have to willingly submit to him. Gu Chengfeng instantly grew restless. He bit his lip hard, no longer stopping Yu Changde. Yu Shouqi nodded solemnly. I understand, father. I will take care of it. I'll make sure Jinhong doesn't get off the ground. With Wan Yen at the helm, Yu Group's clothing brand was one of the best in the industry. Suppressing an unknown brand would be a piece of cake. Yu Xiaozi gritted his teeth, seeking revenge. When that damned girl comes back, I'll make her apologize for moving her registration out. Yu Shangxiang, watching the Yu family's ruthlessness towards Yu Zhiwan without a shred of pity, couldn't hide the gleam of satisfaction in her eyes. Elder sister, this is your real family, your parents and brothers. They really love you. This is what happens when you rejected me and didn't listen to me. Yu Shangxian lowered her gaze towards the picture of Yu Zhiwan in the photo, suddenly noticing something. Her expression tightened. Is sister wearing a ring on her finger? Chapter 32, Calling you sister-in-law to your face. A ring? Tao Shuqin looked over in surprise, and a sudden lurch hit her heart when she saw clearly. Yes, it's a ring. And it's on her ring finger. What is that damned girl up to? A wedding ring was not something you wear casually. Could it be that she? Aunt, Gu Chengfeng said at the opportune moment, smiling with a carefree smirk, Yu Zhiwan is wearing it on purpose, just to make me jealous. Tao Shuqin was confused. On purpose? Gu Chengfeng, I recently got a few adopted younger sisters. She wasn't happy about it, so she put a ring on her finger, hoping I'd mistakenly think she got married and be jealous. Aunt, don't worry, I've broken ties with all those girls. Tao Shuqin breathed a sigh of relief. So she was just acting out. She had almost thought Yu Zhiwan had actually married someone. Yu Xiaozi scoffed inwardly. This Yu Zhiwan, they were forcing her to accept Gu Chengfeng's pursuit before. Who would have thought that she actually liked him, caring about his adopted younger sisters? Yu Chanda put on the air of the head of the family. Alright, stop worrying about rings and whatnot. Shochi, I'm leaving the Jinhong suppression to you. Make sure to force that unfilial daughter to come back obediently. Yu Shochi, yes, father. That morning, Yu Zhiwan was at the Jinhong store, making final preparations for the opening. After all, Xia Jingma had invested a lot of money in her, and she couldn't let him lose it. When she was renting the store, she had deliberately spent a little more to get a spacious and well-lit place. Some ready-made clothes had been produced according to her designs, and were displayed in the store. Among them was a particularly special gown, where she had personally overseen every aspect from the fabric to the embroidery, to the jewelry and diamonds used on the gown. This gown was also the showstopper for the opening day. Yu Zhiwan was making a final check when He Kaiwei suddenly walked up quickly, lowering her voice. Boss, have you heard? The Yu Group moved their new product launch forward by half a month. It's on the same day as our opening. He Kaiwei looked worried. The Yu Group was a major brand in the country, and their new product launches always attracted a lot of attention. Now that the Yu Group's launch was on the same day as Jinhong's opening, the public's interest would definitely be drawn to the Yu Group first, leaving Jinhong in the dust. What He Kaiwei could see, Yu Zhiwan could naturally see too. However, there was no anxiety on her exquisite pale face. Her eyes flicked upwards. Do you know about my relationship with the Yu family? He Kaiwei was startled, then nodded. I know. After all, the Yu family was also a wealthy family, and when they brought their real daughter home, they had made a statement to the outside world when another daughter suddenly appeared in the family. It was just that after the real daughter returned to the Yu family, it seemed that she wasn't favored. The Yu family had always favored the fake daughter. He Kaiwei's heart sank. Now that the Yu Group has moved up their launch time, they're probably doing it on purpose. Maybe they've realized that you're related to Jinhong, and it's aimed at you. Yu Zhiwan's slender fingers stroked the luxurious gown, the corners of her rosy lips curving up slightly. A mocking glint appeared in her eyes. What's coming will come eventually. Then let's see who ends up making a fool of themselves. He Kaiwei was shaken. She didn't know why, but the girl before her, though very young, possessed a poise and calmness beyond her years. Maybe it was because she had been through too much in the past. However, after hearing what Yu Zhiwan said, He Kaiwei suddenly realized a crucial factor. The public paid attention to the Yu Group's launch mainly because of Wan Yen. They wanted to see what new designs Wan Yen had created. In other words, Wan Yen was the biggest draw for the Yu Group. But now, Wan Yen had partnered with Jinhong, becoming Jinhong's chief designer. Without Wan Yen as their pillar, would the U Group be able to maintain its previous glory? At the U Group headquarters, Yu Shaozi pushed open the door of the president's office, excited. Elder brother, do you know who Shangxiang and I ran into when we went out to eat? Yu Xiuqi looked up from a pile of files and asked, who did you see? Yu Shaozi was glowing with excitement. Xia family's eldest daughter, Xia Yuntang. Yu Shaozi ran over to the desk, leaning on it with both hands, looking down at Yu Xiuqi with a joyful expression. Xiangxiang and I were at a restaurant, and we happened to see Xia Yuntang and her friends. We were just a few steps behind them, and we overheard Xia Yuntang say, of course I'll be there to support my sister-in-law's brand. Xia Yuntang was definitely referring to Xiangxiang as her sister-in-law. Xia Yuntang is coming to support our U Group at the new product launch. Yu Xiuqi was delighted by this news. Really? Yu Shaozi, of course, it's true. Xia Yuntang kept talking about her sister-in-law and the clothing brand, everything points to our Xiangxiang. Yu Shangxiang lowered her head shyly, her face as red as a burning flame. She hadn't expected that Xia Yuntang would directly refer to her as sister-in-law behind her back. Yu Xiuqi analyzed calmly, Xia Yuntang used to buy clothes from the U Group frequently. She likes Wan Yan's designs. However, she has never attended a U Group product launch before. It's our honor that she is coming specifically this time. It should be known that Xia Yuntang came from a very illustrious background, practically the most famous socialite in the capital city. Among the many wealthy daughters, those who were prettier than Xia Yuntang were not as well connected, and those who were as well connected as Xia Yuntang, well, none were better connected than Xia Yuntang. For such a socialite to attend the U Group's new product launch, it would definitely make the U Group look good. Moreover, Xia Yuntang had opened an entertainment agency that had made many male and female celebrities famous. Many online users called her the Sugar Mama, and she had millions of fans on Weibo. If Xia Yuntang made the female celebrities under her agency wear U Group's gowns on the red carpet, U Group's brand would become even more popular and sought after. Yu Shaozi sighed. Alas, Xiangxiang and I were walking behind Xia Yuntang at the time. Xia Yuntang didn't see us. I wanted to say hello to her, but Xiangxiang was too shy and held me back. Yu Xiangxiang stomped her feet in embarrassment. Second brother, in that situation, how could I have gone up to her? Yu Shaozi teased her with a smile. Then Xiangxiang, if Xia Yuntang calls you sister-in-law to your face at the new product launch, what will you do? Yu Xiangxiang's face turned even redder. Second brother, you're so annoying. Yu Shaozi laughed heartily. Yu Xiuqi smiled along. Don't tease Xiangxiang. She's a girl, and she's shy. I will make good preparations. We will welcome Xia Yuntang. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Jinhong opening arrived. It was also the day of the U Group's new product launch. Chapter 33, Get Wan Yen out here now. At the U Group's new product launch venue, the lights were shining brightly, and the decorations were luxurious. Yu Xiuqi had invited all the fashion media reporters, partly to amplify the U Group's popularity, and partly to suppress Jinhong by preventing the media from reporting on them. Besides the media reporters, many U Group VIP clients were also invited to the venue. These were mostly wealthy daughters or upper-class wives, who wore luxurious clothing and often bought U Group's haute couture dresses. Down below, the reporters with their cameras were crowded together, making the place feel absolutely packed. A few reporters in the corner were whispering. Speaking of which, why did U Group suddenly bring their new product launch forward by half a month? Who knows? Maybe the U Group is very confident in this season's products. It's really about being confident in Wan Yen. Maybe the goddess Wan Yen has designed some amazing new pieces. Oh man, I have to say, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm also a fan of goddess Wan Yen. I'm really curious, out of so many fashion brands, why does Wan Yen only work with the U Group? I know a little about that. The U Group was in a slump before, and Yu Xiuqi was the one who approached Wan Yen. Unexpectedly, Wan Yen immediately agreed, ignoring other big brands, and only chose to work with the U Group. Man, the U Group is so lucky. How did they get so lucky? I really wonder what Wan Yen looks like. I only know that she's a woman. Shoo! The launch is starting, stop talking, stop talking. In previous product launches, the U Group's brand director would host, but this time Yushochi was taking it particularly seriously and went on stage himself. Everyone, welcome to the U Group's new product launch venue. Today, we will launch a brand new haute couture series. After some pleasantries, Yushochi introduced the design concept of the gowns, and explained that these clothes were designed by the U Group's in-house designers. Then, the staff, wearing matching outfits, pushed the racks of clothes one by one onto the stage. As one gown after another was revealed, the reporters down below immediately aimed their cameras at the stage, snapping away. But after a while, some reporters started to notice something amiss, and their enthusiasm for taking pictures waned. That's not right, these designs don't look like Wang Yan's style. I don't think so either. Yushochi just said that these are the works of the U Group's other designers. Wang Yan's designs will definitely be the finale. You have a point, but I'm still anxious. Hurry up and bring up Goddess Wang Yan's designs. Even the socialites and wives in the VIP seats looked bored with the gowns on the stage. After all, these designs were too ordinary. There were no flaws, but they were also lacking in wow factor. They weren't eye-catching at all. Looking at everyone's reactions, Yushochi was even more certain that Wang Yan was truly essential to the U Group. After the first batch of new gowns had been displayed, Yushochi returned to the stage. Everyone, the new products that will be launched next are a little special. They are designed by my younger sister, Yu Zhiwan. Zhiwan is an outstanding talent in our U Group's design department. She was also the third-place winner in the new designer competition. I hope everyone will love Zhiwan's designs. As the voice fell, the staff once again pushed the racks of gowns onto the stage. Upon hearing that the designer was Yushochi's younger sister, the reporters down below craned their necks with curiosity. They definitely knew Yu Zhiwan, the second miss of the Yu family, who was also the fake daughter. So she had already entered the U Group's design department? Then what about the real daughter of the Yu family? The socialites and wives in the VIP seats also gave her face and looked up, nodding in agreement. Not bad, as expected of the second miss of the Yu family. The designs are much better than the last batch. I heard that the Yu family's real daughter also studied fashion design. She's probably not as good as the second miss. It's not probably, she's definitely not as good. It's lucky that the Yu family has such a talented second miss. They will definitely develop more and more well in the future. A socialite in a red dress rolled her eyes. Ugh, you guys are so good at talking. I don't think there's anything special about the design from this second miss of the Yu family. How could you guys be praising it to high heaven? The group of socialites who had been complimenting her before were immediately embarrassed. Jinwoo, why are you still so blunt? Don't you worry about offending people when you talk. The socialite called Jinwoo snorted. Don't think I don't know what's up with you guys. You're only complimenting Yu Zhiwan because she's the younger sister of President Yushochi. When you see that the real daughter is not favored, you're all quick to step all over her. Anyway, I'm here to buy clothes, and I will buy what I like. These mediocre designs on the stage, not even one of Wang Yan's fingers, no, not even Wang Yan's toe can compare. They definitely wouldn't catch this young lady's eye. A socialite in a blue dress nodded. Though Jinwoo was blunt, what she said was true. Second Miss Yu's designs aren't that eye-catching, and they didn't awaken my desire to buy them. Meanwhile, in a side position of the backstage, Yu Zhiwan had been secretly watching the situation on stage. Hearing the VIP clients say this, she instantly became teary-eyed with frustration. Second brother, I've already worked very, very hard, but I'm still not as good as teacher Wang Yan. What do? I really want to be a help to the family. Am I really useless? Yu Shaozi also didn't expect them to be so unimpressed with Xiangxiang's designs. It seemed that Xiangxiang would not be able to lead the company after all. Xiangxiang, actually, you're already very good. Wang Yan is so talented and skillful. She's a once-in-a-million genius designer. It's normal that you're not as good as her. Really, Xiangxiang, trust your second brother. You're already very amazing. If it was Yu Zhiwan, she would have been scolded even worse. Those socialites would probably rip her apart. Hearing this, Yu Zhiwan stopped crying and started smiling. Second brother, I knew you loved Xiangxiang the most. Of course, who else would I love other than you? Yu Shaozi patted her on the shoulder and then continued to watch the situation on stage. In the VIP seats, some of the more hot-tempered wealthy daughters had already grown impatient. President Yu, stop stalling, we've been sitting here for half an hour. Hurry up and show us Wan Yan's designs. Yes, yes. Quickly show us what new pieces Wan Yan has designed. I really like Wan Yan's Chinese-style designs. If there are any Chinese-style designs this time, I'll place an order right away. Not only the socialites and wives, but also the media reporters down below, were all anxiously waiting. Yu Shochi wasn't stupid, of course he could see that most people were here for Wan Yan. The more this was the case, the more the news that Wan Yan had refused to continue working with the U Group could not be revealed. Otherwise, the U Group would suffer a major loss. However, Yu Shochi frowned, and he would occasionally check his phone. Wan Yan still hadn't replied to his message. Now that things were at such a critical point, Yu Shochi gritted his teeth in secret. He could only put on a brave face and proceed. Chapter 34, This spectacle, this presentation, simply amazing. Everyone, please be patient. Yu Shochi said with a pained expression. I'm very sorry, but designer Wan Yan hasn't been feeling well. Recently. She's been sick and resting, so she hasn't had the energy to participate in the U Group's new designs for this season. However, please rest assured. Designer Wan Yan's condition has improved considerably. The U Group's new product launch next season will definitely have pieces designed by Wan Yan. Please look forward to it. What? Wan Yan is sick? It wasn't until they heard Yu Shochi say that Wan Yan's condition had improved a lot that everyone in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Whoa, that was scary. Luckily, it's not too serious. Goddess Wan Yan must get better quickly, and I look forward to her new designs. Honestly, the relationship between the U Group and Goddess Wan Yan is actually pretty good. I bet they communicate daily. Wait a minute, if Yu Shochi knew Wan Yan was sick and couldn't design new clothes for the U Group, why didn't he say so earlier? If he had said so earlier, I wouldn't have come to today's product launch. Yeah. A lavishly dressed wealthy lady stood up from the VIP seating area, looking displeased. If there weren't going to be any of Wan Yan's designs at this product launch, President Yu, why didn't you say so earlier? You wasted my time. Another socialite also complained. Seriously, you should have said so earlier. Aren't you just using Wan Yan's name to trick us into coming here? We were here for Wan Yan, but we ended up wasting our time. Isn't that a waste of everyone's time? The media reporters in the audience were all right. After all, the U Group was a big brand in the country. Regardless of whether Wan Yan had new designs, they would always come to the U Group's launch to report news. But the socialites and wealthy ladies in the VIP area were all powerful and rich. Now that they had wasted their time, of course they felt tricked. They started to complain all at once. Yu Shochi wasn't flustered at all, having already come up with a strategy. Please calm down, everyone. Well, we don't have any new works. By Wan Yan today, we have the pleasure of having Miss Xie Yuntang here at the U Group's new product launch as our surprise guest. The complaining socialites and wealthy ladies immediately fell silent upon hearing Xie Yuntang's name. Who didn't know Xie Yuntang? The eldest daughter of the Xie family, the granddaughter of Old Master and Old Madame Xie, and the cousin of Xie Jingma. Leaving aside her beautiful looks simply because of her prominent background, many people had been trying to befriend her. Moreover, Xie Yuntang had her own entertainment agency, making many celebrities famous, and she was an outstanding individual in her own right. If Xie Yuntang really came today, then of course they would seize this rare opportunity to make Xie Yuntang's acquaintance. Wow, will Miss Xie really come? I did know that Miss Xie frequently buys the U Group's haute couture gowns. More precisely, she buys clothes designed by Wan Yan. Xie Yuntang really likes Wan Yan. The U Group is amazing, they've even managed to invite the Xie family's eldest daughter. The title of the best clothing brand in the country will definitely belong to the U Group. While the crowd was discussing this, Yu Shochi walked to the side of the stage and whispered to Yu Shangxiang. How is it? Has Xie Yuntang arrived yet? Yu Shangxiang shook her head. Not yet. Second brother has gone outside to wait for her. As the two were talking, Yu Shaozi came back, but he was all alone. Yu Shaoza ran over, looking as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Elder brother, Xia Yuntang still hasn't arrived. Could it be that she's stuck on the way? Yu Xiuqi was still rather composed. Maybe she'll be here soon. Don't worry. How's things going at Jinhong? Upon mentioning Jinhong, Yu Shaoza sneered with disdain. Don't worry, elder brother. I specifically had someone keep an eye on them. Things are very quiet at Jinhong. They only invited 1 or 2 media outlets, and not many people are paying attention. It's so dismal on their opening day. Just wait for them to close down. That damned girl, Yu Zhiwan, she won't be working at Jinhong for long. Yu Xiuqi nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with determination. Yu Zhiwan, you transferred your household registration out, and you'll come crawling back to me and beg for forgiveness. However, just then, a bespectacled reporter inside the venue exclaimed in a loud voice. Everyone, look! Xia Yuntang just posted on Weibo. She's recommending a fashion brand. Upon hearing this, everyone pulled out their phones. As expected, Xia Yuntang had posted on Weibo. She had used many complimentary words, her language was flowery, and her tone was passionate. She had personally recommended a fashion brand. At first, everyone thought that Xia Yuntang was recommending the U Group. But after looking more carefully, the brand that Xia Yuntang was recommending was called Jinhong. Jinhong? What brand is that? It sounds like a newly established fashion brand. Oh my god. Does the Xia family's eldest daughter like Jinhong that much? She's using so many words to praise it, she's not even repeating herself. Strange, isn't Xia Yuntang supposed to be coming to the U Group? Why is she promoting this small brand, Jinhong? Yu Shaoza, who was on the side of the stage, had been feeling complacent. Even if Xia Yuntang had not arrived in person, she was already promoting the U Group on Weibo. Once Shangshan married Xie Jingma, he would make sure she would treat her cousin well. But the next second, he heard everyone talking about Jinhong. Yu Shaoza's smile instantly froze, and his face changed color on the spot. Elder brother, what's going on? Yu Xiuqi had already pulled out his phone. Seeing the Weibo post, he was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did Xia Yuntang post the wrong thing? How could she be promoting Jinhong? However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. After Xia Yuntang posted the promotional Weibo post, the male and female celebrities in her company all forwarded Xia Yuntang's Weibo post. Those were all A-list celebrities with millions of followers. When they all forwarded the Weibo post together, you could imagine the effect. The name Jinhong instantly became a trending topic on the hot search list. The media reporters and the socialites at the scene were all stunned. I'll be damned. What on earth is this Jinhong? How did they get the Xia family's eldest daughter to promote them like this? This spectacle, this presentation, simply amazing. I can't resist it. I want to go to Jinhong to see. Wait a minute. Have you guys noticed that at the end of Xia Yuntang's Weibo post, she said that she's at the Jinhong main store right now? Huh? Didn't Yu Xiuqi say that Xia Yuntang was the U Group's surprise guest, and that she was going to attend the U Group's launch? Why did she go to Jinhong? Need you even ask? Someone must be lying. Xia Yuntang is publicly promoting Jinhong and is saying that she is at the Jinhong main store. It's clear that she doesn't care about the U Group at all. Otherwise, would she have waited this long and not show up? The wealthy ladies in the VIP seats could no longer bear it. They turned to look at Yu Xiuqi, glaring at him. President Yu, first you hid the fact that there aren't any of Wang Yan's designs at the launch today, and now you lied saying that Miss Xia would be at the U Group. Are you trying to play us for fools by deceiving us again and again? Tricking your own VIP clients? Is this the U Group's business philosophy? Let's go check out Jinhong. There are no Wang Yan designs on display anyway, so why would we stay here? As the voice fell, many people stood up angrily. Even the reporters at the venue couldn't stay still. Since the U Group wasn't showing any of Wang Yan's designs, there wasn't anything to photograph anyway. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiuqi immediately stopped them. Please wait. However, nobody listened to him anymore. There was no stopping them. In less than a moment, everyone had left. The bustling venue suddenly became quiet and deserted. Only a few staff members were left, looking at each other, bewildered. What? How did this happen? Elder brother, what do we do now? Yu Xiaozi was so anxious he was running around like a headless fly. Damn it! Why would Xia Yuntang recommend Jinhong? Yu Shangxiang frowned, her expression also looking awful. Yu Xiuqi's face darkened. Although the launch came to a messy end, the news that Wang Yan has refused to continue working with the Yu Group hasn't been exposed. Everyone still thinks Wang Yan is still with the Yu Group. That means the Yu Group will not suffer any losses. Let's go to Jinhong as well and give them a big gift. He had been paying attention to Jinhong these past few days. He had noticed that some of the clothes being displayed in the Jinhong store had a design style that was similar to Wang Yan. They had clearly copied Wang Yan. How dare they copy Wang Yan? He would go and expose Jinhong's secrets, ruining their reputation. Chapter 35, I am the owner of Jinhong. At Jinhong's main store. Although many reporters had been invited to the Yu Group's event, He Kaiwei also used her connections to invite 2 media outlets. After all, the fact that Wang Yan had become Jinhong's chief designer needed to be officially announced to the public. Inside the store, Xia Yuntang linked her arm with Yu Zhiwan's. She whispered, "Sister-in-law, I took it upon myself to promote Jinhong on Weibo for you. Please don't mind it, okay?" Yu Zhiwan was not being so delicate. "Of course not, you're helping me." Xia Yuntang smiled and excitedly hugged Yu Zhiwan. "Sister-in-law, you're so good. Jinhong will definitely become better and better. You, as the owner of Jinhong, will make a lot of money. Not far away." He Kaiwei felt curious. Just who exactly was her boss that she was able to invite Wang Yan to be the chief designer? The dignified eldest daughter of the Xie family also liked her so much. Her identity wasn't ordinary. At this time, the security guard outside ran in excitedly. "Boss. Manager he. Many luxury cars just arrived outside. They look like very important guests." He Kaiwei immediately turned her head to look outside. Sure enough, she saw many luxury cars and some lavishly dressed socialites and wealthy ladies stepping out from the cars. They walked straight towards Jinhong. Then another security guard ran in excitedly. "Boss. There are many reporters outside. They say they're here to cover our opening ceremony." Yu Zhiwan instantly understood that Xia Yuntang's Weibo post had taken effect. She turned to look at He Kaiwei, giving her a knowing glance. He Kaiwei nodded, indicating that she understood. She then directed the employees in a composed manner to do their respective jobs. When the reporters arrived, they immediately noticed that Jinhong's store was spacious and well lit. The decorations were very stylish. For example, the chandeliers and the resting chairs were all designed in unusual geometric shapes, making the store look fashionable like a major international brand, not some no-name store. The most amazing thing was that, probably because it was the opening, Jinhong was incredibly sincere and had actually set up a small runway inside the store. They had models walking the runway, wearing Jinhong's clothes. They used the best lighting and effects to show off the beauty of Jinhong's clothing from all angles. Oh my god, the socialites and wealthy ladies who came because of the name were instantly attracted. This is so surprising. At first, I thought it was some small brand I had never heard of. It looks so grand and high-end. There's even a runway. It's so much more sophisticated than the way the Yu Group is doing it. When models wear the clothes, we can see their effects in the best way possible. Also, I feel that these clothes are really very beautiful. They're even more beautiful than the new products that a major brand like the Yu Group is launching. This is so unexpected. Jinhong's pretty amazing, no wonder they could get Miss Xie to help them promote it. They're definitely skilled. The media reporters could not wait any longer to raise their cameras, focusing them on the models and clothes, snapping away like crazy. As one piece of clothing after another was displayed by the models, everyone watched intently without getting tired of it. Every set of outfits and every series of gowns gave people a sense of surprise and anticipation. Gradually, the final, show-stopping piece came. It was a white gown that was exquisitely gorgeous and ethereal, almost as if it were surrounded by fairy clouds. The fabric of the gown was very special, light as a mist, and floaty as a cloud. It was covered with tiny diamonds on the layers of its wide skirt, like it was sprinkled with starlight. The most amazing thing was that the skirt was embroidered with faint Chinese-style patterns using silver thread. As the model walked, the skirt gently swayed, and the silver thread embroidery reflected a faint, hazy light, like she was wearing a layer of moonlight, ethereal and otherworldly. The tiny diamonds that dotted the skirt like stars were like a crushed galaxy, their light flowing and radiant. It had astonishingly combined ethereal and gorgeous aesthetics so well. In that instant, whether it was the media reporters at the scene or the socialites and wives, everyone was stunned, and it was a long time before they came back to their senses and began to exclaim in admiration. So beautiful. Help! This gown is so beautiful. I don't want to look away for a second. What a unique style. It combines ethereal and gorgeousness so well without any sense of disharmony. This design is too amazing. Is this also one of Jinhong's new products? It's so stunning and shocking. Yu Shochi, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang, who had just arrived, happened to see the display of this gown. Their gaze was instantly drawn to it. Yu Shochi instantly felt a huge amount of pressure. Jinhong's level of design was too high. It was so high that it made him feel threatened. As for Yu Shangxiang, she was staring blankly at the gown. It was so beautiful and ethereal. Even she wanted to own one. Yu Shaozi heard the crowd's praises all around him. He clenched his fists in anger, his face looking incredibly awful. At the Yu Group's launch earlier, this group of people hadn't said a single word of praise. Now, at Jinhong, they were expressing their admiration without reservation. It was as if the Yu Group's limelight had been completely overshadowed. At this time, Hikaiwei walked to the model and announced to everyone in a clear voice. Everyone, welcome to Jinhong's opening ceremony. The gown that the model is wearing now is the showstopper for today. Its name is also Jinhong. Everyone was touched after hearing it. What a fitting name. A glance of a Jinhong. Unforgettable. It's love at first sight. Wow, the name matches the brand. Does it convey the idea of designing beautiful clothes for customers? Jinhong is not an ordinary brand. This showstopper piece is even more beautiful than all the new products that the Yu Group launched today. Yu Shochi and Yu Shaozi's faces turned even worse when they heard that. The entire launch that the Yu Group had painstakingly organized was no match for a single gown from Jinhong? The crowd at the scene was still immersed in the wonder that Jinhong had brought. Speaking of which, who is the designer of this gown? They're so amazing. It must be a genius-level designer. I feel like I've seen the design style of this gown somewhere before. You're not alone, I also feel like I've seen it before. Hearing the people around him discussing this, Yu Shochi sneered inwardly. Of course it felt familiar. Because it was a copy of Wan Yan. Yu Zhiwan was working at Jinhong, he didn't know if she had designed this gown or not. If she had, then she actually dared to copy Wan Yan. It must be known that the most fatal thing for a designer was to be labeled as a copycat. Not only would they ruin their reputation, but they would not be able to survive in the entire industry again. Yu Shochi looked at Yu Zhiwan, who wasn't far away. His gaze was so cold that it didn't seem like he was looking at his own biological younger sister. It was like he was willing to personally ruin her reputation and everything she had. He would make sure she had nowhere to go, and then she would beg and plead with the Yu family, and never dare to disobey them again. Manager Yu Shochi stepped forward, his face cold. Who are the owner and designer of your brand, Jinhong? Only then did the others notice that people from the Yu Group had actually come to Jinhong. Hikaiwei looked at Yu Shochi, her expression instantly becoming wary. Sir, what do you want? Yu Shochi lowered his head and straightened his sleeves. I need to see your owner, there is something important I need to say to them. Hikaiwei frowned, about to say something when Yu Zhiwan, who was next to her, slightly raised her hand, stopping her. Yu Shochi raised his head and saw that after Yu Zhiwan had stopped Hikaiwei, she had stepped forward without being arrogant or humble. Her gaze, cool as the moon, swept over him, and her voice was clear as ice. I am the owner of Jinhong. Chapter 36, Slapping the Yu family in the face. The words fell, and Yu Shochi was stunned. His mouth was slightly open, looking dumbfounded. He couldn't even keep up his usual rational and composed demeanor. Yu Shaozi and Yu Shangxian were even more in disbelief. What? That damned girl, Yu Zhiwan, was the owner of Jinhong. How was that possible? They had always thought that Yu Zhiwan had come to work at Jinhong. But it turned out that she was the owner of Jinhong? The people around them exclaimed in shock when they heard what Yu Zhiwan had said. This is the owner of Jinhong? She's so young and beautiful. I didn't expect the founder of Jinhong to be such a young girl, she's so promising. Honestly, her aura is different. Suddenly, a wealthy woman murmured in confusion. Why do I feel like the owner of Jinhong is a little familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. I also feel like she's familiar. Oh, I remember. Isn't she the real daughter of the Yu family? What? Good heavens, it's really her. This. The crowd's expressions instantly became subtle. It should be known that the Yu Group's main business was the fashion industry. Now, the real daughter of the Yu family had established her own business. She had founded Jinhong, also a fashion brand. Was she trying to compete with the Yu family? Yu Shochi recovered from the shock, his brow furrowed deeply. How is that possible? How could you be the owner of Jinhong? Where did you get the money to open a store? Yu Zhiwan's gaze was light as she looked at him, her eyes mocking. Where I got the money, do I need to explain that to someone who doesn't matter? What makes you think you have the right to know? Yu Shaozi immediately stepped forward with dissatisfaction. Yu Zhiwan. What kind of attitude is that? He Kaiwei, upon seeing this, gave a stern warning. These two gentlemen, unless you want to be kicked out by security, then you should be mindful of your attitude towards our boss. The security guards in the store instantly fixed their gaze on Yu Shochi and Yu Shaozi. It was as if they would immediately kick these two people out as long as their boss gave the order. Yu Shaozi was so angry he almost started jumping up and down. How dare she? When had he ever been treated this way by Yu Zhiwan before? Yu Shochi gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger for now. Alright, Yu Zhiwan. Since you are the owner of Jinhong, then now, the designs of your store have copied Wanyan, copying our Yu Group. As the person in charge of the Yu Group, I hereby solemnly notify you, you must publicly apologize. And you must destroy all of your clothes. What? Copying Wanyan? Upon hearing Yu Shochi's words, the crowd suddenly realized what was going on. Ah! No wonder I thought Jinhong's designs looked familiar, they're similar to Wanyan's. Oh my god. It really is. The styles really are very similar to Wanyan's. No way, we finally found a new brand we liked so much, but it's actually a copycat? Disappointing. Seeing the public opinion gradually shifting towards his side, Yu Shochi sneered. He then used a righteous tone. As everyone knows, Wanyan only works with the Yu Group, she is our special designer. Now, someone has shamelessly copied Wanyan, wanting to ride on Wanyan's popularity. The Yu Group will not sit idly by. We will definitely seek justice for Wanyan. These words were so righteous. The socialites, wealthy ladies, and media reporters who liked Wanyan all praised him. The Yu Group actually cares for Wanyan so much, they're so righteous. Such a rare, conscientious company. Yu Shaozi was so angry when he had almost been kicked out by Yu Zhiwan's security guards. He had been holding in a breath all this time. Now that he saw the situation had turned around, he could not wait to see Yu Zhiwan's flustered and wretched expression. Let's see how she was going to act all high and mighty now. However, amidst all the chaos, Yu Zhiwan stood there quietly, her aura refined, and her face had not a trace of panic. She was still as beautiful and radiant as ever. Yu Shochi, you said that the designs of our brand Jinhong copied Wanyan. What evidence do you have? Yu Shochi was arrogant. Evidence? Are you trying to change the subject or are you trying to delay for time? I'm telling you, everyone's eyes are the evidence. Everyone at the scene can see that your designs are so similar to Wanyan's style. The people at the scene nodded in agreement. That's right, anyone with eyes can see it. Seriously, Wan Yan's designs have a very unique style, it's not easy for others to imitate her. Jinhong, you picked the wrong person to copy. You actually copied Wan Yan. You're actively looking for death. Do you know what Wan Yan's status is in the design world? Do you know how many people like Wan Yan? Anyways, I don't like brands that try to ride on Wan Yan's popularity. If Jinhong doesn't apologize and give us a proper explanation, then we will unite to boycott Jinhong. That's right, boycott this kind of unscrupulous brand. In just a few words, several socialites and wealthy ladies had decided to boycott Jinhong in order to defend Wan Yan. Yu Xiuqi was listening to these condemning voices. A sense of victory flashed in his eyes. Yu Zhiwan, let's see how you're going to turn this around now. Jinhong, just wait to close down. He Kaiwei looked at Yu Zhiwan, looking worried. Yu Zhiwan glanced at the time on her lady's watch. The corners of her lips curved up, and she looked at Yu Xiuqi with a gaze filled with mockery, as if she were looking at an ignorant ant. Right after, Yu Zhiwan looked at the reporter's cameras, her face cold and beautiful, and her voice clear and resounding. Due to time constraints earlier, I didn't have the chance to introduce this to everyone yet. All of Jinhong's clothes are designed by Wan Yan. Wan Yan is our Jinhong's chief designer. As soon as the words came out, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck from the sky. Everyone was stunned. The entire venue suddenly became eerily quiet, without a single sound. There were even two young reporters who were unstable, and were so shocked they almost dropped their cameras. What the hell? They didn't hear it wrong, right? Yu Zhiwan said that the designer of Jinhong was Wan Yan. And she was the chief designer. All the clothes that were just displayed in the store were designed by Wan Yan. Is it real? In the deathly silence, Yu Xiuqi suddenly clenched his fists and scoffed. That's ridiculous. Yu Zhiwan, do you think that you can get away with copying by fabricating such a lie? Yu Zhiwan glanced at him mockingly. Fabricating? Then I will tell you now, Wan Yan said it herself. She said it herself? Suddenly, a tall reporter in the crowd excitedly shouted, "Quick, look! Everyone go look! Wan Yan has posted on Weibo. She said she is happy to work with Jinhong." Upon hearing that, everyone immediately pulled out their phones. As expected, Wan Yan had just posted on Weibo a minute ago, saying that she was happy to become the chief designer of Jinhong. She had also stated that she had ended her collaboration with the U Group 1.5 months ago. Even more importantly, Wan Yan had also attached a screenshot of her chat history with Yu Xiuqi, clearly stating that she had informed the U Group 1.5 months ago that she had ended their collaboration, and that she would never work with them again. I'll be damned. It's a Weibo post from Wan Yan herself. Holy moly! Goddess Wan Yan herself made a statement. She really did collaborate with Jinhong. And she became Jinhong's chief designer. Oh my god, what Yu Zhiwan just said was all real. Wan Yan herself has confirmed it. Chapter 37, Public Declaration, Severing Ties with the Yu Family. So, it's not plagiarism. These clothes in Jinhong were designed by Wan Yan from the beginning. No wonder I thought they looked like Goddess Wan Yan's style. Of course they do, these are Wan Yan's new designs. Help, what exactly is Jinhong's background? They can even get Wan Yan. At this moment, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaozi, and Yu Shangxiang, after looking at the Weibo post that Wan Yan had published, were all stunned. They felt like their scalps were about to explode. Especially Yu Xiuqi, whose hands were trembling as he held his phone, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. How could this be? How could this be? Wan Yan had partnered with Jinhong and became the chief designer of Jinhong. These past few days, Wan Yan had refused to acknowledge him, she hadn't replied to any of his messages, and yet she had agreed to work with Jinhong. Wan Yan had abandoned him, she had abandoned the U Group. Wan Yan didn't want him anymore. Yu Zhiwan had been standing there calmly the whole time. She knew that she would be busy on the opening day and wouldn't have time to touch her phone. So, she had scheduled a Weibo post in advance, which used Wan Yan's account to announce to the public that Wan Yan would be Jinhong's chief designer from now on. The Weibo post from a moment ago was timed to be sent out. Yu Zhiwan looked at Yu Xiuqi, who was absent-minded and pale. Her expression suddenly became stern as she asked, without any emotion, "Now, what else do you have to say?" At this time, everyone else in the store had also figured it all out. Wait a minute. Everyone look at the last paragraph of Wan Yan's Weibo post. She said that she had ended her collaboration with the U Group 1.5 months ago, and she has the chat history with you. Xiuqi as proof. Then, at the U Group's launch earlier, Yu Xiuqi kept saying that Wan Yan was sick and unwell, so she couldn't design new products for the U Group. That was a lie. He was clearly lying. That's crazy. Yu Xiuqi clearly knew that Wan Yan was no longer collaborating with the U Group, but he still lied in front of everyone. It's terrifying if you think about it. Even if you only think about it a little bit. How dare he curse Goddess Wan Yan to be sick? Heh, the U Group is just using Wan Yan's name to trick us into going over there. It's a bait and switch. If Goddess Wan Yan hadn't posted a statement on Weibo today, we wouldn't know how long we would have been kept in the dark. Yu Xiuqi even shamelessly said that Wan Yan would definitely have new works at the new product launch next season. Ugh. How shameless. The most important thing in business is integrity. The U Group doing this is really ruining their reputation. Shameless. Disgusting. Anyway, since Wan Yan is no longer at the U Group, I will never buy clothes from the U Group again. Boycott the U Group. Everyone looked at Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaozi, and Yu Shangxiang in the crowd with indignation and disdain. Some even united to boycott the U Group. Yu Xiaozi instantly panicked, cold sweat trickling down his back. Elder brother. What are you doing? Yu Xiaozi protected Yu Shangxiang with his hand, anxiously looking at Yu Xiuqi, who seemed lost. Yu Xiuqi seemed to be oblivious to the crowd's anger. He just kept staring at Wan Yan's Weibo post on his phone, his mouth muttering, "Impossible, impossible." He used to chat with Wan Yan very happily. Wan Yan's attitude towards him used to be very good. Moreover, when he had initially contacted Wan Yan had agreed to collaborate with the U Group. She had never acknowledged other brands, and she only helped the U Group. He had even thought that Wan Yan was helping him because she admired and liked him, and that was why she only helped him, and only helped the U Group. Now, Wan Yan was ignoring him, and was collaborating with Jinhong. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. Impossible, it's not like this. Yu Xiuqi was acting like a madman, immersed in his shock, and he lost all reaction to everything around him. Yu Xiaozi could only protect him and Yu Shangxiang closely. Yu Shangxiang looked at Yu Zhiwan outside the crowd, who was bright, beautiful, and infinitely glamorous. Meanwhile, she and the Yu family behind her were being despised and scorned by the crowd. It wasn't Yu Zhiwan who was ruined. It was them. Yu Shangxiang almost bit her teeth into pieces. Her eyes flashed with a cunning light as she rushed towards Yu Zhiwan, with tears in her eyes. "Elder sister, why did you have to take Wan Yan away from the U Group? You know how important Wan Yan is to the U Group, why do you have to treat your family like this? These past few days, you haven't come home. Mom and Dad are so worried that they got sick. Elder sister, we're a family, please don't take revenge on the U Group like this, please, I'm begging you." Yu Xiaozi immediately pulled her into his arms, his heart aching. Xiang. Such an unfilial girl, she's taking revenge on her own family, and she's unfilial towards our parents. She doesn't deserve you begging her like this. After Yu Xiaozi said that, he glared at Yu Zhiwan with dissatisfaction. She actually took Wan Yan away from the U Group. She had put the U Group into a dangerous position. And she had made him, his elder brother, and Shangxiang become embarrassing laughingstocks here. How could this beast be so cold-blooded, not caring about family ties at all? He was her own brother. The others in the store, upon seeing this, looked at each other, and no one made a sound for a moment. After all, it's hard for an honest official to settle family disputes. Yu Zhiwan was the real daughter of the Yu family. After establishing her own business and creating Jinhong herself, was she really trying to fight the U Group? Was she really trying to take revenge on the U Group, as Yu Shangxiang said? A mocking expression appeared on Yu Zhiwan's exquisite features, and a sneer crept onto her lips. I'm taking revenge on you? The U Group purposely moved their product launch forward by half a month. Wasn't it to target Jinhong? As soon as she spoke, the reporters suddenly understood what was going on. Oh my god. I was wondering why the U Group's launch was moved forward by half a month, so it was to target Jinhong. So, it's not Yu Zhiwan taking revenge on the Yu family, it's the Yu family purposely targeting Yu Zhiwan? I'm impressed. Jinhong is a newly established brand, but the U Group, a big brand, is using all these tactics to suppress it. That's just too much. Wait a minute, isn't Yu Zhiwan the real daughter of the Yu family? Aren't they family? Amidst the discussions, Yu Zhiwan lifted her eyes, her gaze clear and sharp, and looked at the closest camera. She publicly announced, word by word. Everyone, while we're all here today, I would like to announce something publicly. And that is, I, Yu Zhiwan, have severed all ties with the Yu family. I will no longer be the daughter of the Yu family. Moreover, my household registration has been transferred out of the Yu family. From now on, I will no longer have any connection to the Yu family. As soon as she said these words, the entire scene was in an uproar. Severed ties? Her household registration has also been transferred out? From now on, she no longer has any connection with the Yu family? And she's no longer the Yu family's daughter? Oh my heavens! Why is this happening? I heard before that the Yu family favors the fake daughter and that the real daughter wasn't being favored. She must have been wronged a lot, otherwise, she wouldn't have broken ties with her own parents. It's not just heard. It's true. It's a well-known fact in the circles, almost everyone knows that the Yu family favors the fake daughter Yu Shangxiang. Just like now, Yu Shouqi and Yu Shaozi accused Jinhong of plagiarism, wanting to ruin Yu Zhiwan's reputation, and put her in a dangerous position. And this was in front of all the outsiders. Their attitude towards Yu Zhiwan is already so awful. So in private, wouldn't their attitude towards Yu Zhiwan be even worse? When the older brothers act like this towards their own younger sister, it means the parents didn't teach them well. I don't think the parents, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqing, are any better. Strange, Yu Zhiwan is their biological daughter and younger sister. How could they be so willing to treat her like this? Alas, some families are just like that, they are incredibly biased. That fake daughter is really something, she has the Yu family completely wrapped around her finger. Amidst the clamoring discussions, Yu Shaozi stared blankly at Yu Zhiwan, his expression completely lost. How could she publicly sever ties with the Yu family? And she was so resolute, so decisive. Did she really not want to go back to the Yu family anymore? Chapter 38, Wan Yan is about to show herself publicly. Listening to the critical comments and accusations, Yu Shaozi unusually did not get angry. He looked at Yu Zhiwan, dazed, as if it was the first time he was seeing her. Meanwhile, Yu Shangxiang was biting her lip so hard that her lips had turned pale. Elder sister, you are truly not leaving yourself even a single way out. After announcing her decision, Yu Zhiwan didn't want everyone to discuss her private affairs. The corners of her red lips slightly curved upwards, her posture relaxed and generous. Today is the opening day of Jinhong. I welcome everyone here. In the future, Jinhong and Wan Yan will continue to provide everyone with more exciting and wonderful designs. Upon hearing this, He Kaiwei gave the employees next to her a signal. The employees ran excitedly outside, and set off the confetti cannons. Instantly, the atmosphere became lively again. The socialites and wealthy ladies immediately rushed towards Yu Zhiwan, surrounding her. Boss, I want to buy the showstopper gown, Jinhong. Me too. I was the first one who wanted to buy it. Yu Zhiwan smiled. Jinhong is a limited edition, with only 10 in the world. If you want to buy it, you can register and make a reservation first. He Kaiwei knew that there was an opportunity to make money. So she immediately said, everyone, register here. A large group of people rushed over, competing to be the first. In less than a moment, the pre-orders exploded. The socialites who hadn't been able to secure their purchase were full of regret. Boss Yu, 10 in the world is too little. Please produce more. I think it wouldn't be too many even if you produced 50 in the world. Yu Zhiwan smiled but did not budge. In the future, Jinhong was going to take the high-end route, and these limited edition gowns should naturally be valued. Moreover, the fabric used for this gown, as well as the diamonds and jewelry on it, were all very expensive and rare, so it was not suitable for mass production. Some customers who were unable to purchase the gowns wanted to custom order other styles. They immediately became Jinhoon's VIP members. Before long, the order registrations that the employees had in their hands were already scheduled 2 months into the future. Now that Goddess Wan Yen has collaborated with Jinhoon, what's the point of my being a member of the U group? I'm going to withdraw from it. Count me in. I also don't want to be a member of the U group anymore. Ah, everyone look at the online news. Goddess Wan Yen is going to appear in public. What? Where can I see it? It turned out that the official Weibo account of the Jinhua fashion design competition had posted a new Weibo post. First of all, congratulations to Jinhoon on their grand opening, and congratulations to Goddess Wan Yen on collaborating with Jinhoon. We are very excited to announce good news to everyone. Designer Wan Yen has signed up for the Jinhua fashion design competition this year. Moreover, Wan Yen informed our organizing committee last night that she will be making her first public appearance at the competition. Those who want to know what Wan Yen looks like can pay attention. As soon as this Weibo post was published, it instantly ignited the entire design industry and became a trending topic. The socialites and wealthy ladies who liked Wan Yen's designs were even more excited. Ah, we can finally see Goddess Wan Yen's true face. If she could design so many beautiful clothes, Wan Yen herself must be very elegant, right? Alright, boss Yu, since your Jinhoon is collaborating with Wan Yen, have you guys met Wan Yen in person? What does she look like? Yu Zhiwan curved her eyes and smiled slightly. Everyone will find out at the Jinhua fashion design competition in 10 days. Yu Shaozi, who had been squeezed out of the crowd, looked at Yu Zhiwan, surrounded by the crowd, being praised like the moon, his eyes full of complex emotions. Jinhoon's opening was a success, but the U Group's new product launch ended miserably. Not only did their profits not increase, but many customers had run away. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to them, Yu Shaozi quickly dragged Yu Xiuqi, who looked like his soul had left his body, and Yu Shangxiang, and left the place like rats scurrying on the street. They had not walked a few steps when Yu Xiuqi received a call from Yu Changde. Xiuqi. What did you do? Even through the phone, they could feel Yu Changde's tremendous anger and frustration. Do you know? Everyone is saying that we're mistreating Yu Zhiwan, that your mother and I are not good people. That we don't care about our own biological daughter at all. Yu Changde's chest was heaving violently with rage. He was yelling and cussing out of control. What exactly did you do? How could you let that rebellious daughter Yu Zhiwan announce in front of everyone that she has severed ties with the Yu family? And she made the fact that she had transferred her household registration public too. How will the outside world see the Yu family now? Everyone is laughing at us. They're also saying that your mother and I are heartless. Yu Changde was so angry that even though Yu Xiuqi was holding the phone to his ear, Yu Shaozi and Yu Shangxiang, who were standing beside him, could also hear his yelling. Yu Shaozi's brows furrowed tightly. He had never seen his father so angry before. The Yu family was now completely reduced to a topic of gossip among people. Yu Changde on the other end of the phone became more and more angry. And what about the company's affairs? Many VIP clients called to say that they were canceling their previously booked orders. And they were also withdrawing their U Group memberships. Do you know how many orders the U Group lost, and how much money we lost? Most importantly, those customers who had withdrawn their U Group memberships had turned around and bought clothes from Jinhoon. Jinhoon had only just opened, but it had already caused the U Group a lot of damage. How could he not be angry? What troubled him most was that Wan Yen had chosen to collaborate with Jinhoon. Here, Yu Shaozi saw that his father's yelling was getting angrier, and his elder brother was still absent-minded. He snatched the phone and answered, "Dad, don't worry. We will definitely win back those customers who were snatched away by Jinhoon." After appeasing Yu Changde with a few words, Yu Shaozi hung up the phone and looked at Yu Xiuqi with a serious expression. "Elder brother, what's wrong with you? You've been acting so absent-minded." Yu Shangxiang said worriedly, "Elder brother might have suffered too much of a shock because of Wan Yan's matters." Yu Shaozi knew that his elder brother cared a lot about Wan Yan. In the past 2 years that the Yu group had collaborated with Wan Yan, it was his elder brother who had been communicating with Wan Yan on all matters. Yu Shaozi took a deep breath and put both hands on Yu Shochi's shoulders, looking at him face to face. Elder brother, pull yourself together. Wan Yan is now collaborating with Jinhong, but that doesn't mean that Wan Yan will always collaborate with Jinhong. Wan Yan had always collaborated with us before. She definitely feels closer to us. She's only being bewitched by Yu Zhiwan now. We have a very big chance to win Wan Yan back. Yu Shochi, who had been completely lost, seemed to come back to life after hearing that they could win Wan Yan back. His eyes, which had been dull and gloomy, lit up slightly. Can we? Yu Shaozi, of course, we can. Isn't Wan Yan going to appear publicly at the Jinhua fashion design competition? We'll go see her with sincerity, and convince her to leave Yu Zhiwan, leave Jinhong, and collaborate with us again. Upon thinking about the fact that Wan Yan was about to make a public appearance, Yu Shochi's eyes gradually focused and sharpened. He didn't believe that Yu Zhiwan's friendship with Wan Yan was deeper than his. During the past 2 years, when something happened at the Yu group, it was always him who contacted Wan Yan. He even knew Wan Yan's typing habits when sending messages. In other words, he and Wan Yan had the closest relationship. Yu Zhiwan was just a person who had come in halfway. What was she? Okay. Yu Shochi's expression finally returned to normal, and when he spoke, he sounded more confident. We'll win Wan Yan back, make Wan Yan abandon Jinhong, and give Yu Zhiwan a severe lesson. Yu Zhiwan wanted to compete with him for Wan Yan? She was dreaming. Jinhong wanted to compete with the Yu group? That was even more of a dream. Chapter 39, This Madman, What's He Ranting About? Seeing that Yu Shochi had finally returned to his senses, Yu Shaozi breathed a sigh of relief. That's the spirit, big brother. Buck up, we have a good chance of winning. Yu Shengxiang chirped sweetly, that's right, big brother. Wan Yan has the best relationship with you. As long as you have a good talk with her, you'll definitely be able to bring her back. Yu Shochi nodded, no longer despondent because Wan Yan had abandoned him. His mind began to work again, and his brows furrowed slightly. Strange, Xia Yuntang said that day, of course I'll support my sister-in-law's clothing brand, so why did she go to Jinhong instead? Could it be that? Yu Shochi's heart plunged. Could it be that the sister-in-law Xia Yuntang was referring to as Yu Zhiwan? Upon hearing this, Yu Shaozi's face instantly paled. Yu Xianxian's legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed onto the floor, her mind in complete chaos. Impossible. Yu Shaozi shook his head vehemently. How is that possible? Yu Zhiwan of all people? She's not worthy. The only person that Xia Yuntang would call sister-in-law is Xia Jingma's wife, and how could Xia Jingma possibly fancy Yu Zhiwan? Furthermore, Xia Jingma and Yu Zhiwan have no interactions at all, they aren't even acquainted. Yu Shaozi suddenly seemed to realize something, and clapped his hands together, I get it. Xia Yuntang has always liked Wan Yan's designs. Maybe Xia Yuntang heard some rumor beforehand and knew that Wan Yan became the chief designer of Jinhong, and that's why she changed her path to Jinhong. That must be it. Yu Shaozi grabbed Yu Xianxiang's hand, Shangxiang, don't panic. Besides being prettier than you, Yu Zhiwan is nowhere near your equal in anything else. Xia Jingma isn't the type of man who only looks at faces, he definitely wouldn't take a fancy to Yu Zhiwan. Relax, the position of young mistress of the Xia family can only be yours. Yu Shochi also thought that Xia Jingma and Yu Zhiwan were totally incompatible, and he suppressed his doubts. He nodded, Shaozi is right. Xia Jingma and Yu Zhiwan are not close at all, and Xia Yuntang likes Wan Yan's designs, so she must have gone to Jinhong for Wan Yan. Shangxiang, don't worry. Mom, Dad, and your big brothers will make sure you marry Xia Jingma. Yu Shangxiang wore a considerate and understanding expression. Big brother, second brother, Shangxiang believes what you said. You are Xianxiang's best family. Yu Shochi patted her shoulder reassuringly and then narrowed his eyes. Where did Yu Zhiwan get the money to open a store? She probably borrowed it, or maybe it's a loan. Yu Shaozi scoffed, no matter how she borrowed the money, once we bring Wan Yan back and bankrupt Jinhong, Yu Zhiwan will lose all her money and be burdened with debt. At that time, Yu Zhiwan would have to obediently return to the Yu family. For some reason, after hearing Yu Zhiwan publicly sever ties with the Yu family and seeing her cold gaze, Yu Xiaozi felt a tightness in his chest. Before, Yu Zhiwan's eyes were always filled with affection and longing when she looked at him. But now, they had become so cold. Yu Xiaozi didn't know why he felt this tightness, but he knew that he wouldn't allow Yu Zhiwan to move her household registration out. He also didn't want to hear Yu Zhiwan say anything about severing ties anymore. It was grating on his ears. He had to force Yu Zhiwan back to the Yu family, to continue being a member of the Yu family, to continue being his sister, and to be disciplined by him, her big brother. Inside the Jinghong store. The store was packed with customers, and Yu Zhiwan was so busy that she couldn't even attend to Xia Yuntang. There was a lounge at the back, stocked with tea, water, and snacks. Yu Zhiwan told Xia Yuntang to go and sit there for a while. Knowing that she was busy, Xia Yuntang didn't bother her and skipped happily to the lounge. He Kaiwei came over with orders. "Boss, look at today's sales, and our stock." Yu Zhiwan looked down at it. Suddenly, a man's voice excitedly called out her name, "Yu Zhiwan." Yu Zhiwan looked up and frowned. It was Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng had seen the news about Ginghong in the Yu family's press conference online and had learned about everything that had happened that morning. What surprised him most was that Yu Zhiwan was the owner of Ginghong. Gu Chengfeng hurried over and scrutinized her. "How did you open a store? Where did you get the money? Who gave you the money?" Yu Zhiwan gave He Kaiwei a look, signaling her to go and take care of the other customers. He Kaiwei nodded and went to one side. "Where I got the money has nothing to do with you," Yu Zhiwan said expressionlessly, her eyes cool and aloof, like snow under moonlight. Gu Chengfeng stammered, remembering that Yu Zhiwan was still jealous of his dry sisters, which was why she wasn't giving him a good look. Gu Chengfeng coughed awkwardly and, for the first time in front of a woman, lowered his tone. "All right, I've cut ties with all those dry sisters. You don't need to be mad at me anymore. I, a young master of the Gu family, have gone to this extent for you, making an exception for only one woman. You should be satisfied. It's not good for a woman to ask for too much." Yu Zhiwan looked utterly bewildered. What was this madman ranting about? Whether you cut ties or not, what does it have to do with me? Yu Zhiwan took a step back, to avoid being infected by his madness. Seeing her distance herself, Gu Chengfeng suppressed his anger. "Yu Zhiwan, stop playing hard to get. To be honest, you haven't seen me or heard my voice for a while. You must have missed me to death, right?" Gu Chengfeng's lips curled into a devilish smile, and he opened his arms, patting his chest. "Come, this young master will give you a hug, to ease your lovesickness." Yu Zhiwan? Was he crazy? Yu Zhiwan was completely baffled and looked at him like she was looking at an idiot. "Gu Chengfeng, I'll say it one more time, we've already broken up, there's absolutely nothing between us anymore, so stop harassing me." Gu Chengfeng was annoyed whenever he heard the word breakup, and his eyebrows twisted angrily. "Yu Zhiwan, a little temper tantrum is fun, but too much is annoying. I know you like me. I'm starting to have a bit of interest in you as well. So, why are you making a fuss? Why don't we just reconcile?" Hearing that, Yu Zhiwan's red lips curled slightly into a cold smile. "Who said I like you?" Gu Chengfeng chuckled dismissively, hands in his pockets, full of self-confidence. "You're still being stubborn at this point? If you don't like me, why did you accept my pursuit? So many men were pursuing you, why did you only accept me? Isn't it because you like me?" Yu Zhiwan had almost forgotten about this, and her expression became indifferent. "I didn't accept your pursuit willingly. The Yu family forced me to. They said on the surface that it was to promote cooperation between the Gu family and the Yu family, but in reality, they forced me to agree because they thought I was hindering Yu Shangxiang's engagement." "What?" Gu Chengfeng frowned, the arrogant air disappearing, his body tensing up. "What did you say? The Yu family forced you to accept my pursuit?" Yu Zhiwan, "Yes, according to my own wishes, I wouldn't have agreed to you at all." The girl's clear words hit him, each syllable like a bomb exploding in his head, and his blood seemed to flow backward. Chapter 40, This Damned Man. It took a good several seconds for Gu Chengfeng to find his voice, his eyes fixed on her. "I don't believe you, you're just trying to make me angry." Yu Zhiwan's eyes were calm as still water, like a clear pond under the moonlight. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the Yu family. Or, you can just call them now and ask. Stop talking. Gu Chengfeng suddenly interrupted her, the whites of his eyes red, as he covered his ears in denial. I don't believe it. He turned and ran out. Yu Zhiwan. Was this young master acting in a drama? After running out, Gu Chengfeng went straight to where he'd parked his car. It was noon, and the sun was intense. Gu Chengfeng, however, didn't notice it at all. He stood beside his car, panting, with a dazed look in his eyes. Though he said he didn't believe it, deep down he knew that Yu Zhiwan wouldn't bother lying to him. The words she'd just spoken kept echoing in his mind. According to my own wishes, I wouldn't have agreed to you at all. Wouldn't. The Yu family forced her, it wasn't her own choice. She didn't like him at all. Not at all from the beginning. Everything was his wishful thinking, his one-man show. Her saying breakup was a real breakup, not some jealousy over his dry sisters. She had never been jealous for him. This heartless woman. Gu Chengfeng felt both angry and distressed. His young master's temper flared and he kicked the car door. As a result, he stubbed his toe and crouched down hugging his foot, nearly shedding tears. Fine, Yu Zhiwan didn't like him, so he didn't like Yu Zhiwan either. What was so special about her? He wasn't short on women. Gu Chengfeng angrily pulled out his phone and called his dry sister, the one called Shanxian, finger almost piercing the screen. Come and hang out with me. Bring a few others. Inside a private room in a bar. Glitz, glamour, and blaring music. The room was filled with men and women. Gu Chengfeng sat in the middle of the sofa, flanked by two women with alluring figures and pretty faces. The woman on his left, named Shanxian, leaned against Gu Chengfeng's arm, her breath like a delicate orchid. Gu Xiao, have some grapes. Gu Chengfeng had been frowning since entering the room, as if troubled by something. Hearing this, he subconsciously said, I'll have green grapes. Shanxian obediently switched to green grapes, like a flower in his hand, feeding them to him. Gu Chengfeng smelled the scent of the green grapes and suddenly snapped back to reality. It was Yu Zhiwan's favorite thing. He had pursued Yu Zhiwan for 3 months, and knew her preferences to a certain degree. He knew she loved green grapes, green grape-flavored cake, and candies. He didn't like green grapes. He had just subconsciously asked for green grapes, all because of that hateful woman, Yu Zhiwan. Gu Chengfeng's face darkened. Never mind, no grapes. Get the regular ones. Shanxian was momentarily stunned. She looked at him confused, and then obediently changed to the regular grapes, feeding them to him with her own hands. Then, she crawled into his arms, her slender fingers gently drawing circles on his chest. Gu Xiao, why haven't you been looking for me lately? Gu Chengfeng, I will from now on. I'll look for you often. Shanxian giggled, raising her chin, trying to kiss his cheek. Gu Chengfeng instinctively turned his head away, avoiding it. Shanxian was stunned again. Gu Xiao. Gu Chengfeng was once again angered by his own subconscious behavior. Yu Zhiwan didn't like him, so why was he trying to turn over a new leaf for her? Why are you stopping? Go on and kiss me. Gu Chengfeng glanced at Shanxian. Shanxian immediately tilted her head and kissed his cheek with a soft smack. Then, Shanxian moved her kisses down, trying to kiss his lips. However, just when her kiss was about to land on Gu Chengfeng's lips, Gu Chengfeng abruptly pushed her away, and stood up. Shanxian was pushed onto the sofa, utterly confused. Gu Xiao, what's wrong? The others in the private room heard the commotion and looked over. Gu Chengfeng bit his teeth angrily, his fists clenched, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was meaningless, completely meaningless. He just felt annoyed, and didn't want to kiss her at all. His previous favorite form of entertainment now held no pleasure, feeling dull and pointless. The others in the room smiled and asked, Gu Xiao, what's wrong? Isn't Shanxian's kiss sweet enough? Just give her more kisses. Ha ha ha, Shanxian, hurry and kiss him. TSK, I wonder if our Feng is thinking about Yu Zhiwan. As soon as the words fell, Gu Chengfeng suddenly looked up at the speaker, his gaze sharp, and said coldly, Get lost. All of you, get out of here. The laughter abruptly stopped. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing why Gu Chengfeng had suddenly gotten angry. What was wrong with this young master? No one dared to touch his bad mood. They all got up, wisely exiting the room. The noisy private room fell silent. Gu Chengfeng slumped back onto the sofa, head thrown back, and raised his hand tiredly, covering his eyes. Yu Zhiwan didn't like him. Ha, how ridiculous. She had never liked him at all. Then, what was that relationship they had over those 3 weeks? He didn't believe it, she couldn't have been unmoved by him. He was her first love. Yu Zhiwan had also given him a red bean bracelet. Right, the red bean bracelet. Gu Chengfeng suddenly sat up and carefully took out the 18 red bean beads from his pocket. The day in the private room, Yu Zhiwan tore the bracelet and broke up with him, and he'd collected all the scattered red bean beads. Gu Chengfeng squinted his eyes and pulled out his phone to call Wei Chen, asking him to bring a piece of string to make bracelets. Wei Chen was Gu Chengfeng's good brother, and when he received the call, he was speechless. This damned man, why did he suddenly need some stupid string? Wei Chen rushed over, and when he finally arrived at the private room, he pushed the door open and said, I say, phone, what do you need this stupid string for? Gu Chengfeng put the red bean beads on the coffee table and said without looking up, just give me the string. Wei Chen handed it over, and clicked his tongue suspiciously. These red bean beads looked familiar, didn't they? Where had he seen them before? Gu Chengfeng took the string, carefully strung the red bean beads together, but his hand slipped accidentally and 2 beads fell, rolling onto the floor. Gu Chengfeng panicked, kicking the trash can aside and picking up one from beside the trash can, while the other bead rolled under the sofa. Gu Chengfeng didn't care that the ground was dirty, and kneeled on the floor, reaching under the sofa to try to grab it. Wei Chen was stunned, watching this scene. WTF, was this still Gu? Had he been possessed by something? It was just some broken bead, why was he taking it so seriously? Gu Chengfeng reached under the sofa multiple times and finally retrieved the bead. He blew on it gently, wiped it with a wet tissue, and then threaded it onto the string. After stringing all 18 beads, he tied a knot, a little ugly. He untied it and tried again, it was still ugly. Gu Chengfeng was too lazy to bother with it and proudly put the red bean bracelet on his wrist. Wei Chen? Holy crap! He remembered. Wasn't this the red bean bracelet that Yu Zhiwan had broken that day in the private room? When did Feng pick it up? Hey, Feng, let me see, are these red bean beads Yu Zhiwan's? Gu Chengfeng hid his hand, why would I let you see? If you break it, it's on you. He didn't believe that during those 3 weeks of dating, Yu Zhiwan had no feelings for him at all. Maybe, she had been moved but didn't realize it. That's right. Yu Zhiwan must have already fallen for him, but she just didn't realize it yet. He had to find proof that Yu Zhiwan had been moved by him. He had to awaken Yu Zhiwan's hidden affection, so that she would fall in love with him again, and love him madly.